the LEC was forged by countless great moments that forever changed the European landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live on in the memory of every European fan. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
Jensen is the person that I will have my eyes on in terms of what he is capable of doing and where he will look to attack in the early game. For Mad Lions, one of their biggest successes during the regular season was their mid-jungle duo, Humanoid and Elyoya, and I think that they have the mid-jungle to be able to get themselves advantages and then try and stop Jensen from doing what he has to in this matchup.
So a couple interesting things too about these counters that they have picked up. The Jarvan into Kennen, as Freak mentioned, a lot about spamming harassment with your flag. But when you do this for your lane matchup, it actually means that Jarvan then has no escape for possible focus on top side. And plus you're the melee one sitting back and just throwing flag. It gives push to the Kennen. So see what Mad Lions can actually do with pushing for top side. Yes, the Silas into Twisted Fate early should be Jensen controlled, especially if he starts for the early autos.
Interesting to see a different look for Alfari as well, is doing a Corrupting Potion start instead. Again, Doran's Ring is going to give you more poke, but goes for the higher sustain option. As we wait to get ourselves onto the Rift, as the minions are spawning, nothing too gargantuan in the early game. A pretty good early Trinket Ward for Humanoid will track Trundle's movements almost certainly. Sarkorn, they're going to do pretty standard Blast Plant onto the red buff to start his camps, and no leash for looks like either side.
And Santorin, he did the very standard start with your Trinket, place down your ward, switch over to your sweeper. So they know, they had vision of it being placed there by the Raptors. They can go for the kill. Bottom side wants a little early lead. Can they get the harassment in?
Standard guns, their tactical has the range, takes a double up. Fights back a little bit longer. CoreJJ is on Aftershock here, so a little bit weaker in the very early trading. And now, instant knockout tactical, gonna cleanse, but he's gonna go down! First blood already in for Kaiser!
And just like that, the aggression is punished from the Mad Lions 2 versus 2. A bot lane that we haven't really talked about much coming into this game, but Tactical and CoreJJ, they tried to take advantage of the leash at the start. They tried to get into lane, now Kaiser goes in again.
Play's gonna be too late. The knockout's gonna land, and CoreJJ, will he be forced to flash? May not even get the chance to. The flash follow! Oh, a potion, Time Warp Tonic keeps him alive. Flash for flash, but Team Liquid's bottom lane is doomed.
Team Liquid's bottom lane are getting their asses handed to them by the Mad Lions. Oh my goodness, the level 1 here fighting through the brush with these ranged minions. Here's the all-in. Very nice job by Kaiser. They get the knock-up plus Ignite down there. Maybe they thought they had a little bit of an advantage because of the cleanse on the other side, but Karsi had very good timing on his, so Q comes out, really good burst there and focusing down Tactical.
And this is such a big advantage for the bot side of the map now for Mad. We talked a lot about that mid-jungle, but burning those summoner spells, Tactical, of course, still has the flash available. There is still room for Santorin to look for a gank, so we'll have to keep our eyes out, as now both junglers should eye this bot lane as a big opportunity for both sides.
The old jungle salute here. Both of them passing by on Raptors, and it should be Santorin just retreating for the Scuttle Crab instead.
Yep, spots the fact that, okay, he's on to the Raptors now. By the way, let us know how you think this game is going. I will say, by the way, spoiler, well for Mad Lions, but let us know. Verizon 5G all chat. If you're funny, we might bring it up on air.
Missed out on the melee CS there with the early auto. Small things are definitely meaningful, especially when you're kind of scavenging for those every single CS counts. Now, Elyoya does have his smite still, so should be able to secure this one, no problem. Doesn't want to have to use it unless Santorin gets super close.
Does it just in case. May have gotten it regardless, but it means he's going to walk topside right away. Armut has to be aware of that. Obviously, he can just get away with a lightning rush, and indeed nothing's going to be claimed here. Santorin obviously spotted. Out they go.
And again, since Jarvan is constantly using E to harass, E was just used there, so no flag means you can't start it up with the flag and drag, so Trundle, very low threat unless Jarvan has the EQ combo available. Easily can just pass by, and Armut, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, he did that once, he had kind of like called off the gank, but yeah, certainly not going to have a play. Able to run away, no problem. Jensen wants to stop the recall. Only takes one turret shot for it, so forcing Humanoid to go a little bit later on this run, as Elyoya is pathing down to the bottom side. Was spotted a while ago on Raptors, but did not path through the ward this time around, though. Flash in is going to find the knockup out of support, and Tactical has his own flash, but is going to be able to guess the timing. Lantern is down. CoreJJ will walk out of range to get the shield eventually. as they shoot back onto Carzzy. Survival in the bottom lane, flash down for Tactical.
You can see that Elyoya held onto his W for as long as possible, and there was a game of chicken there. Who is going to use the spell first? Respect to Tactical holding that for as long as possible and then reacting the second he saw the animation come through. He was able to flash out of the way, and because their CC was now used, Mad could not commit for anything more. But Kaiser looking to be more active on the map, knowing that Team Liquid's bot lane has retreated. He's going to see if he can find a roam, but Santorin and Core JJ are here to cover.
Kaiser, nice deep ward on the right side of the jungle. Probably won't get spotted for a while. I mean, that blue buff's not going to spawn until well after 7 minutes, so could get some really good gains out of that one. Core JJ and Kaiser gonna cross paths. Not much of a fight to be had. Could go for the hook, but Jensen really wants his recall. Even if he went for the random hook and tried to land it, you weren't going to get anything out of it.
Yeah, Core JJ just screening right there. There's no way that you can chase down this Kron, too much mobility, so they're just trying to screen, make sure the recall goes off, so teleports are synced up.
Actually, above that, Core doesn't have hook yet. He's level 2. He's got Lantern and Flay, so he couldn't have done anything anyway. The man's been pushed out of lane so much. He's a level 2 Thresh. I expected 5 minutes in that he would have all his abilities, you know?
I want to refocus here because timing is about to switch the fate of this bottom lane. Level 6s have come in for the mid laner, so Humanoid trying to steal away the Twisted Fate ultimate. Jensen has it available, and since both teleports were just used to get right back to mid, now they'll be looking at these flashless bottom lanes.
So I think that what we need to pay attention to is this top lane, actually, because Armor has level 6 and he has a stacking wave building up. Rakan just came mid to help Humanoid get the push, which means that this top lane dive is a very real opportunity, and Humanoid loves to go for these early roams. With Elyoya pathing up towards the top side as well, that could be an option that Mad Lions is looking for, but it seems that Team Liquid is very aware of the possibility.
Yeah, you can see the pathing for Trundle. Santorin already kind of near the top side. Has no camps up to take, but he's just like, in case, all right, Humanoid's back in lane, no problem.
Yeah, a bit difficult to get a kill out of that one. Maybe burn a flash or something, but looks like the roam up through river will at least find a ward.
There he goes. Control ward. Okay, 75 gold denied and 30 gold earned for the kill as he can walk back to his lane before too long. Core JJ is indeed going to try to lane topside. Does he bypass the trinket ward is a question. Looks like yes. And just staying out of the reach of that one, although as he walks around hitting the red buff may be spotted after all. We're seeing the missing pings. They know Trundle should be going for his red buff off the spawn. Here's the dunk topside. How far would like to get some damage in as Armor going to trade ult for ult. And honestly, not bad. Armor doesn't have that for, of course, a gank follow through. Another flag lands, and yeah, almost in lethal range.
Good harassment there from Alfari. I think it was worth it because he's now going to force Armor to go back to base. He may very well be able to deny a wave. And look, Team Liquid can actually move into the topside jungle if they want, and they should be able to steal away the blue buff, but they've instead decided no, there they are. I like this use of the priority that they have in the top lane. They know that they should have numbers advantage, and this should be a 3 neutral going up to Santorin.
And big thing that they got there is the teleport advantage, because it forces Armut's teleport to get back to the CS at the tower. Meanwhile, because they pushed and they used jungle plus support roam timing to help him get that advantage, it doesn't require Alfari's teleport. So Team Liquid now have acquired one small cooldown advantage.
Certainly have, but look at Tactical's position. He does not have flash. Mad Lions know this, and Kaiser's looking for the collapse.
Oh, he may be caught. The flash is down, exhaust is up, but that's not going to do a whole lot here. Goes for the movement. There's the knockup. There's the bullet time. Ulti is a heal, but it's not going to be enough. Carzzy claims the kill, 2-0 in the bottom lane.
The bottom lane massacre continues. Mad Lions will be rewarded with a dragon off the top of that one too.
And that was ultimately Tactical just trying to push in that wave so that he can look to base, but he stayed in lane a little bit too long and he ends up getting punished for it. Now Mad looking to rotate into mid lane.
Jensen's got a blue card locked in, the flash stun's gonna land, and the prediction is through for Kaiser! The dunk comes across, 3-0 Mad Lions staying alive at World!
But now Team Liquid's trying to answer in the top lane.
Armut has a flash, but he doesn't have a way of living. Predicted hook, Lantern comes down, Alfari gets the kill credit. So one finally back to the board for Team Liquid.
Ultimately trades across the board. It is Humanoid going to be getting plates in mid, but now Mad, they're actually grouping up around this top side of the map. Elyoya is here. Carzzy was also on his way up too, but it seems for now they're not going to overcommit to anything.
TFL just to be in the lane, but he's going to be on top of Humanoid, so there's the Ignite, there's the Q damage, and is it going to be enough? A flash for the Lantern to keep him in range. The box is not going to save him. Santorin gets the second kill of the game. Now Team Liquid bring it back to tied and gold.
And because they also have Tactical back pushing on bottom side, he's going to get this double stacked wave all the way into the turret. He's got the crescendum, so it's perfect for knocking off those plates and getting paid.
Ooh, look at this from Santorin. He's looking for more as well.
Stun. Does he have turret dagger? Looks like no, so it's only going to be some damage, but it is going to be wave clear. But Alfari shows up for a knockup. A pillar in his face. Armut teleported into a death as they finally get the shots in, and Team Liquid take the lead.
A beautiful dive there from Team Liquid, because that teleport advantage that we were talking about from Alfari, he was waiting for the right opportunity to use it, and that was it right there. Well executed. They get themselves another kill. They're likely going to get themselves this bot tower as well, funneling more gold into Alfari, and it was Tactical that picked up the kill. Team Liquid very quickly gaining control over this early game.
All right, next response to look for is the second charge, because this Rift Herald is definitely going to kill off first tower here for Mad Lions to get the extra bonus there. Now trying to usher it in while Team Liquid pick up the Dragon. They've already reset Tactical and Core JJ, and just depends how much life it has left. Should be killable there for Team Liquid if he runs straight at it.
Go, needs the eye to open up. And there you go, 25 gold earned. Turret is going to be healthy. Not willing to spend the time to shepherd it in. Okay, fine. Temporarily 500 gold for Mad Lions. We know the bot turret is low, but is not claimed. So, money to spend. Mad Lions, so far, not too bad, but down to Drake as Santorin sold that not long ago.
So I will say that Team Liquid, they haven't been super proactive in utilizing this Twisted Fate ultimate, but they've been responding very well to the pressure that Mad Lions has been throwing down. Yes, their bot lane did fall short very early on, but Core JJ, that did not stop him from looking for roams around the map and looking to punish the positioning of where Mad Lions is. And the moment that a Humanoid overextends in the mid lane, they also get a punish there. So even the kills are now very even, thanks to the plates they were able to get. The gold is still dead even, and Team Liquid still in a very good position as we transition from the early to the mid game.
Yep, both of the two main errors that Mad Lions actually are a victim of in the last couple of minutes here were both keeping track of globals. It was first the Jarvan teleport advantage that we talked about when they forced Kennen back for bottom side, and then also the Jensen ultimate there. Humanoid stayed very long on the mid lane turret to get his 2 turret plates. If not for those miscalculations, they actually could have come out with a much more substantial lead.
300 gold still separates them. 3.5 minutes into the next Dragon of this game as well, and we know the ultis are back up soon. Jensen's second Destiny is in about 20 seconds. Actually 12 as they look in the bottom left corner. It's about 20, I think it's close enough. As the bot lane turret we know is low. Turret plate still on. Armut burns the ulti for the wave, but that means the dive is gonna come through. Turns out it's a pool after all. The dive is good, but now into the mid lane. Tactical forced to flash early on. That is a huge clear advantage for Mad Lions.
And once again, Team Liquid just utilizing their teleport so effectively. Humanoid realizes that there really is no point in trying to force this, and look, Trundle and Thresh now on their way to the bot lane.
Gold card will be locked. Jensen, is he fast enough? There's the spell, but goes stunned in turret range. 2 more shots. A stopwatch to buy some time. Trundle ults are traded back and forth. Humanoid may not be killable now as the health bar gets up higher, but the turret will drop. Humanoid's second pillar is 12 seconds away, and Jensen cannot flash to find the gold cards. Humanoid will live, but TL answers the turret score.
And this is Team Liquid trying to pressure and leverage the half of the map where they have the advantage. During this time, Carzio was pushing on top side, so was able to get that wave all the way in. But Team Liquid get more. They finally knock over that bottom side turret.
Ooh, Mad now looking for a punish. They see the recalls on Vision.
Hook's gonna land, play into the box, a flash in to guarantee the damage. Core JJ gets the kill credit. And they gotta walk away because this is a 3v3 with the cooldowns all missing. Core knows he is dead. Armut, 300 gold richer.
And look at the map. The whole commitment here is a 4-1 from Mad Lions to secure this. Humanoid goes down because of the flash burst damage. No time to get his Kingslayer off. And so it does mean Jarvan will push on top side for Team Liquid while Mad Lions get some plates after their kill.
So it is a lot of trading across the board. And I think that TL have just done a great job of shutting down Armut. They did the same thing the last time that they played. They played very much towards the top side of the map, and they were able to give Alfari so many early game advantages while continuing to put Armut behind. And I think that on this Jarvan, Alfari really is set up for success once again. I think one of the big difference makers this time around is Kazi is so much stronger than he was the last time they played, and he's in a great position to carry too.
Plus, the global invested teleport used by Humanoid, that saves Mad Lions top side. So they save those plates. It's going to tick to 14 minutes here. Those plates will not be achievable by Team Liquid. So Mad Lions, very good defense on top side while they still get bottom turret.
Frederick, I agree. I am also from NA. I would not mind a Mad Lions win. A 4-way tie would be very exciting. and it would save my pick'em. So there we go. The root's going to land. Great cleanse by Carzzy, but the pillar is not cleansable. The slow is big. There's a flay into range, drop the auto attacks, and Jensen gets himself another kill. The TF ults are landing this time around.
And one of the reasons why it's so highly priced here at Worlds in group stage, Freak, is the map control that you get during these stages where so many trades are going on. Vedius, you know, all these outer turrets being traded over opens up so much room to work with. And even though Salas is picked into it, Salas doesn't always have access because it's not always matching the Twisted Fate. So no answer there. Team Liquid get the pick off. A little bit of extra gold.
Went for a maximized pillar, wanted to knock him up and in, but sadly went the wrong direction. That would have been maybe enough to finish the kill, or at least force a flash off of Kaiser, but as the knockup went the other direction, knew he had teammates coming around, so nothing picked up. 400 gold lead, still the game for Mad Lions. The Dragon comes up in 6 seconds, and with CoreJJ just recalling, looks like TL going to get this one up.
This one is, if they actually committed anybody to the bottom side of the map, would have been kind of dangerous for them, because you're looking at all these ultimates available with the AoE possibilities here from Mad Lions. Not going to be the case, though. Team Liquid will give that one up. No Dragon stacking here.
Well, given that the Dragon is now gone and the neutrals that both teams are going to be looking to attack are these outer towers, likely in the mid lane, I want to give a huge shout out to Santorin and his performance here in the second week. His Trundle was debatable in game 1 just because of the composition that he was playing into, yet he made it work very nicely. Here in this second game, he has 100% kill participation. He has been involved in every single kill, and typically you expect it of the Twisted Fate, not the Trundle. But it just goes to show the positioning and where Santorin is playing on the map right now. TL are leveraging their priorities very well in this early game, and as we mentioned before, they're doing a good job of punishing Mad Lions at every opportunity they see.
It's always also worth shouting out the cost of a very active jungler like that. 100% kill participation comes at the cost of clearing off your camps on cooldown, so significant CS discrepancy here, where Elyoya has been farming very, very much more quickly, and the Rift Herald will go down in answer, so the Viego will be a bit of a problem.
So Elyoya has also just been taking waves. We just saw him take top. When the plays were happening bot, he was also taking mid farm, and he is being funneled resources. And during the playoffs, Elyoya, he went on this crazy long game streak where he just hadn't died. And when he has champions that he has agency on, that is where he feels most comfortable. He hasn't had the biggest impact in this early game, but with this Herald, Mad Lions should now be able to break the mid tier 1 and actually open up the map for them to look for more picks.
I mean, he's higher level than his mid laner at the moment.
He is.
That is a true feat as a jungler, up to level 11, plus grabbing the Rift Herald, so he's got Rift Herald in hand for a strong push. You know, mid lane is an obvious choice because it's already fairly low, and the charge gets very close to opening up the map for them.
I want to quickly look at the map because we see that TL kind of have this 4-1 setup right now. They know the bot wave isn't worth playing around, but because TL have the numbers advantage and Humanoid doesn't have teleport, there's a big window for a play.
Okay, Arma got a rocket belt out of range, and Jensen's going to land the gold card. They are going to go for the dive, the dunk in as well, and the deletion on the opposing top laner. Team Liquid own the top side of the map.
Twisted Fate gets you such an advantage in initiative, choosing your fight. And again, so spread out as you're talking about it, you know, the full vision coverage leading up to it. If you have so much fog of war for Team Liquid and Jensen specifically to play in, they will keep throwing out these picks and targeting anybody who blows their flash next.
I just love how proactive TL is being. I feel like that this is a team that we didn't always get to see during the regular season of the LCS, even in the finals, falling short 3-0. The fact that they've been able to bounce back so massively in this second week is really a huge feat to the growth that they have made. They're able to take themselves the top tier 1. They will end up losing the mid tier 1 thanks to this Herald picked up by Elyoya. And the game continues to be very, very close. TL, even though they do have the kill lead, just look at some of the goal differences here. We can see Jensen with a big advantage in the mid lane, Carzzy and Elyoya with their advantages respectively as well.
And as that tower falls and Mad Lions get to really open up this map here, we start to look at how they're going to try and find flanking angles for the Kennen, for the Rakan. Both of these champions love playing the flanks in these games, and that's why they're making very deep incursions into Team Liquid territory to try and get some wards down. Teleport flanks possibility, also clearing out for Fog of War. Anytime you get that successful collapse onto the backside, those are where the successes for Mad Lion will really come towards the mid stages of this game, because Kennen ultimate into Misfortune ultimate with Rakan locking everybody there just pops up a bunch of souls for the Viego, and that's how they get their advantage back. Meanwhile, Team Liquid want to keep pushing, playing those sidelines, get that Twisted Fate ultimate to find picks.
Today kills some wards, has to respect the fact there's two in the brush, might go for a hook. He's gonna just walk all the way in and not find anyone. And then gets rid of a zombie ward. Oyoy just gonna walk out in invisibility.
Other really important cooldown is Tactical's Exhaust. He's chosen this for the Kennen when Kennen inevitably finds a flank onto you into the backside. If you can get that down early, we'll go a long ways towards him staying upright, especially with red-white guns. Definitely has a lot better chance of fighting his way out of it.
Now, the dragon is spawning in 45 seconds. Jensen pushed out top, but he's already making his way down towards the Drake. Alfari has the wave slowly pushing in mid, but Ahmed is worried about a collapse, and as he should be, is going to disengage as he recognizes that Alfari is now back in the lane, and this bot side jungle is being cleared out. TL have full control. Mad will have to walk into this TL lineup if they want to contest. Humanoid is going to be pushing up top, and he doesn't have any flank TP wards to go for, which suggests to me that Mad is looking to just give this Drake for free.
Team Liquid right now mostly owning the vision control. 18 seconds, the Dragon coming up, and it's 2 control wards in the opposing jungle. Mid can be fought for as well. Yeah, sure, easy escape for Kaiser. But as the control ward drops in mid, it's a lot of fog of war that Mad Lions would have to march through to contest the bottom river. So yes, Humanoid is topside. Yes, you could TP down, but it seems like they would love to just get 750 gold, more like 800, I believe, as a trade for Dragon.
And what you want to do here, Team Liquid, you try and hover Jensen a little bit towards topside, so once you have secured the Dragon, then maybe ult up to that topside. Alfari also going to join him.
Gold card lands, TF ult could be answered. Humanoid, if he wants to cast it right away, would get out. Everfrost gonna find the slow, and Alfari getting nearby, so Humanoid's second gold card means they're gonna have the damage. The flash, still get the auto attack.
Exactly correct timing from Team Liquid. You wait until you're sure the Dragon is controlled, then make the Twisted Fate ultimate play up to the top side of the map, punishing Mad Lions for trying to get something out of this trade.
And you could see that Mad Lions' play there was, hey, you know what, Humanoid, he's a little bit behind. Twisted Fate passive, you're also going to get all that additional gold. Let's just funnel him, that extra tower gold in the top lane. Let's close that gold gap a little bit between the two mid laners, and then we can just exchange. However, Team Liquid, they respond, as you rightly said, Kobe, perfectly. They get themselves even more gold into Jensen's back pocket. Humanoid ends up losing his flash, and TL can now go back on the offensive.
This is why, Vedius, I've been screaming all group stage long about Twisted Fate and how so many of these teams are using it for just the small timing advantages. This one is going to be a pass up towards top side to see if they can catch him, but Scryer's Orb is used. With that extra vision, he'll just get his recall off in the alcove. Ever since Perks tweeted about it, and I was like, yes, he's decided he's no longer losing to this champion. Mad Lions, though, they make the trade that so many teams have made with the Silas to Twisted Fate. Even though they can steal the ultimate here in the Axe Effect replay, and even though Humanoid does sidestep the center of the Everfrost there, not going to be an escape for him. One auto's all it'll take.
He tried, and he ended up falling short. Ooh, wow, he even got a shutdown off the back of that. So that was 500 gold into the back pocket of Jensen. You can see he's now working towards that Zhonya's third item, and he is very close to it as well. TL, even though the gold is dead even, I feel like that they're just in a very good position right now. Alfari with 2 levels over Armut. Tactical actually has a level advantage over Kazi, even if he is slightly down in itemization. And when it comes to these team fights, it really could go either way for me. I feel like that there's no definitive thing. That, well, I mean, I think that the execution is going to be a big part of what could swing these.
Oh, and the picks!
Big damage on the Kaiser again, has teammates nearby. Centaur can flash if he has to, but the Lantern's good enough from Core JJ. So get to reset momentarily. Mad Lions getting rid of vision on the right-hand side of the map. Alfari has to be careful. He's in a 1v4 for now. Mad Lions knows there is really almost no vision down here. Tio going back in the mid lane. This could be a turret that is killed, but they're not posturing too aggressively. Mad gets back up the river, and nothing's going to be knocked down.
But slowly look at this vision creeping in from Mad Lions. You know, some of the objective here for them on these picks is not just to get Summoner Spell cooldowns and try and get health advantages there by chunking people out, but exactly, Vedius, those deeper wards, because again, it's hanging over your head. This Kennen, who has already a stopwatch ready for the fight, Flash is ready for the fight, Teleport is ready for the fight. If that gets into the back line unannounced from the side of Team Liquid, they will be very, very scared.
And let's not lose sight of what this game is about. The final LEC team, the LEC champions, still alive in this tournament. This is an elimination game. If they cannot defeat Team Liquid, they are not passing the group stage. Much like Worlds last year, did not pass the stage they were born into. It may well be their fate, but their future is in their hands. They win this, they win later today. They have control of the road forward, but it must start with a win here.
And it's I know that it's a lot of weight as well for Mad, because remember that as the new first seed, a lot of European fans are just used to G2 coming in, and there's this like expectation now that Europe will do well because of the past successes of G2, and now that Mad is picking up that mantle of being the first seed, being that representative, a lot of those weight and expectations fall on their shoulders, and to fall short in the group stage, I know will be nothing short of a disappointment for this team. So this win is extremely important for them and their chances at making it to the quarterfinals.
Down goes yet another wave. 400 gold, small lead for Team Liquid, though 800 of that is fraudulent through the Twisted Fate passive. 900 to be exact, as Santorin finally gets his own set of farm. You know, we've seen Elyoya grab lanes so much. It's like, look, why can't the Troll King do it?
And buffing up the front line is actually a valid strategy for Team Liquid, because whenever you're faced with a team that has really big advantages if they find flanks, you want people to go for what we call marking in teamfight scenarios, where you mark the big flankers and you try and suss them out. Which angle are they coming from? The Rakan and the Kennen are the two big ones that you're looking for. If you throw the Jarvan, if you throw the Trundle in the face of these champions, you know, a very common Jarvan play will be to just start with your ult onto the Kennen and you force him to flash early and then save your EQ to try and lock him up, since you've built fairly tanky. But there's the Rakan.
Here's the frontliner, huge damage, Santorin, and they got him indeed. Gold earned, Corday forced one away, but that's a pillar. That's Elyoya on another jungler, finding the dive into the turret, finding the kill. Mid lane tier 2 is down, and Mad Lions are ready to rip and tear.
They make the flank, they find the angle there for Kaiser, and he's gonna make Team Liquid pay for it. There's already a move towards Baron. Teleport, I think, is ready for Humanoid. He'll join the rest of the squad.
TF probably going to try to join here as well. Humanoid not going to be in range for any of this. But without a jungler, Team Liquid have a hard time winning this fight. Armut still has his ultimate. Alfari could try to go for a big play, but how do you win this one? He's going to go in, he's going to find the duck, he's going to find a single kill. Kaiser a bit low. Ult's not going to land for Tactical. Stopwatch burn. Humanoid still waiting on the flank. Alfari lower and lower, but staying alive. And Team Liquid, they stopped the Baron. They did get a single kill, and they almost find a second as Humanoid is able to dive back into the pit and stay alive.
Alfari is the one who knows timing is the issue. They have to rush it there, because that was only a few more thousand health of being a Baron in the favor of Mad Lions. So he takes it upon himself. Alfari in, marks that Kennen, immediately initiates, and saves it there for TL. Here's a look at the successful flank, though. That's what Kaiser can do for you.
So, as you rightly say, Kaiser is a big part of the Mad Lions initiations, and he's able to find a really good pick, and they convert it into another one. And with this numbers advantage, you sit there and think, oh wow, Mad should be able to secure a free Baron. But the 3 damage dealers of TL are still alive, and let's see the flank coming in from Humanoid.
TP in for Humanoid, has a dunk, Elmer in the same spot, so now it's going to be a smite fight. Goes to Elyoya, 2 dragons apiece. Now Team Liquid must be careful about the dive. It's Humanoid in, a lantern out, but Tactical has been left alone, and Tactical will fall.
Armut.
And yes, Armut could find a bit more. Did have Volt, did have Flash, does not go for the big play. The rest of the team was not nearby.
But they can threaten Baron. They've already taken down the Ophelia. So much damage missing from the side of Team Liquid. Tactical is a ginormous part of the carry.
The crucial things to know are Kennen still has the ultimate available, and Misfortune's ultimate should be up very, very soon. Alfari with the TP will be able to join, but he's certainly grouped up with mid. Mad, start the Baron.
Once again, TL have to go through Fog of War. They have very little vision. They know they're not hiding up in the top left corner. TF ult finally comes down as it comes up from cooldown. And we have seen this before. 4,000 health from the Baron. Will they just stay in the pit is the question. No, Elyoya getting it lower. Here comes a dive for Armut. Gets in, stuns on a 3. They've knocked down Jarvan. They're going to find more. Bot lane is entirely dead, and this Baron, back to full health, does not matter. Mad Lions take control of the game.
And all of Europe breathes a sigh of relief as they will finally be able to secure themselves a Baron and gain firm grasp of this game. Mad consistently used the Baron as a means to start the team fight. And this time around, knowing that they had a numbers advantage, getting this pick onto Tactical means that they would be in a 5v4. And with Kennen's ultimate and Misfortune ultimate up and available, they're poised and ready for the fight.
Huge, huge plays from Mad Lion there to split Team Liquid. They leave both members on the bottom side. They get caught out. The Kennen ultimate is available for this time, and that means big victory. Baron now allows the team to shove down these waves and actually get some towers. Size of relief there.
Yeah.
Out of the coaching staff.
Yeah, it's a mix of happiness and relief because you know this is backs against the wall, and even if they win, their job is not done. I believe they must reach 3 wins to even have a shot, which means they must win their next match as well.
so much power in the team fight here. And because Team Liquid were split, just kind of half-heartedly trying to contest towards that dragon, you know, they only have one Lantern, so they got Jungler out and left out the AD carry. Now with Baron buff, though, Mad Lions are here to reap their rewards. Just watch that Baron power play skyrocket.
Yep, down goes the wave, down goes the turret. Gold lead stretches nearly to 5,000 as we're at 3K, the Red Bull Baron power play. Plenty of time to reset, still a minute 45. Baron will time out in time for the Dragon, but realistically, that's not a terrible concern as a simple gold lead. Just having more items feels like a good way to control a Dragon.
That's a relief. I mean, it's when you look at Europe and how they've been performing in the second week, obviously a lot of struggles, a lot of frustrations, and Mad Lions were kind of this final bastion of hope, and their team fighting is what they have been praised for, and I think that we're finally getting to see a glimpse of it, largely because the way in which they used Baron, it was criticized against them in their Gen G game. They were able to sneak a couple of Barons, but they got punished as a result of it. Gen G found a really clutch fight against them in the pit, and they were able to shut them down. Team Liquid, especially with how Alfaro has been playing, he's been dominating the entire laning phase. His team has been playing around him. He ends up getting caught out, and they end up falling short. Now, the TF ultimate comes through. TL are going to try and hold on to this tower.
And they spot that it's all 5 sieging top. There's no flank play to be had, but maybe a reinforcement instead, as indeed the inhibitor turret will be fought for. CoreJJ slowed. CoreJJ has a flash, but doesn't burn it. No, it was still down for a few seconds. And so he had no way out, was too far up in a play they were retreating from. Elyoya able to walk away all the same. Shot's not going to be enough damage from Tactical. And Team Liquid did not have to defend the turret that strongly, just giving away gold.
Yeah, another good punish here by Mad Lions on Team Liquid positioning. All of these picks have been afforded to them because of the positioning there, opening up from TL. CoreJJ this time around, he had a few more seconds left on his flash as he's up by. This tower is going down. There's nothing that's going to keep protecting you. You can sidestep as much as you want, but the Mad Lions chase him down. Another kill on top of it, and yes, the Baron power play continues to balloon for them.
I do like what Tactical did there, though, with the use of the pillar, and then he held on to his auto attack until the Starax actually disappeared to see if he could get a big hit off onto Elyoya. Fortunately for him, did fall short, but now Team Liquid find themselves 5.5k gold down. Obviously a pretty substantial gold difference.
Yeah.
They're not at threat of the Dragon Soul just yet, which means that they're likely going to continue to stall, and you're then kind of looking at Tactical at being one of your big win conditions. Aphelios does have a lot of damage in the late game. We've all seen the 200 years. We know what he is capable of. It's just about finding that good team fight and leveraging some of the long-range pick potential that Twisted Fate has.
But this is a battle for the mid lane, so TL not willing to cede the map. Instead, it's Humanoid coming in. They're finding the charm. Trundle could die. Santorin just barely gets out of range. And a redemption gets the health bars back up for Mad Lions. Elyoya now low, does not get the reset. Sterex Gauge pops pretty good damage out of Tacticals. Not yet ulti, just the Q spam. And as Mad Lions are a bit low, TL may try to go back in. They have Jensen's ulti.
Exactly. Twisted Fate ultimate pop for the Vision. Dragon being bursted down.
Armut, he's going to pop his own ult. Gold card going to land. A stopwatch buys time. Dragon is down, but can Armut die? Ooh. Oh, that is just barely a Zhonya's in time for Jensen. 1 kill for the Dragon. That means next drag is sold for Mad Lions, but does TL find a fight to get more than a single kill?
The only option probably would be return to mid and push out that mid wave and maybe pick up the remnants of that outer tower. Little bit of extra gold, but that's about all you can ask for.
Well, I think the fact that TL was able to find that pick, able to punish Mad Lions, because I think they played that mid fight really well. The fact that they were quite spread out, the fact that Santorin was the target focus, he didn't end up losing his flash off the back of that as well. And he forced Mad Lions to invest a lot to allow TL to come back. Now, of course, the bad news is TL didn't actually get themselves the Drake. If they had, then they would have another win condition, but now that next strike is, they have to fight. They have to fight that next Drake. They don't have any more stall time, and so they're going to be forced to run into this Mad Lion squad that only continues to extend their gold lead.
Santorin was squeezing on that one for sure, with his ultimate barely ticking to keep him alive. Almost gives over the soul to Elyoya. That one would have been devastation for them. After the reset, though, they can try and supplant it with a little bit of vision, get Twisted Fate here. Jensen ultimate's about to come back up, push out the wave, and see if they can find something.
For topside, I mean, they might find the Aphelios, but no, just taking down Krug is going to be safe, earning as much gold as possible.
When you put the black mist around the red buff walls there.
Yeah. Little
heart from NAEU Love Fest here going on.
Wow. Oh, absolutely.
You know that Viego, he's a very compassionate person.
Exactly.
A man of the heart.
Thematic.
He is also level 16, by the way. He is quite high level for a jungler at this point in the game. 3 items fully completed. In theory, means more stats for Santorin to steal. Ironically, Humanoid steals away his ultimate.
Maybe wants to go in there. Here comes Aurelius. Here comes the attempted play. Jensen going to be out of the range. And here comes Alfari. Will not be knocked up just yet. Dunks in 4, but is there follow-through? Bullet time, not bad. Here comes Kennen. And it's going to be absolutely huge for Armut. They get 1, they get 2. The TL bot lane is gone, as are their base most likely. Humanoid diving in, wants to find Jensen. Won't get a stun, but this inhibitor is likely to fall with the Baron instead.
Another big team fight goes in the way of the Mad Lions and Armut. With the flash available, with the ultimate up and primed, he's able to shut down Team Liquid, and with Baron on the cards, this is going to be another big objective, swinging into the favor of the Mad Lions.
Coordination here in the team fight pays off. Teleport comes in for Armut on the side, so even though Team Liquid disengaged after the Cataclysm, he finds them, he punishes them. It's so well done by them to have multiple layers of engage, and definitely pays off here. This is going to be Baron number 2. That one you got to think is going to be an inhibitor turret breaker.
Well, let's see how much they want to do with it. 2 minutes 45 on this buff to take down Team Liquid, keep themselves alive in the tournament. This fight, really, really well done.
So you can see when the TP comes through that Mad Lions are saying, hey, actually, we can go for this fight, but Alfari's just using his ult to disengage, and then look at how quickly they all have to flash away to set up for the Kennen to come in from the flank. Jensen's forced out of the fight. Tactical ends up dropping, and Mad Lions walk away with 2 kills.
Exactly, and that was even with Tactical's exhaust up. He exhausts the Kennen during the ult, but because their entire backline gets stunned up, there's nothing to protect them from any of the DPS coming through. Mad Lions run them over. And with the full charge here, 2 minutes left on this Baron buff, you can just spread the map. 1-3-1, Kennen bottom side, send your Sylas up top side. He's got teleport ready for Humanoid, so even if he doesn't get in range to Twisted Fate to steal the ultimate, he can teleport over.
And I think that one of the big things for Team Liquid is they've given a lot of team fights for Mad that they really just couldn't afford to give. And I have to give a lot of credit to Kazi, finding that 2v2 kill alongside Kaiser in the bot lane, level 17, full build now on the MF. The damage that he throws out, I feel, at this point is far too great for Team Liquid to be able to deal with. And if they can catch him out, then I feel that there is a way that they can stand a chance. But the question is, how do you catch him out?
And it looks like Mad Lions gonna go ahead and take themselves a fight there. Armor gonna be locked in place for now. Huge damage on the Centauran, pops a stopwatch. Can they find these kills though? Alfari is forced to revive and dies. Even without Humanoid there for the first half of it, the damage was still found, and Kaiser wants in. Kaiser gets the knockup, a double kill for his lane mate as Karzi's happy to keep popping off in this game. Team Liquid on their very last legs.
Yeah, you can say that again, Freak. Baron's still on. Mad Lions, they're not gonna stop here.
Pushing down one turret, the inhibitor gonna fall as well, and 40 seconds on Tactical's respawn should be enough to knock down the Nexus turrets. Mad Lions had to win this game, and they have done so, improving to 2 wins, a tied score right now with TL, and the control still available. Mad Lions, the last hope of Europe, take the win.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Of the Ruined King, Diego shuts down Misfits for the ace, the pentakill.
What an award, he's going to go for it, I think. Jump, flash, oh no! Oh my god, Mickey! That's another, that's 4! Humanoid, you absolute monster! Wow!
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over?
Facing Excel was a really big challenge because I don't know what they have, but they always beat us. With us winning against them, I think we'll have good chance to win against everyone.
Excel were 2-0 up, but Excel fell short. Fnatic are still in the LEC playoffs.
When we are in a situation that is do or die, until we didn't feel like, oh, if we lose one more game, we are out.
What's happening? What? The Fnatic keep the series.
After we won the third game, we are like, okay, this is ours. Even though we are in a tough position, we get like the adrenaline boost.
Excel disengaged before they're looking for a down to 2,000. It's going to get smoked. Taken by Razork! Razork with the steal, upset with the follow-up, and it's enough for Fnatic to continue fighting Excel.
If you're on a team that won LEC twice and then you don't even make playoffs, then you will get some hate, thinking like, oh, you're so trash, you don't deserve to be here.
Fortunately, the Mad Lions did not make it to the playoffs.
I think a lot of people just like counted it out, like maybe Humanoid was like the piece that was keeping them together, and like with Kazigan, maybe we just suck, you know, maybe we just got carried, but I think we showed that we are a really good team, and we just have to show in playoffs as well that we can still make fun of the good teams as well.
Omen gets the two-man, the prison, and fall. Comp is down. 5 members handball, and Mad Lions with the ace are inside Rogue's back.
Mickey able to get a bit of a shielding up, but it's not enough. Upset flashing forward.
Upset with the massive triple kill to turn the game around.
For the 10th time in their history, Fnatic will lock Worlds and knock Misfits out of the playoffs.
Elioya is my friend, but I actually think that he is probably the best jungler in the league right now. But I think I'm in a really good shape right now, so I'm gonna give him some troubles.
I think it's like really nice trap card that enemy can fear and know that we are never out. It shows a lot of mental strength, and I'm really glad of the team that we can do that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC Summer Playoffs live from Berlin, Germany, where Mad Lions and Fnatic fight for the final spot in Malmö tonight. The winner will face Rogue next Saturday, while the loser needs to prepare for the World's play-in stage. Because if you don't win today, you're not only not going to Malmö, but you also don't have a chance to get locked into the World's group stage, as you can't be number 1 or number 2. That's how the system works. Welcome, everyone, to the analyst area. I'm Shocked, joined by Trouble and by Treats. And we all scrubbed up nicely, I think, for the very last show in the studio for Summer Trouble. It's a pleasure to see you again.
It's a pleasure to join you guys. And of course, the first time we're working together, Treats, the SK duo coming in strong.
Yeah, the SK duo. I hope it gives fireworks today. As much as we saw fireworks yesterday, actually, unfortunately for Rogue, G2 slaughtered Rogue in the Kings match. They are now the first team to qualify for the grand finals next Sunday in Malmö. But after all the build-up, Treats, and after all the expectations, Rogue almost did not show up in that series.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a stomp, to be honest. I think G2 just had so much flexibility, so much confidence. Like, Caps was unleashed, Chargmas was playing insane. It was just honestly a superb series from G2.
Honestly, I don't know, most of you have seen the little guy who's like poking something with this thing. He's like, come on, do something.
Yeah.
That was literally me anticipating Rogue to do something in this series. They got outclassed in every single lane. They got outclassed macro-wise. Their picks were better, were fitting more G2. And that's a reoccurring theme, right? We know that Rogue are really good at playing their game. I don't necessarily think they came out and gave their 150%.
Yeah, Trouble, do you think it's something, you know, telling us that G2 is just miles above everyone else, or did Rogue just not have the right read on the meta, or what's your view on it?
I feel like G2 are doing something really impressive when it comes to their drafting style. They find that one champion that is so important to their opponent team, and they snatch it away. Versus Misfits, it was that Sejuani. They kept be wanting it. In this series that we saw as well, they took away the Azir, and they're like, we'll play it better than Larsen. And I think this also plays a lot of mind games, right? When they take that one champion that is so precious to you, and they make it look better.
Yeah, and I think that Rogue are a team that they kind of need to get the ball rolling to kind of feel confident in the game, right? And I think when G2 just have solid early games every time, Malorán can't be unleashed on the map and Rogue kind of don't find their footing. So it was a really good showing from G2.
Hopefully they can clean it up for next Saturday in Malmö. Now, when it comes to G2, it will be their 11th final in Europe. And out of the 10 they've played already, they've won 9. That win rate is something to sign up for, right? There is something about G2 playoffs, right, Treats? And we've seen it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a saying for a reason, right? I think Caps, especially in playoffs, always shows up. And G2, they're such a big threat, right? Like, you can never count them out. Despite the regular season, doesn't matter. When playoff comes, they're online.
Yes, and now we only have one spot, as said, left in Sweden. Mad versus Fnatic today for a spot right there, and a spot to challenge Rogue. Of course, everyone's already locked into Worlds, but the seeding is up in the air. Trouble, and it'll be a spicy one, I reckon, today.
And I think it's really important for both teams for different reasons. Yeah. Mad Lions do not want to go through the play-ins again. They had a little bit of a stumble for Fnatic. They finished 3rd in Spring. You don't want to finish 3rd again. Every single season you want to be developing and finishing further up. And I think they're both aiming for the finals.
There was also a thing or two to see, I saw on social media from the fans, like, no matter what happens, it seems like we end up with a similar field of teams come the top 4 and come World Street.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just how it works, right? I think these teams have a lot of experience and a lot of experienced players on their roster, so I think it's kind of natural, right, that they end up at the top of the standings at the end of the split, but it is really interesting to see both Mad and Fnatic now. They really want to make it to the finals. They only have one shot, so it's all or nothing.
Yes, all or nothing today. The Swedish national anthem, meaning it's time for a Swedish fun fact. Do you have something for us, Trouble?
Absolutely. So in
Malmö.
Thank you. The artist collective known as Anonym Mouse has created a number of shops, restaurants and amusement parks sized for mice. That's adorable. So while you're around the city for the finals, you can keep an eye out for these miniature masterpieces. That is so cute.
That looks so cool.
There's a little mouse on the chair.
Yeah, and I'm sure some of our fans will have some time, hopefully. I mean, no, I hope that we see 5 games every day, and they don't have any time, actually, because I've been let down just a little bit by the amount of games we've seen so far this weekend. So let's see if this one...
Together is the redemption arc.
Yeah, it is the redemption arc, and maybe we'll see a silver scrape today. We hope so. But before we go deeper into tonight's series, we also wanted to have a look at the Amazon European Masters, which concluded the first round robin of their group stage earlier this week.
Dostępne, tak samo jak i dostępne jest to łombo combo ze strony Agoro.
We are now halfway through the EU Masters group stage, and let's take a look at the standings, because when you look at the 4 groups, we have 4 teams undefeated so far with UOL, BDS, X7 and Game World. My heart goes to Mako, the Italian team, who yet couldn't find a solution, even though they showed some creativity. And when you look at the results, you have pretty even groups so far, Trouble, and I didn't expect such a stacked competition, especially for these EU Masters.
Honestly, when we're talking about group stages, it's all about the LFL dominance in every group, right? Because we have 4 LFL teams, 1 in each group. We're expecting a lot of competition. But right now, 2 more regions have risen up to the occasion, NOC and the Prime League, to rival them. So I cannot wait when the quarterfinals come through, because there's going to be a lot of surprises there.
And there's something we want to present for these EU Masters, which shows an interesting approach. Okay,
absolutely.
I want to let you go with it. I want to let you go with it.
So we're going to do something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. Now, I got from the control that we don't have blue because we had some technical issues for the EU Masters.
Yeah.
But we're gonna move on with the first one, and let's start with something old. And by old, we mean tale as old as time, as precious as classics, Attila. The Portuguese marksman, last seen on the LEC main stage back in 2019 for Team Vitality, has taken down names such as Rula and Uzi on the world stage. And after a small siesta over in the Superliga, he realized what the good region is. So he has joined NLC's Force X7 Esports. When talking, of course, about Attila, champions such as Ezreal and Draven come to mind. But this time around, his champion of choice is none other than, drumroll please, Zeri. In the first round robin of groups, his stats are looking absolutely outstanding with 791 damage per minute, 100% first blood participation, and the only player with 0 deaths among all 3 games. You could say that Attila is proving his worth once again for potential return to the LEC.
I know that before that we have to take revenge on him with X7 and LDLC, but I'm not here today to talk about LDLC. Let's look at Sheo at BDS Academy. He came in as a rookie in the LFL at the beginning of the year, and he was given agency to shine through his laners, being surrounded by mostly experienced players. All of them have LEC experience, and he's a jungler here to serve his lane. He can adapt to the different metas so far. He kind of reminds me of a young Skins, aggressive, great listen mechanics, but some slip-ups that I want to tie to lack of experience. Now, I don't think it's a player that's afraid to go in, and when you think of this BDS Academy lineup, they developed so well and positively and became even more stable, bringing Reeker in the mid lane. And considering how much the LEC lineup failed so far, if I may say this year, there's potential within the LFL lineup, and Sheo could become and grow an LEC jungler.
And of course, when we're looking in general at EU Masters, we're looking for potential candidates for new LEC teams come next season. And time to go to something bored, literally bored, over from Korea. Ruby for Unicorns of Love. This guy has made the Prime League shine 2 seasons in a row with Unicorns of Love. He won Saver MVP for Prime League, and his team won 23 out of the 24 matches in regular season. He has already played 49 games in the LPL for Warriors in 2020 and 54 games in the PCS for Boom Esports in 2021. So you could say that this guy is bringing in a lot of creativity and a lot of experience, and especially Koreans, Azir, Victor, name more iconic duos. He provides his team with so much full push in the mid lane and allows his jungler for so much creativity in that early game that usually gives the Unicorns of Love a lot of early game advantages. But of course, EU Masters Group Stage continues tomorrow at 5 p.m. CEST. Watch live on twitch.tv/EU Masters.
But for now, back to the biggest stage. In the latest edition of Pop Quiz, our LEC pros had to guess famous players from different hints and clues. Let's see how they did.
He has played 2 different roles in a major league.
2 different roles in a major league. Perks and Bippo come to mind. Perks, which is more likely. Maybe Perks gets used for something else. Maybe Bippo then.
Jaro.
Me?
This player also played AD carry briefly in a regional league.
What? Okay, that does not make sense. Wait.
Vanda? Kikis.
Expecting. This player role swapped from mid to jungle when he realized he couldn't compete with players like Caps.
From mid to jungle. Jankos, I'll say, I don't know.
This player speaks Spanish.
Razak? Has Elioya played in AD carry? I'll just say Elioya.
This player is retired.
I think I opened this one.
This player played for Schalke, H2K, and XL.
I don't know.
There's a play that he made, and the caster said he just cancelled it.
He just cancelled it?
No?
No.
He never made playoffs in his LEC career.
Oh! It can be K-Drill, no? Oh, it could be K-Drill?
K-Drill, no? K-Drill? K-Drill. K-Drill.
K-Drill? Ah, okay. That one was easy.
Next player has played mid and jungle competitively.
It can't be the same player, I guess.
Cannot be the same player.
K-Drill.
The original...
Who plays mid and jungle? There's only K-Drill. Another clue?
The original wife buff meme is related to this player.
First wife buff.
It's Stormby.
Active player from 2011 to 2018.
Wife buff, 2018.
Time has passed now. Everyone has a wife nowadays, I feel like. Alex H?
This player was solo killed by Faker in Faker's debut game.
Oh my god.
Rhea? Fabian?
I have no clue.
This player would frequently pose with a baseball bat in promos.
Oh my god. Nothing.
He was featured in a world's music video as the main character.
Crown? I don't know. I really don't know. I will give up.
He won OGN Champion Spring 2012.
BDD? I feel like I'm supposed to know this, but I have no clue.
He's a world champion.
He's a world champion. Easy hood.
And his world skin is Jarvan.
So he played in Fnatic. Cyanide? No, what did I say? Ambition? Ambition. Ambition? Ambition? Ambition.
Ambition?
Ambition? Ambition? All right, we're doing this good.
Oh, thank you, Shakaras, for bringing us all those awesome quizzes the whole year. And it's almost like a participation award that they're getting for just getting it on the last one. However, let's move on from those historical legends to the current legends here in Europe. Mad Lions versus Fnatic, and talk about the big stories overarching. Maybe for one last time, we will see them in the playoffs. Let's start with Mad. I feel like there was a lot of flame after they lost to Rogue because, as you can see here, All-Pro 4-5, MVP, coach trouble, but they weren't able to rekindle that regular season magic so far in playoffs.
Sure, but they still showed a very competitive series against the Rogue that was on form. I think the series that we saw in that best of 5 was very high quality. And of course, when you're having so many MVPs and so many awards of the season, there's also the weight of the community looking upon you, right? Expecting you to do the unexpected. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but they're still fighting through the lower bracket.
Do we all agree it was a high quality best of 5 is the question?
It was some ups and downs. I mean, I think it was higher quality for Rogue than the series yesterday, right? At least. So I think Mad Lions, I mean, they have a lot to prove still, right? They're not obviously happy with the results either. And I think today they will come in with a lot of fire. And they obviously want to show that it's not just a meme that they have 4 out of 5 on the All-Pro, right?
Yeah, in a couple of those games, it came down to some singular late-game decision-making mistakes that hopefully they've had a week to review. On the other side, we have Fnatic, who are really riding that momentum in the lower bracket. In the mid lane, of course, for Fnatic, we've got Humanoid Treats. On the other side, we've got Niski, the team that didn't want to field him anymore in Fnatic, and now they've swapped.
Yeah, for Niski, it's definitely a redemption story, right? I think he wants to take some revenge on his old team. He was on the bench for a while. He didn't find the team. Now he's joined Mad Lions, and he looks really strong as well. He got the MVP, obviously. So I think there's a lot of grudge between Niski and his old team.
And also very quickly, Summer 2021, Mad Lions versus Fnatic, 3-1 for Mad Lions. Humanoid takes that one. I think their all-time head-to-head is 7-3 for Humanoid. So getting replaced by somebody who beat you in the finals, has the 7-3 head-to-head, has got to sting a little bit. So I'm expecting Niski to come in full gears.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for both of them, getting to Worlds was a huge priority. They've both now made that. So hopefully, Trees, does this mean that both of them can have a little bit more of a relaxed approach, and maybe they will try things they wouldn't have before? Of course, playing to the top of their level, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, Mad Lions has also seen the last series of Fnatic, right? So I think they have a lot more preparation than the enemy team, and I think that can also mean a lot. And honestly, I think that they will just come more prepared and more hungry than the previous series. I think Mad Lions is also a team that needs to be put on the spot kind of to show what they got, and I think this is obviously the best time to do it.
Let's hope so. For more on how Mad recovered from last week's loss, Lore is now standing by with their coach, Mac.
Well done.
Mac, thank you for joining me for this interview ahead of your game. Before we get into the matchup, story about this tie today, because I know that usually there's a lucky charm involved in that, so what is it about today?
There is a lucky charm. There is a lucky charm.
Right.
This one is a very special one. This is the one that Koma gave me at Worlds last year, because I gave him one at MSI, and then he came back with these 2 amazing gifts that made me feel utterly ashamed of how bad my gift was compared to his, like a handwritten letter from his wife. Like, it was really, really sweet. So this is one of the strongest ties.
Wow, Korean gifts are always the best, but yeah, channeling the Korean power, let's say, today. We'll see if it's a different story than the series you played against Rogue. Any words on what happened there?
I mean, we were all really disappointed after the series in Rogue. I think a lot of the blame should go on me for some of the drafts. I think Game 2, Game 4 drafts were a bit wonky from me, and that made it way more difficult than it needed to be. I think our meta read has developed a little bit since then, as everyone's has, right? And I think we're in a better position for today.
All right, very good to hear. And about the banter we've seen on social media from Marek's side, Niski, everyone involved. Any take on that?
I mean, it's lovely to have been kind of around long enough and played with enough really, really wonderful players to now have people that you're cheering for, even when they're playing against you, right? Like, I was really happy to see Odo do well last week, and I'm really happy to be playing against Marek today, and I think it's just going to be so much more fun because you have a relationship there, right?
Has to be special as a former coach of these players, but focusing a bit more on the matchup, Fnatic have been doing so well lately. I don't know what we can take from the series they played against Misfits, but what would you say is your understanding of the team right now?
I think Misfits didn't put up much of a fight, unfortunately. I was hoping they would give us a bit more information, you know, maybe take it to 4 games so that we could like see how Fnatic was going to draft against them on red side. Sorry, on blue side would have been nice. So I don't think that the Misfits series really gave us too much more information, to be honest with you. My read for today is that it's probably going to be one hell of a fist fight.
Close series?
I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling confident. I think it's going to be really explosive, but I think we can take it.
Banger games, that's what we want. Mac, thank you for the interview today. And Trouble, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mark and Law, and we really hope it's going to be a competitive series. If Mad Lions don't make certain mistakes that they have been doing after they gain an enormous lead in the early game. So right now, I would like to demonstrate some of these very small mistakes that they do during skirmishes that can really hinder that early game advantage that they worked so hard to get. So right here, as you can see, Mad Lions are really good at doing one thing, and one of these things is pushing every lane. So you see, we have Swain pushing top lane, we have Kalista pushing mid lane, and then we also have Gwen pushing that bot lane. Now, throughout all 3 lanes being shoved, you'll see that Elyoya and Kaiser are moving together through the jungle to get complete control to end up down the bot lane for a potential dive onto Odoamne's Ornn. Now, this right here that is happening on your map really brings down that tower dive because Armut gets a very unfavorable trade, and that Gwen does not have ultimate to get back the HP. Rogue is going to instantly re-engage on that fight, and as we'll see on the minimap, there is a TP coming in from Niski, and there's also Larsen who's roaming from the mid lane. So the 2 mid laners are super far away from the fight. Niski, who should be there with the Swain to sort of dissuade everyone and keep everyone at arm's length with his Swain ult, is super far away and hasn't landed yet. And on the other hand, as I'm putting new buttons on the telestrator, you'll see that Larsen is coming down through a flank from the river. So right now, Mad Lions are losing their jungler already. They're 1 man down. They're backing off. And by the time Niski is there, the health bars on the remaining members are way too low to continue chasing on that fight. And through that, you'll see that Lucian gets a kill. And that was a Lucian that was very starved. Ahri will get a shutdown and a second kill. And then all in all, this is where Rogue will ace Mad Lions. And this is so important because Lucian cashing in, Ahri cashing in, they were able to translate all this gold they took into victories. And I think this has been an issue for Mad Lions that has been hindering them because, again, they're one of these teams that in the early game are so good to translate that mid lane pressure into side lane pressure and advantages, and then in one mistake, they throw it all away.
It's almost like the inverse problem that we used to have where the Mad Lions weren't good at early game advantages, but they always win the team fights. Now they do get them, but then they make those little mistakes. What's your read on that? Because naturally, usually they're good at them, right?
Yeah, I do feel like Mad Lions has always been a solid late game team, and I think with the addition of Niski, they have a bit more aggression from mid lane, which leads to more plays in early game, etc. I think especially Kaiser being on range support doesn't help this cause for Mad Lions. I think he was always one of the best engagers in the league, right? And now he's playing Lulu, playing Nami. It's not really engaged champs, right? So I think that's definitely lacking for them.
Well, I like that you called up a couple of the picks already, so let's dive a little bit deeper into play styles and also the drafts we may be seeing, starting maybe with our Spanish lads in the jungle. A bit of a rivalry, of course, as they both come from Spain, but both massively important to their teams, Elyoya and Razork. And I want to start with Razork maybe because MVP performance so far for Fnatic.
I think, and I'm going to say it right here and right now, Elyoya has been having some of the best games of his entire career in this particular playoffs. The fact that the rookie is coming into a quote-unquote super team with such a star-studded roster, there were a lot of questions about experience, about shot calling. So far in this particular playoffs, he is absolutely popping off, and I think he should be in the conversation for potential MVP.
And I'm glad that you said it, of course. Elyoya also started as a rookie, right? Last time around with Mad Lions Streets, and both of them have seen a really quick rise to fame and into not necessarily easy situations, as Trouble said, a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Razork has, I think, found a lot of confidence throughout these playoffs. I think he's also a very momentum-based player, and Fnatic in general have struggled with junglers, I feel like, in general. And now that Razork has found his footing and he plays with a lot of confidence, it just boosts their early games, and his stats are just through the roof. He's finding a lot of good steals, a lot of good escapes. He's a very slippery guy. So I think in general, it just helps Fnatic to have a super solid jungler.
Definitely. We kind of know what to expect when it comes from the jungle and the jungle picks, but I'm also looking at that bot lane specifically. When we talk about doing fantastically in playoffs so far, Upset's been so good that when we asked to highlight him in stats, our stats guy Marcus said, well, I'm going to have to give you two graphics. One you're going to see right here and one you're going to see behind you, because he is shredding it, Trouble.
I think it's absolutely insane that Fnatic have found a form that suits them once again, and it is due to Upset and is due to all these insane stats that we have behind us, his insane kill participation. You know that Fnatic want to play around him, and this was the question mark we had about Fnatic come summer 2022. We're like, what kind of style they want to play? Everything they seem to try is failing. But historically and typically, Fnatic are a bot side center team, and they like to play through there. And when you have a guy that can 1v9 pop off on Xerxes, like we saw him in regular split, then fair enough, play through bot.
Yeah, Treats, of course, people can say stats are only stats, right? What's your read on how he's been doing and why he's been so valuable in the games?
I think he added a lot of flexibility in playoffs. I think during regular season he was playing just a lot of mega scalers like Zeri and Sivir. But I think now with him adding the Kalista as well and showing that he can play slightly different styles, I think that brings a lot of flexibility to Fnatic as a whole. And obviously his stats are just out of this world. I think in every late game team fight he's played very solid, good positioning, and his team always trusts him, which I think is also very important.
And I'm really excited to see and wondering how Unforgiven and Kaiser will step into this best of 5, because they've had wonderful moments, I feel like, in the summer split, and I feel like Unforgiven has really been coming into his own. There's a couple of things like a Draven or a Kalista, of course, Upset also showing the Kalista just recently, but I think it could get interesting down that bot lane and in the draft for that.
Max said that this best of 5 is going to be a fist fight. A fist fight without Lucian, Kalista, and Draven cannot be a fist fight. And of course, seeing the guy, seeing Unforgiven actually evolve and develop how much he has in Mad Lions coming in from the ERLs has been a joy. He was always talked about back then in the ERLs, this guy is insane, but now actually he gets the platform to show it. And I think there's going to be a lot of tips and tricks, if you will, treats in draft with, again, all the aggressive AD carries, but also the scalers.
Give me a crazy prediction. Is it, or is it just the usual suspects?
No, I think that in general, Mad Lions want to fist fight on bot lane. I have a prediction that I think Fnatic will just try to avoid it and just ban the Draven and Kalista themselves. I feel like they did pull out the Kalista, but I think it was a more prepared strategy, and they know that Unforgiven is a very solid Draven, right? So I personally think that they will just ban the Kalista and Draven and make it more of the Sivir, Zeri stuff and Renata in there as well. And I think, yeah, I do think that favors Fnatic a bit as well if they do that.
Anywhere else we're looking at in terms of what we should really watch? Maybe top lane? I know you had something to say about Armut specifically?
Yeah, Armut played in 4 out of 5 games in the Rogue series. He actually played carries. He played the cannons and whatnot. And then he had 1 win in the carries section and 1 win when he played on. And we talked about how Kaiser has stepped off being the engage tool, and having Armut on something like the on or something like the cannon where he could create engage himself could be a very special tool for Mad Lions in this series.
Definitely so. I think there's a lot we're going to have to look at, and I hope that they surprise us, because that could very well be the key to a best of 5 like this. I've heard good arguments. We, of course, haven't touched on everything, but I'd love to know what you will think. Who is joining us in Malmö?
I think Fnatic are coming in with the momentum of the lower bracket buff, and I think I'm going to go for Fnatic. It's going to be a 5-game fist fight, but I'm going through to Fnatic.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the 5-game prediction. I do think it will go Mad Lions' favor, though. I think that they have slightly better, like, all-around play, I would say. I think that, as you said, Troll, as well, a lot of their mistakes come from themselves and not from the team they're playing. So I think that they have cleaned up some of this and have better preparation coming into the series. So I say 3-2 for Mad Lions.
3-2 for Mad Lions for Tweets. Okay, I like it. We have 2 different ones, and only someone can get burned, I guess. Discord 3-2 Fnatic. So I think this goes along the lines of expectations. And as said already, we had blowouts kind of on day 1 and on day 2. Of course, Fnatic will have been very happy that it only took them 3 games over Misfits, right? But the expectation is that with the pressure of Worlds off, with the pressure of Malmö on, hopefully we see our highest qualitative best of 5 today.
And also for Mad, it's not the most indicative series that they saw from Fnatic. They saw 3 red sides. They haven't seen Fnatic on blue side. They saw Excel push Fnatic to 5 series, but maybe they haven't seen their ace up their sleeve. So it's going to be very spicy. Maybe game 1 will be a little bit weird, because in the best of 5 series, game 1 is a little bit more slow. You're trying to fish for your opponent, see how they're feeling, if they're on their day, right? But then as the game goes on, the Kalistas, the Draven, and all that stuff will come out.
Yeah, and hopefully the fire that we saw on Twitter from Niski and Humanoid will also translate on to the Rift. Can't wait to get into this game. So let's get into our first draft with Medi, Fedi, and GV.
Thank you very much, Chucks. I'm very excited for what is the final series before we head over to Sweden, to Malmö, which is worse Denmark, I hear. That's kind of what I've been told to say. Yeah. I'm Augustus Gullborg, and Betty is next to me. I'm looking forward to what is likely to be a 5-game thriller today.
Yeah, this will be our last game in the studio for the split. So I'm
For the
hoping for a
year.
banger. I'm hoping for a banger. We've had some pretty incredible games throughout playoffs so far. We've had some 3-0s this week, though, which goes against what we've been seeing across the world. Let's see if Mad Lions have been able to clean up some of the play. Of course, they were very close to taking down Rogue last week. We went the full distance. We went the full 5 games. And Mad came very, very close to being able to secure a spot in Malmö. But that's what these two teams are fighting for today. That final spot in Malmö. A potential opportunity to fight G2 in the finals. We're getting ready for our first draft of the day. So without further ado, let's play the music.
And of course, not just the final spot in Malmö on the line, but a possibility of going straight to groups at Worlds. If you manage to win this series, then win the next one up against Rogue, you are into the group stage alongside G2 as one of your representatives. But that is still far away on the horizon. Today, we have a best-of-5 to see who makes it to the LEC finals weekend. Mad Lions going to remove Azir on the blue side here. We have seen that priority jump a huge amount over the last couple of days, and Draven taken away by Fnatic.
Yeah, what's curious about that is the fact that Niski haven't actually played that Azir yet, so you've seen Mad Lions, even before the Azir was banned on blue side, be banned away from their side. Another thing is these AD carries coming out, and actually it's just Fnatic who's straight up banning not only the Draven, but the Kalista too, which I think is very interesting. Upset, of course, has shown a lot more priority on the champions like the Seri, like the Twitch, or even Silver, while on the side of Unforgiven, he's been willing to push out the Lucian, the Dravens, and the Kalistas.
Okay, so everything is gone. Sivir, Zeri, Draven,
Lucian.
Kalista. The question is, will we see the Lucian removed? Because I think that Fnatic can take the gamble and say, you know what, Mad Lions, we don't think that you will first pick it. Of course, it's a dangerous gamble because when you look at Unforgiven so far in playoffs, 3 Lucian games, 2 Kalista games. So you feel that if you do leave that AD carry open, he is very likely to grab it for himself. And let's see if he does it. The Talia will be removed, taken away from Niski, one of his go-to throughout the regular season and during playoffs. But it's going to be the Poppy, which means that Elyoya, making sure that he has that early game agency, wouldn't be surprised to see the Lucian and the Trundle immediately responded by Fnatic.
Yeah, that should also mean that Mad Lions have a respond to that exact rotation, because I do believe you're right. I think going for the Trundle and the Lucian here would be absolutely excellent. Yumi's still available as well. The main problem for that is that a lot of her facilitating AD carries have kind of been removed, right? Seri no longer there, Siva no longer there, and because of that, the Lucian Nami should just rise in priority.
Of course, Fnatic, they have a lot of freedom here. They don't necessarily need to lock in either the Nami or the Trundle now if they don't want to. If there is a priority mid laner that they want to get their hands on, that is a solid option for them as well. But you have to make sure that you do get one or the other, and it looks like Trundle will be the direction they go in. So nothing too surprising coming out from the draft. The big question is, what do Mad do now? Will they look to lock in a strong top side? No, they're going to go straight for the Mila.
Okay.
Wow, okay, so they have been doing some prep. I feel like that there were some scrims versus XL perhaps.
I mean, Fnatic have some experience playing against it as well, of course.
That's very true.
Fell foul to Patrick's Mila in the first series last week against XL.
And this was the exact lane they played with against the two, right? They had the Lucian Nami into the Neela, and of course in laning phase that's going to look pretty good for Offset and Hillisang, but when you move towards that late game, that's where you really want to see the powers come through from Unforgiven. Usually Trundle is one of these annoying junglers to have to play against as an AD carry. When you're immobile, Neela of course can dash to her own ally champions or minions of course. I think she'll be having a safe time down there at least.
The important thing to recognize right now is that Mad Lions won't be able to get that push early on in the bot lane 2 versus 2. So let's see if they can get it elsewhere. The question is, what direction will Fnatic go in terms of their top side? I was going to mention Ornn, but that's immediately banned away from the side of Mad Lions, rather. So things like Gwen are going to lower down in priority. Sejuani, of course, still up and available. Neither team has decided to lock it in. Other teams have chosen to put a high priority on that champion, but Both these sides wanting to lock in their jungle and bot side of the map.
I mean, neither of them have played the Sejuani so far during playoffs either, so it would be something new for them to bring out. There's the Aatrox banned away by Fnatic.
Does suggest a Renekton blind from the side of Fnatic. That is something that we saw a lot yesterday when G2 played in their series against Rogue. Choosing to blind the Renekton, you can typically use Aatrox as an answer while it can struggle in the early laning phase. But now how will Mad Lions? They're going to remove Humanoid's LeBlanc. Does make a lot of sense when you have a strong pushing mid laner paired up with the Trundle. Makes it very easy to play to the bot side of the map. Mad Lions want to try and mitigate that early prio from Fnatic.
And while it quite often could make more sense to save that counter pick for the mid lane instead, I feel like, as you said there, I don't actually know if I agree with the Renekton blind pick coming through. It creates a very melee composition coming through. It'll give you a lane to play for through in the top side, but nonetheless, it's coming out for Fnatic. I feel like a champion like Ahri in the mid lane is still something that'll be really good skirmishing with, specifically when you have such a short range composition.
Okay.
But no, Mad Lion, Screaming XL, you're talking something about there.
Let's go. Nocturne mid lane alongside the Cannon. Cannon Nocturne is something we saw from LNG earlier in the day. It's been popularized over in the LPL. Here in Europe, we have kind of taken some inspiration from them and looked to emulate it ourselves. Let's see if the Mad Lions can make it work. One of the problems with XL's comp when running it is Nocturne will fall off the later into the game.
You literally just called them XL, man.
The problem with Mad Lions... No, hang on.
It is the comp XL
The
man
problem
as well.
with XL's comp was that they fell off later into the game. The difference with this one is that they're running Neela plus Yuumi in the bot side of the map.
Okay.
Mommy and Daddy are fighting, please. I don't want to be in the middle between this.
It's just, he gets so excited when Nocturne mid comes out. Sometimes you have to watch him, you know? It's a little bit over the top, but
well, I was here the last time.
Final pick for Fnatic Final pick for Fnatic is that Victor being locked in the mid lane. You talked a little bit about the short range of the Fnatic comp, but if you look on the other side, Mad Lions very short range as well, so it's not like we're going to have one of those traditional range wars that we saw a little bit yesterday.
No, but what is really easy for Mad Lions to do when you have that Nocturne, I'm sure Betty will get into it more as we get into that game, is the fact when he activates that Paranoia, if you have a short range composition, that's difficult to play in. When you have a cannon that can come for the flank and no longer the enemy team can keep track of them because of that Paranoia, that's going to be hard to be hard to deal with. So I think for this Nocturne, there's a lot of ways that it's going to be succeeding in this game.
That's all on the line for Mad Lions and Fnatic here. Fnatic felt the sting of Neela earlier in playoffs last week here. Mad Lions trying to hit them with that same poison once again. The expectation is that these two teams will be very closely matched. Obviously, we've only seen 5 games from Mad Lions so far. XL have had, Fnatic have had a little bit more time to settle into playoffs, and they've definitely done that. Let's see if they can continue their form today as they take on Mad Lions. Let's get down and dirty with it. Mad Lions versus Fnatic. Expect a bloodbath. Expect action across the rift. Humanoid already picked up a Void Staff. That's the quickest one I've ever seen. Absolutely smurfing.
Coming out of base with a Void Staff. That's a good pickup. Choosing not to run the teleport. One thing you've got to remember is that using teleport when the Paranoia is down is a lot harder. It's one of those things, I'm always the Nocturne player, so I don't know if people can TP or not, so I'm never confident enough to say it. I'm just like, it's hard.
But you can't see the wards, so you can't TP.
But like, for example, like Shen ult, I'm pretty sure doesn't work when Nocturne ultimate is activated. So I've always wondered if TP was the same, because I always play the Nocturne, I never know.
I feel like it is the same, as in you can't TP to something you can't see, because you can't see the wards, but we will hedge our bets so that we get both the tweets from, I can't believe they don't know this, and I can't believe they're wrong. Okay?
One on each side, I like it, keeping it simple.
Early ward coming down from the Mad Lions. Nothing too surprising. Niski going to use the Q to get a bit of extra movement speed, and Ryzok just going to be annoying. Trundle, really good matchup into Nocturne, for those that don't know. Mainly because Trundle very good into melee bruiser, really. And Nocturne does fit into that wheelhouse. He will be running the door and shield. Often, early iterations of Nocturne would see the corrupting pot so that you'd have enough sustain to be able to fast push waves. But due to the nerf to his passive, even though it did get a little bit of a buff back, his wave clear is just much weaker compared to what it used to be. So deciding to go for a little bit more defensive rather than wanting to perma, just push, spam, and push the wave and then look for roams.
Yeah, I feel like it's level 6 where he really starts coming through with that roam as well. And I feel like going down towards the bot lane and top side, there's avenue in both of them if you want to. Down towards the bot lane as well. Of course, once again, the Lucian Nami into Neela should be the team getting priority. Not only just get priority, you should be harassing the opponents just a little bit due to the fact that Neela's range, it's very short. She needs to activate a Q really to get that extra range as well, of course, coming through, and that just makes the first wave really difficult to play on. So I feel like when you're playing against Anila, that first wave you're playing on, that's really where you have to get aggressive. But when you're playing against the Yuumi, even if you win the trades, unfortunately, the cat will just heal it up.
Yeah, especially with Nila's passive as well. Any healing that she receives, she gets an extra 7.5% bonus on top of that, which is why Nila can be so difficult to deal with later on in the game, unless you like stack grievous wounds on her or you CC her long enough to burst her before she can get those healing windows down. For the moment, though, we see Mad pushing in the top lane, mid lane Prio, and bot lane Prio going over to Fnatic. Neither jungler making a foray into the enemy side, but you can actually see Elyoya only done 3 camps thus far. He's going to back, then go up towards his top side, and Razork is having a cheeky peek to see if he can spot anything.
So I think the reason why Elyoya is down here, because for a lot of the games, if you have a lane that has Prio, like the Lucian or like the Kalista, where you can stack up a wave and look for a dive, Elyoya is trying to be there preemptively. Now knowing that he was not on the bot side, Armor should get an indicator he's top, and well, he knows now.
Flash away by Armor, wrong side of the pillar there. Razork's looking for the chase, flash forward, has that lethal tempo as well with the red buff sticking in. Ruthless Predator enough, and Wonder culls the Meek in the top lane.
Yeah, and it's just like that. Great pathing there from Razork, just saying, you know what, I'm going to start top, I'm going to take my bot, and I'm going to be up in the top lane again. So Ahmed expected he would have the time to crash that wave, back up, and farm safely. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and now with top lane priority, how much can Razork get out of this? Mid lane is backing as well as Niski. He does not have any mana. But with no smite available, Razork's just going to back off here.
And Razork has really put on a wonder class for Fnatic since week 8. He really became the carry of this team's early game. You can see 80% kill participation at the 14-minute mark. Huge gold leads as well through the jungle. And even in the games they lose, often he gets them off to an early start.
I mean, I was so excited for this jungle matchup coming into the day. Like, coming into playoffs, I wouldn't believe that, you know, Razork would step up to this level where I felt like against Elyoya, this might be some of the 2 best junglers that we have as well, at least from what we've seen in playoffs. So I've been incredibly excited to see them start out the day, and Razork definitely striking first with that first block.
I like the way in which Razork has just kind of taken more agency in the game. Often one of the conversations that existed around him was that he was kind of being led around, being told what to do by more of the experienced players on Fnatic, but it feels like he's found his style, found his groove, and he's just doing what feels good for him. That gank top, a little bit unexpected, I think, from the side of Mad Lions, but it worked out very nicely. Level 4 now, moving into mid, helping Humanoid get that push. And now he's working with Hillisang to get a bit of deep vision, maybe even steal away some camps from Elyoya.
But I think important to remember that Fnatic is the team that needs to be aggressive here in the early game, specifically when the top lane has just gone the way it's done now, because you have a mid lane pushing in, you have a bot lane pushing in, you have a top lane pushing in. For Razork, he gets a lot of potential resources or time to just go into counter jungle. You need to put Elyoya as far back as you can, and specifically when you hit that level 6, when you can put the resistance away, that's where you could look to go aggressive. And even with Fnatic's vision down towards the bot side, they spot the early productivity coming out from Elyoya here.
The way he pushed in, Elyoya had a path through those bot lane bushes, but double wards means that he's not going to be able to sneak in at all. There's also a control ward up towards where the top side of his red buff, meaning that spots him out as he roams through his jungle. And Fnatic have actually a really strong ward line. You can see one at the entry towards the blue buff, one up towards the top lane, one there at the red buff line, and there's really actually only one route that Elyoya can take to get into the river unspotted.
Yeah, there was a lot of takeaways after the series against Excel, but one I still had where Fnatic was advantageous in was the vision control every time. It really set them up for success, and I think you can see it once again. Let's see if the recall comes through so he can spot him before he gets back, then he does.
He gets the knockback down, Forgiven on the chase. Not really too much hard CC left on Mad Lions after Elyoya uses that charge forwards, and Razork is able just to walk away. Stops the recall from Elyoya, so it's about a 10-second delay on where Elyoya wanted to go on the map.
Good use of the pillar there from Razork. Actually throws it towards Unforgiven. Recognizes that Kaiser and him could actually lock him down. Chooses not to go for that. But now that he has information on where Elyoya is, he gets to move up towards that top crab, and this will be another one going in Fnatic's back pocket. They've been able to secure every single crab so far this game. Elyoya, though, still a little bit ahead in CS, but Razork, he should be able to get level 5 off of this, and that he will. Now he's looking to invade. He has the push in mid with Humanoid getting level 6. Wonder also
Niski's
level 6.
First, though, so he can react first. Paranoia coming out as Niski looks for the fight here. Elyoya trying to put the damage down, picks the buckler up for a little bit of a shield. The fear going down onto Razork as well. Slicing Maelstrom just short. The pillar was perfectly placed. Armor wasn't able to get into the fight, but already Mad Lions have got 1 kill out of it. Armor chased off with the Chaos Storm. It's going to be 2 for 1 in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, that's great stuff from Fnatic there. They come in with a proactive play with Humanoid having the prior in mid. Yes, he's later than the Nocturne, but he's able to join the fight afterwards and actually set Medic at 2 for 1. That now sets up Fnatic greatly for the coming objectives that we're going to be having in just 1 minute, with Herald respawning and, of course, Drake Ori being on the map.
The the response there from Mad was just so swift and a really good... initially, the play looked very promising for them, especially the use of the Paranoia from Niski. But again, another great pillar from Razork makes the fight that much more awkward for Armut to really get involved. And you can see here, the idea from Fnatic is solid. They have levels, but again, this Paranoia is able to come around. Armut trying to get in from behind. But then watch this pillar here. Look at how it splits off Armut and it just cuts off the ultimate away so that it doesn't actually get the damage down. Wonder stays just out of range, and now he's full health. Humanoid commits both his summoner spells, and with Elgoya being forced to disengage from the fight, Fnatic actually end up coming out on top.
Yeah, and Armut obviously no flash from that initial play towards the top side meant he couldn't flash past the pillar to get in with that slicing maelstrom and actually lock up Fnatic. 2,000 gold lead now for Fnatic as they look to continue to accelerate this game away from Mad Lions.
Yeah, and just looking at the map now, like when Razork is done with his bot side here, we should just see like slow push coming in mid, slow push coming in through bot, and then he should just start off the Drake for himself. Afterwards, you can rotate your pieces up towards the top side of the map, and then just continue with the pressure that you have here. You just want to accelerate this early game as much as you can from the side of Fnatic.
And the good news as well, small note for humanoids, the 100 stacks that you need in order to upgrade one of your skills. Because he gets that early kill, you get further accelerated, and now that he has the upgraded laser, he's going to be able to contest this mid wave that much easier. You can just one-shot the casters, and you should have much more push, which just gives Fnatic ultimately more control. Elgoya, his presence not really being felt on the map just yet compared to Razork. The early vision control from Fnatic has been stellar, but now they're looking for the fight.
Down towards the bottom side, final chapter coming out. There's the root going down as they look for Hylissang. Knocked back with the heroic charge. Elgoya look for the chase with the flash away by Hylissang. Upset down to about half HP. The heal coming out onto Unforgiven means that he's a little bit healthier than he was a second ago. Razork still looking for a little bit more, but the Subjugate's not going to do too much here.
Pretty well played there by the Fnatic bot lane. Very patient. Niski has his eyes. Oh, hang on a second. No, it's Humanoid. Going aggressive onto Niski there. He does have the level advantage. Going to force him back. Renekton on the way down as well. Looks like he was spotted on that ward by the Herald. Niski's just going to be forced to play defensively. He's aware that the threat of a dive is very real.
No. He's got no spell shield as well because he used it on that Chaos Storm. Wonder Blast cones forward. Niski, where you gonna go? No flash, Paranoia, an option spell shield comes up, but he's still stunned, and Niski will fall underneath the tower. Gravity well used. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? There we are, Wonder takes it.
And once again, it's these 3 prio lanes you have. It makes the early game so easy for Fnatic to play. Top lane, well, I'm just going to move down after pushing in my wave. Now Wonder can move up towards top and collect what he missed. Gonna miss it a little bit of it, but it's still a great play coming through from Fnatic.
Well, again, look at Elgoya. Sorry, I mean, Razork, if you look at him on the minimap, you can see him stealing away the blue buff. He just seems to have Elgoya's number in this game. Use of the early vision, the way in which they're playing around it, the cross map is good. And Elgoya's doing what he can here, trying to punish the Fnatic bot lane. We recognize the jungler's top side. Upset and Hylissang, they're not really too afraid of this. They still have a 20 CS lead. And you can see all these wards littered around the bot side of the map. No TP available for Wonder. Haven't hit that 14-minute mark yet either. So I think they're feeling pretty confident in their aggression.
But the issue as well for Mad here is they lost a blue buff, they lost a kill in the mid lane, and they're losing a Rift Herald, and they've only been able to take 1 plate out of this. Now the TP is going to come down towards the bottom side. Niski's going to try and join this. Does have that Paranoia, and it looks like they're going to go for a little bit of a dive. No matter on Upset or Hylissang, as Unforgiven can step forward. Apotheosis up in 1 second. They go in. Niski's the one to tank it. The Fear coming out. Unforgiven actually tanked the tower instead. He has to flash away, but they're going to get 2 out of this. Hylissang taken out by Elgoya. Niski! Oh! As close as you can be, Niski walks out alive.
And a great dive by Mad Lions. You can see Fnatic, they had the reaction to it. Humanoid was around, but the way the play was orchestrated by Mad Lions with Elgoya popping him away, and Niski following through with the Paranoia was great. Now top side.
Yeah, where's Armut going to go? He's already used the flash underneath the tower. Razork can tank it. Subjugate makes him pretty darn beefy at the moment, and that is another kill over to Wonder in the top lane. 4-0-1 on the cross.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at this top side right now for Fnatic. They've been involved in every single kill in the early game. Let's have a look back at this dive. The moment Humanoid shows up, it's a very difficult dive to make. So why not just get rid of him? Elgoya yeets him out of the fight, and then they're able to make the dive happen. Unfortunately for Mad, Unforgiven is the one to initially tank the tower, but it ends up working out cleanly as Niski gets away with a slither of HP. But the problem for Mad is immediately on the cross map, it is Fnatic that ends up getting something back, and they're able to secure another plate in the top side. They get another kill onto Wonder, but now another fight kicked off in bot lane.
Final chapter going down. Humanoid trying to get away from this one. Does still have the flash. No summoners on the Mad bot lane, mean that they'll just take that summoner away from Humanoid.
And that's one of the times where it's unfortunate that Unforgiven no longer has that flash, of course, when he had to tank up that turret, because there was an opportunity to go there, but with Humanoid stabilizing the play, and once again mid lane prio, Razork starting up the objective, it's still looking good. And the big thing is here for Fnatic that they still have that Rift Herald in their inventory, so it's really on them to make the next play coming up.
Let's see what they decide to do, where they decide to invest in that Rift Herald, see if they can get some plates. 2 minutes still before those fall off. Let's have a look at where we are sitting in terms of total gold. I expect Wonder's going to be quite near the top of this list. He tops it by about 900 gold. You can see Humanoid and Razork following up close behind. Niski has very much been shut out of this game, still only at 4,000 gold on that mid laner. You can see he's 30 CS down, as well as Kaiser is caught down towards the bottom side. Can't get away, can't remount. Kaiser will be taken down by Upset. Unforgiven walks away.
I actually believe that Razork caught Kaiser mid air while he was trying to latch onto Unforgiven when he was getting away from the turret, and because he was disrupted, well, couldn't get on towards him afterwards. So great play from Razork there, and Fnatic, they equalize immediately. Once again, remember, Rift Herald's still active, and you could just bust open the mid lane here if you want to.
Looks like that's what he's going to do. Razork sitting towards that mid lane. Armut feels the pain of a Blade of the Ruined King.
It's just on a scratch.
Yeah, just a tiny scratch on his back. But Razork has been everywhere. We've talked a lot about him. I'm sure you're all like, oh, Razork this, Razork that. He's just here to spam with chat. But actually, he's the guy you have to watch. He's been involved in every single kill for Fnatic so far. He's had total control of the jungle. The Rift Herald gets another charge in as well in the mid lane. And Fnatic very much in control of this game. 5,000 gold their lead at the 13-minute mark. As Wonder, he just dives him under the tower. The Slicing Mouse comes out. Armor is able to survive for the moment, but Wonder can look for a redive. Has the flash, forces Armor away.
Yeah, Wonder is just dominating in this matchup now. Once you invest this much gold into the Renekton, there are very few champions that can go toe-to-toe, especially a Kennen so squishy in the early game. No major item completed, but Razork has been absolutely dominant in this early game.
And Luna still has the flash here, but that Subjugate is ticking away on him. Final chapter used as well. Razork caught up in it, but look how tanky he is on the Trundle. Niski now going to get chased towards the top side. Dito Temple coming out as well. And Niski, where are you going to go, my man? Humanoid's still on the chase with the Siphon Power movement speed buff. Has to force Niski to flash that wall. Now Razork's looking for more as he comes down towards the bottom lane. Unforgiven, able to dodge away, can just dash to a minion, and he does exactly that.
But I love the proactivity, and that's what we expected coming into this series. These are some of the two teams that like to play aggressive in the early game, and Fnatic, they are just the one demolishing, running with it right now. Humanoid, having shoved in that mid lane, can just pay Armut a visit. He might not die, but they get another turret for sure. Armut
caught up in the gravity field, is stunned. Ruthless Predator can follow it up. Double stun is enough. No escape for Armut. He went for the Sork Boots as well for that extra magic damage because he's the only magic damage on his team. And that is biting him. Merc Treads maybe would have been enough to get him out of that CC.
Yes, but Fnatic are running amok in this early game, and they are running around with Mad Lions as well, not allowing them to get a single thing in this game. Close to the 15-minute mark. You just take a look at the gold lead. 22k to the 29. It's looking good for the boys in orange.
I mean, Fnatic continue their early game dominance, similar to what we saw from them at the beginning of this week. And Fnatic looking to make that run to Malmö. Last year, it was an incredible lower bracket run. They started literally from the very first round, and they were able to go 3-2, 3-2, 3-2 into a 3-0 versus Rogue, but they ended up losing to Mad in the finals. And these two organizations don't often meet in the best of fives. Obviously, Mad is a fairly new organization, but historically, there's not a lot of history between the two of them. It wasn't until last year that we really saw Mad versus Fnatic, and it was Mad that actually ended up shutting them down. And of course, what's crazy about back then is the mid laners were swapped. Yep. It was Niski that was sitting on Fnatic, and it was Humanoid on the side of Mad. Back then, Humanoid was considered the best mid in the league, and Niski, after his return, wanted to prove, especially after the regular season, after a very incredible season from him, and after a bit of a slump from Humanoid, I think both mid laners still feel like that there's a lot for them to prove as they go head-to-head once more.
But just in general, you say that, right? Regular season into playoffs as well. Just diluting that into what we have currently here. Fnatic has just completely ramped up into playoff form, and you can see it in this game as well. Second Rift Tower is going to be spawning in 20 seconds, and before that, Fnatic are just forcing them away from their turrets. Now they're coming in with a wave. Wonder is around. They can't just continue the siege.
Wonder's just going for it. Pops the Dominus, caught out with the steadfast presence. Is able to dash away, but Niski's behind him. This is going to be a huge shutdown. Who's going to get it on Mad Lions? It's Niski. Give some gold to the Nocturne. See perhaps if he can do something special. Paranoia going forward as Mad Lions look for more. Apotheosis catches onto 3. Lucian trying to flash away as Upset is able to escape. The chase continues for Niski, but now he's not got a Yuumi on his shoulders, and the Keeper's verdict only finds one person guilty. Niski tries to turn it back around, but Upset finds the double with a double shot, and that is enough for Fnatic to advance once again.
A flash on the back of Niski would have been enough, but a good bubble from Hylissang protects his AD carry, and now Fnatic have their eyes set on another kill as Elyoya drops, the tower drops, and Fnatic walk away the victors.
And that's the thing with Nami. You think Lucian is the only problem when someone gets that E on them? No, there's still an Imperial Mandate. You still have the electrocute, and you can see the amount of burst that's able to come out when he's paired up with Humanoid too. And what a great fight for Fnatic to go into the replay once again. It starts out with Razork coming around the corner to force them away for the turret. And even then, it's not just about pushing the wave forward, it's about pushing the enemy back so you can continue the siege. Now, this might be a little bit of an overstep.
Yeah, it was it. This is what it was. Good steadfast presence there from Aljoya, and Niski comes in from the flank. You can see the idea. I think if Wonder was just threatening the collapse, it would have made taking this tower a lot easier. But with his death, it's a window for Mad to be able to force a fight. Unfortunately for them, a really great ultimate comes out from Unforgiven, but he ends up dropping because he doesn't have the HP bar to stay in the fight. Humanoid then gets yeeted out, and you still think that it's possible. You can see a good idea there from Niski as he tries to overbait, but Upset, he doesn't fall for it. Keeps at arm's length, and then Humanoid comes in and says, hey, you know what? This is like an easy kill for me. I'm a little surprised that Armor chose not to ult Hilly there, but I guess they decided they wanted to disengage from the fight, and Humanoid saw the window, was able to take it.
A smile on Upset's face as he continues his strong run of form through playoffs. Sitting at 3-1-0 here on the Lucian. Lucian Army, not something that too commonly in Europe has a very strong laning phase, but Fnatic have made it work for them in this game. Wonder trying to match up against two down towards the bottom side as Armor and Niski push in, but it's going to be second Rift Herald of the game for Fnatic. They got the second Dragon of the game as well with the Cloud and the Hextech, and they have a 9,000 gold lead at the 18-minute mark. I think they're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, now with two solo lane are spotted on the bot side, Razork and Humanoid are just going to move up towards the top side, can potentially just deploy the Rift Herald immediately and start the siege up for themselves. Unforgiven off, well, Shelly goes on a little bit of a walkabout here.
Just wanted to go home, man.
Ultimate drop from Niski, the TP is coming in.
And Yoya's low though, Paranoia on towards the backline. Humanoid there, there's a slicing Maelstrom as a possibility for Armor. They get onto Humanoid, the final chapter's gonna lock him up in spot as well. One shut down over to Mad Lions, but Niski's gonna pay for it with his life. Wonder as well just came in behind them, just walked around them it seems. No TP burnt by him. As Fnatic continue the chase forward, Apotheosis more like an antithesis there for Mad Lions. Fnatic push in with the Rift Herald, it's gonna get another charge, and this should be an inhibitor at least.
A sub 20-minute inhibitor. The question is, will they look to end the game
it's
here?
Still 15
they
seconds.
Still have 4 members alive. They still have Shelly alive here.
Surely not. Surely not. 60 HP continuing
right now. Armor just auto it once. No dancing Shelly for you, but the second Nexus Tower is going to fall in sub 20 minutes. Fnatic are pounding on the Nexus. An absolute shellacking and demolition. Upset dodging this to the side as much as he can, but the Nexus will fall in 19 minutes and 35 seconds. Fnatic just dismantle Mad Lions.
That's just impression. Fastest game of playoffs coming through here for Fnatic, and against Mad Lions of none others. Fnatic, they found a lead in the early game and they just never let that go. Quite often we see a few teams get a bit too overexcited, start overextending their welcome, but not Fnatic this time around. The only instance was Wonder. What a clean game from them.
I mean, it all started with Razork once again. Yeah. His gank into the top lane and the way in which they further enabled that, and how he completely mitigated anything that Aljoya tried to do in the early game. It was really just a jungle masterclass once again from Razork as he continues his playoff form.
Fastest game of the split. Sub 20, like, it's the durability patch. Everyone plays like later game scaling that you see Sivir, Zeri, everyone's like 5v5.
What durability patch?
Let's go. 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Fnatic, it was just an absolute domination. Yeah. And now for Mad Lions, it's like, well, what do we do from here? You know, we tried out this Neela Yuumi lane. It didn't work for us. Do we just go back to traditional AD carries?
I really think that so much of this game was decided by Razork on that Trundle and what he was able to do with it. How... I don't even think that the comp was the problem. I wouldn't sit there and say that like they lost in draft. Mad just kind of got outplayed. Like remember the jungle fight up towards the top side with the Nocturne ultimate, the Armor losing his flash. There are a lot of question marks for Mad to go back and address. I don't think they're going to take too much away from this game, but the only thing you have to take away is that Fnatic look damn good.
Yeah, they definitely do. Mad Lions taking away an L, whereas Fnatic take away a W. We're going to be right back after this short break. Let's see if Mad Lions can even out the score.
Mad Irons without the L.
It's like just a helium atom around.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
the desire to see and experience more. It's in our nature to seek a wider perspective. Innovation that broadens your horizons. The all-new Sportage.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Fun fact, we were actually supposed to have this segment before the break, but it went so incredibly fast that we just weren't ready with the graphics and everything. Because even though that looks very much in Fnatic's favor, I think they really pressed the gas down to finish that game so quickly. Let's take a look at the draft as our indicator of how this series might evolve. And I certainly do hope for Matt that it evolves from this place. And you had both had an interesting observation in terms of where the inspiration may have come from
Well,
Matt.
first of all, big props, because you mentioned Kalista Draven banned.
Yep.
It was, but in response, Sivir and Zero were banned. So they're like, if you're going to take out our early game AD carries, we're going to take away your scalers. And didn't work that well for Mad Lions.
No.
No, and I also think in general that when all of these S-tier picks are down, right, the early game, the scalers, etc., we start to see the Lucian Nami again for Fnatic. We see the Nila for Mad Lions. I think you're going a bit deeper into the pool, and That's why I also thought for Fnatic, I think that's a bit better, right? You don't have to have this explosiveness on bot side. You can play through top lane. Wunder on the Renekton was a key champion in this game to snowball it really fast for Fnatic.
It's in fact something you called specifically in Ready Check, you two. But then you also said, I recognize some of these elements in terms of what Mad Lions maybe based their draft on.
All right, so we know that Mad and Excel like to play pretty much the same game. Shove mid, go into side lanes. Same thing that Nuktak does, Nisqy does as well. So Fnatic are like, you know what, Mad were like, you know what, Excel pushed Fnatic to 5 games, why don't we copy their homework but don't make it obvious? We'll take 2 elements from their game 1 and then we'll take 2 elements from their game 3 and then combine them together. But as you can see, Excel made sure they have priority in other lanes with these picks. And unfortunately, mixing the 2 together for Mad did not really work because they only ended up with what, Tritz? 1 lane of prior?
Yeah, I think the cannon is the only lane of prior and it got really shut down by Elyoya and by Wunder and by Razork. Razork had another super good game, right? And I think in general, when you have such a melee range comp with 1 lane of prio and you fall behind, it's looking really rough.
It was so rough, and let's take a look at how rough that top lane exactly looked. We've talked about the fact that Fnatic, yes, bot-centric team, rather, but they've also shown that they can and like to play towards Wunder at times. Now, it was a horrible time for Armut, right?
I feel like Fnatic are a multi-threat team. They have 3 lanes to carry. If they want to play through bot, they do it. If you want to play through mid, they do it. But Wunder stepped up big time onto the Renekton. We usually talk about his Gragas, but all they need to do, like Treat said, was shut down that 1 lane of prior, and then they took over the jungle. Also, Razork making sure that he's there in time to shut that down in the early game. Wunder snowball.
Yeah, and also Nisqy on the Nocturne, right? He wants to make successful plays in early game, and when he doesn't really get any successful plays, he doesn't really have a job, right? He's just sitting, getting pushed in by Victor the entire game, getting dove by Wunder, getting dove by Razork. Like, this Nocturne didn't have a job in this game, and I think that really hurt Mad Lions, because as we said before as well, when Nisqy is unleashed on the map and can make plays, that's when Mad Lions shine.
Yeah, maybe doesn't seem like the right fit necessarily for him, but this is a game 1, so adaptations can be made. What do you make of perhaps the top lane being an issue for Mad Lions going forward? When you look at kind of the pool, of course, Gwen has been played by Armut. His Gnar is, of course, a famous pick by him, but the cannon was something that was tunneled on also in the Rogue series.
I mean, I think it's time to sound the horn for Armut here. I
yes!
think you call in the horn and you just pop the ult in team fights and you look strong. I think Mad Lions, they're a team that really needs some engaged tools and really need this like clear way of winning team fights, and I think Armut on the cannon just wasn't it in the game 1 here.
Well, since sorry, go ahead.
No, I really like that, and I also wanted to throw into the mix potentially something like a Sejuani. It's a really easy way to tank the front lane and just engage fights.
Because something has to give, right? Let's take a look at the final fight that then, you know, made the next explode.
Final
fight? We missed it, we were running
Final
over.
fight, 18 minutes, and I was putting my shoes on to try and run to get here.
Exactly, so what is it that makes this go from bad to worse or from good to great for Fnatic?
I feel like there's just no damage coming in from Mad. You see that Elyoya is already poked down to like, what, 20% HP. He's supposed to be your frontline on the Poppy, and that cannon goes into only 1 person. That's very little damage. Wunder on this Renekton has snowballed out of control. He's 2 to 3 levels up his opponents, so he's able to decimate the backline.
Yeah, Mad Lions only have melee range damage, and Wunder is just sitting on top of them, dealing more DPS than the entire Mad like lineup on himself. So I think after these kills and they have the Herald, I think this charge on the Nexus Tower was quite unfortunate for Mad. If someone could have just hit it 1 more time, that would have been great, but after this it was just game over, right?
And funnily enough, it was so focused around top lane because some of the pre-game banter on Twitter also centered around top lane. More specifically, Armut and Wunder. We're going to take a look in just a second. Armut saying, yes, it's going to be a quick day for you. Wunder, you can go back to WoW. And then Wunder being like, no, it'll be you. I think Wunder gets the better end of the stick.
I was about to say, I think Wunder's going to send himself to play World of Warcraft real quickly, since there's a new expansion and everything, because he was playing absolutely out of his mind. And yes, you can argue that it was just 1 gank, but the fact that he takes over the entire lane/game through 1 gank from Razork speaks miles for this guy.
It's a bit of a gap. What does Mad have to do? They are staying on the blue side, Treats.
Yeah, and I think we can't put Armut down too much. He also got really outplayed in terms of pathing by Razork as well, right? He didn't really make like a game-defining mistake or anything. He just got kind of bullied by Fnatic. So I think in general, I just want to see Armut on a tank for next one. Try to have some more aggressive options on bot side as well for Mad Lions, I would say. I think that would help them a lot.
And I guess, you know, what we have sung their praise in the past being the support mid-jungle roaming. Do they need to set them up a bit more for success there? Because Elyoya, I mean, I could barely see him in this game because Razork was playing so well.
Yeah, and I think just having some fighting potential mid lane as well. Like, Nocturne is not the greatest fighter in mid lane, right? I think I would like to see something like the Talia, like the Sylas for Niski, where he can really make some plays around mid lane.
I think that's the thing that hurt them the most. The
Yeah.
fact that Niski in the mid lane did not have any of that priority to give the mid jungle duo the potential for the roams, for the skirmishes, for the 2 versus 2. As Talia is banned, I'm expecting to see at least something like a Sylas, even maybe something like a Twisted Fate to come out to assist with the side lanes.
Oh, the forbidden Twisted Fate.
For Mad this time.
For Mad this time. Treats, when we look at it from Fnatic's perspective, they are now in a situation where they're kind of in a very comfortable couch when it comes to drafting, right? What are the elements that have gone in their favor because of the draft that they picked in game 1 and the fact that they won it?
I think the biggest win for Fnatic must be their top side in this game. I think that they had a clear plan with the Renekton right and with the Trundle just hammering home the top side advantage. And if it works in every game and Wunder can get this type of lead in every game, then I think it will be a very easy series for Fnatic. Obviously, Mad Lions will adapt, right? They won't just go for the same strat over and over. They will have an answer to this if the Renekton is coming out from Wunder again. So I'd like to see the response from Mad Lions, and I think that they just want to make the top side a bit more calm, I think, and try to play more on the bot side.
And since we talked a lot about fist fighting towards the bot side of the map, I just want to remind everyone that Excel caused some damage to Fnatic with the Nilla, where Fnatic banned it in all other 4 games after game 1. Right here, they managed to beat it very convincingly, so you do save yourself that 1 ban, and you can keep the same rotation of bans, because it's worked for you. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and for Matt, I think it's going to be like, okay, should we now drop a Sivir over Zeri ban, try to get it for ourselves, and what is that going to cascade into on the other side? We'll see. Fnatic, they kept their win streak alive and now strike first in this best of 5. How does the Mad Lions bounce back? Let's send it over to the casters for game 2.
Thank you very much, Shox. We are here for game 2, and what a quick day it's shaping up to be. I had a quick look, and I can't give exact numbers, but that game is probably the 2nd or the 3rd fastest ever in the history of the LEC. Ever.
Not bad.
Pretty good. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
Not bad. Decent.
Slightly quick.
Some would
It's
say.
all right, mate. Isn't it?
It's all right.
Yeah. So what do Mad do? How do you change things? Do you change things?
I don't know. Well, listen, bro, I'm an analyst. My job is to be able to assess what's happening in the game. What I can tell you is that was a fast game, and I haven't even had time to finish reviewing it yet. Okay? Yeah, I mean, Mad have to bounce back is the short term. That man on your screen, Razork, he's just... Treats is the one that brought it up to me. MVP candidate for playoffs for sure.
100%.
He's had a stellar performance. Let's see if he can continue that performance as we get ready for draft in game 2.
Mad Lions on the blue side once again, Fnatic on the red. Last time we saw Sivir and Zeri banned away by Mad Lions. Draven and Kalista were taken away by Fnatic. We were discussing backstage whether or not you'd swap out one of those AD carry bans to put in a Trundle ban just to try and neuter Razork a little bit.
So my theory is you actually stick with the same bans you had coming through into this game, and instead you take Delusion for yourself, because the AD carry pool gets trimmed immensely. No, they're actually going to ban away the Poppy for themselves. And with that in mind, I think they will give over the Lucian, and they'll maybe take the Trundle for themselves in that regard, or they'll just straight up pick up the Lucian, and then knowing the enemy can pick up the Poppy in that instance.
First pick Lucian, definitely a possibility. Talia removed. Obviously, Yumi's still available as well. Yumi Sivir, very strong when it gets to later portions of the game. We'll see if Mad Lions decide to prioritize that. And it will be the cat for Kaiser. Not a champion he is synonymous with. Usually we like to see more on engaged champs, someone that can have a bit more proactivity, but Yumi is the flavor of the month right now, and for good reason.
I do wonder why why Mad are choosing to give Fnatic this Trundle, because it feels like a no-brainer for Razork. He's literally only played 2 champions in playoffs, Poppy and Trundle.
And he's won every Trundle game he's played.
It's a no-brainer for Fnatic. There's no reason to change anything here. He has to do the quick Z hover, as he often does, but yeah, it's an easy first rotation for Fnatic. They're going to lock in the Nami next. Why change something that you just won a sub 20-minute game on, right? Like, the only area they really need to be flexible in is their mid and jungle. The question is how to Mad now change things.
I think you could start by picking up a tank here immediately, farm it instead if you want to, because you know the response can't be Renekton immediately. They need to have the priority on the Nami, and because of that, it forces you into a situation where you can pick up a top laner. They don't go for a tank in this instance, they go for the Aatrox, but surely the third pick will just be the Sivir in that instance, and Nami for the response of Fnatic.
That makes the most sense. Aatrox obviously a little bit better than a tank into the Trundle. Subjugate doesn't have as much power. Often we see Ornn removed, Ornn played into the Aatrox side just because he's tanky, he can deal with it, but Aatrox does give you a lot more pressure up towards that top side of the map.
I think Wonder's going to play Fiora.
We've seen it a bit in LPL.
To see it.
I think he might. We'll see, but I have this feeling that he might do it. In any case, looks like the second round bans are going to be very similar. The Sylas is going to be removed. Last time we did see Mad Lions ban away the Ornn. They're going to choose to ban away the Renekton. Of course, in this matchup, while Aatrox does outscale, the Renekton does well in terms of the early matchup. I'm still kind of baffled by this blind pick Aatrox. Fnatic now have room to continue banning away junglers, but maybe they don't care. Maybe they just think that Trundle is the best jungle on the patch, and Razork is very comfortable playing into any jungle matchup as long as he's got this champion in his back pocket. They will remove the Wukong just in case. We know that Elyoya very familiar with the champion. But yeah, I'm still a little baffled by this Aatrox blind.
I will say Arm at all time on Aatrox, 21 games, 76% win rate, so it is something he's very comfortable on. It's like his 5th most played. Doesn't mean it makes sense in the draft. I'm just giving you some context. Maybe they're like, give him something he's comfortable on because he got absolutely bodied in the last game and he needs a bit of a motivation boost.
Oh, well, it's not going to be the Fiora, but it is going to be the Gwen instead. But I do like your approach to that, and I believe it could have been that pick too. It's just one that can respond to it in a way where you can play for it. Razork can still path up to top. He can still path down towards bottom. It's the fact that it creates so many options for Fnatic. And once again, a blind pick Aatrox. Interesting when it's not into the Renekton and you're banning it out, but either way, we're moving in to the other picks. And what does Elyoya want to round it up with? They pick potential on the Lucian, potentially with the Vi now coming through from Elyoya in the mid lane. Still look for other picks, like an Ahri potentially.
I think Ahri makes the most sense. Safest blind pick in the meta right now when it comes to mid lane. Nerfs haven't come in quite yet for Ahri. But of course, this does mean that Humanoid can get his hands on his LeBlanc once again. This was banned in game 1, will be left open game 2, and I think Fnatic is once again very happy with their draft. You look at the matchups and you can say a very powerful mid-jungle duo. They have a very powerful bot lane 2v2 where they'll have push. Already you're thinking about those dives. Will they look to split map? Will they look to how will they look to attack the bot lane? They can leave Wonder isolated in the top lane matchup. He should be pretty comfortable. And while I think Mad Lions have a few more team fight options, I think that just in terms of comfort, Fnatic is feeling very comfortable right now.
It's the age-old saying, win lane, win game for Fnatic in this instance. Like, you get ahead in the early game, you run away with it like we just saw beforehand. If Mad Lions can stabilize, well, they have more to play for, at least with some of the champions coming through, and I still believe that it'll come down to execution. Doesn't really seem like there's that big edge to either of these teams. They definitely have ways they can capitalize on it.
Didn't really seem like there's a huge edge in game 1 either, and Fnatic ran away with that one. Absolutely dismantled the Mad Lions. They're looking to do that again here. Obviously, a lot of that off the back of Razork in the early game. We'll keep our eyes on both the junglers in that Spanish rivalry. But Mad Lions... That's Jess, by the way.
Hi, Jess.
Yeah, hi, Jess. Mad Lions currently off the back of losing to Rogue. Now already 1 game down against Fnatic. Could go through the entire year without winning a best of 5 in the LEC playoffs. Didn't make it in spring. Let's see if they can bounce back here against Fnatic. There's a gardener on Summoner's Rift because the grass is like meticulously kept.
He's called Ivan, right?
Yeah, but he releases the animals.
He also creates bushes.
Oh, so do you think Ivan walks around before every game? It's like, okay, this bit needs a bit of watering.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
That's part of my lore. That's canon.
I like that. I like that. You saw Mad Lions trying to set up something down towards the bottom side, hoping that Hylissang and Upset would overstep, but they didn't. Instead, they're in that river bush. A ward goes down, but it doesn't really find anything of note.
Okay, so having a look across the map. Nothing too chaotic, nothing too crazy. You can see this little ward, this cheeky little ward over here. by Fnatic to keep an eye on whether or not Mad will go for that early invade, as they often do, to drop that early ward, to get information on where the enemy jungler is starting. It seems that given the creeps will be spawning relatively soon, Eljoya is just going to start up towards the top side of the map. But Razork, looks like Fnatic are in fact doing the split map, the delayed invade. This is exactly what they did in their day one matchup against Misfits. And it allowed them to attack the bot lane aggressively. And we talked about it in draft. Fnatic is looking to emulate what found them so much success when playing up against Misfits.
And what's so crucial about this is the point you brought up before, Biddy, is now that they know that the enemy red buff is not warded and no one's going for that counter jungle themselves, they can move in around the tri-bush afterwards. Just go for play and start clearing up the blue
Kaiser
side.
feels something is amiss.
He's stepped a little bit further forward now. Is he going to mount up in time? The pillar goes down, but doesn't see him. Meaning that he can jump to Unforgiven if so required. Does exactly that. Hylissang now in for a world of hurt as he tries to walk away. Those boomerangs with Ricochet doing quite a bit of work.
Well, the question is, what will Eljoya do with this information? Because he knows his red buff is missing. He's currently clearing the walls. Will he be trying to move up towards the top side and try to go for the red side counter jungle? Because Humanoid is pushing in the mid lane. Right now in top lane, I believe the lane is pushing from Wunder as well. He's got level 2 before Armwood at least. Yeah, there you have it. So even though Eljoya has the intel, there's no way of him to actually get into the enemy jungle.
Look at the pathing Razork's taking right now. Moved all the way up to his red. He is only level 2 though. The ward has disappeared. Now Eljoya, what is he up to here?
Ganking.
He's going to be spotted on the ward here.
Well,
Can they make this gank work?
We saw Razork make one like this work in game 1. Wunder can skip and slash away, but doesn't have flash on this Gwen. He's forced back, dodges away from the Q, dodges away from the Dark and Blade knockup, but gets hit with the secondary. Armor looking for that third, the vital point hit. Wunder taken out for first blood. Now Razork flashing forward. Armor still has a flash of his own, but the pillar once again perfectly placed. He dodges away from it.
He doesn't have W.
Umbral trespass, enough. Umbral dash, infernal dash. Whatever that one's called from Aatrox as he's chased away by Razork.
Wow, okay, so Mad Lions walk away with first blood this time around. They punish the fact that Wunder doesn't have Ghost, doesn't have Flash, and they're able to find a kill onto Armut, able to turn things around a little bit compared to last game. Armut, of course, very low on farm right now because there was a huge stacked wave that he wasn't able to catch off the back of that gank, but now he's going to TP back in. And Eljoya is still actually hovering around in this lane, wants to provide that extra bit of protection for Armut, and now he's going to look to reset as Razork now makes his way mid.
Niski on the wrong side of the pillar for Fnatic's liking. You can see Eljoya trying to get up towards this top side once again. Wunder, of course, no sums on him. TP burnt, Wave pushing in as well. No one here to protect him as Eljoya could look for something. A lot of minions here though. Wunder will be able to heal up a little bit with that snip. Wunder coming in. Dodging away to the side, but Eljoya able to get him with the CC. Wunder puts the hallowed path down, but isn't able to escape.
And that's big because teleport has just been expanded by Wunder, so if Armwood he sets up the freeze here instead, all of a sudden Wunder's going to be having a hard time. In the first game, it was Razork that dictated how the top lane was going to go, but here in the second game, Eljoya strikes back and sets Armwood up for success instead.
And it's a much needed performance from Eljoya, given how dominant Razork was in the early game of game 1. But now they are truly setting up Armut for success. And this is going to be really big because you can see Armut, given the state of the wave in top lane, has the wave in a very comfortable position that it's slow pushing towards him. So Wunder is only losing CS, giving Armut this window to actually go back to base, pick up the null magic mantle, and now he can make his way back towards the top lane. And our observers are highlighting it for us now. You can see there's nothing Wunder can do but push this as fast as possible. It should be crashed into the tower, but Armut will arrive just in time. So of course the CS discrepancy is still very large, but in terms of the gold, Armut is in a very healthy position and he's got a lot more farm to pick up.
And I think that's really interesting and quite funny as well is despite that Razork had the counter jungle in the early game, he was so slow to get back on his own blue side that by the time that the new red side jungle will spawn for Eljoya, the blue side will not be up for Razork, right? The XP is actually going to bounce a little bit in favor of Eljoya there because even when Razork then decides to go back to his blue buff, they haven't spawned yet. So there's some interesting, intricacies with the jungle experience going on there for them too.
Tracking camp time is very important. Eljoya looking for the long way round here. Razork already up towards the top side, knows that Wunder is susceptible to another gank. We'll see who wins out this 2v2. Yeah, that's what I was debating.
I feel like Trundle has the inherent advantage, but let's find out.
I mean, it's Lethal Tempo and Conqueror versus Conqueror and Arcane Comet. Armor already down to about half HP. Wunder dodging to the side. Knock up though onto Razork, and already he's down. Wunder trying to trade back onto Armor, but he just can't get the damage down. Those scissors not sharp enough to slice through Armor.
It seems that our question is answered swiftly as Armut and Eljoya come out on top once again. Humanoid now on the move as Niski is forced to stay in his lane. Can Humanoid get something back for Fnatic?
Doesn't really look like it. And what was really crucial there, if you had a look at some of the timers, Mundo did not have the ignite in time. Had that been earlier there to deal with some of the healing potentially to come through on Armored, they may have blown it up immediately. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and no, surely not.
Just repeat it. Just repeat it. Wonder locked up once again up towards the top side. Tries to trade onto Armored. His 6 needle work, not enough. Armored ticking to the ignite, but he can walk away from that one.
That was so close. You can see Armored. He should have lost his life there. Wonder couldn't quite get the second proc of the ultimate off in time, which means that he will walk away as the victor. 4 kills for Mad, but now Fnatic are looking to strike back in mid.
Niski dodges through the Spirit Rush, but a great chase by Humanoid, as you say. One last charge available, but the route coming out. Niski trying to get away. Should actually be able to escape this one. Still has the flash as well.
And Humanoid pretty much played that as good as he could have in that instance. Unfortunately, they're not able to net the kill. Upset.
Heals coming out on either side.
And aggressive.
There's still a barrier on Unforgiven as well, so he knew he was pretty safe in that situation. Looks like they're going to try and freeze the wave as Razork went in for this red buff. Upset and Hylissang trying to give him some time on this, but Razork, well, he had a stellar first game. He was the talk of the town, but now all he's going to do is go back to the fountain. Unforgiven over to the side. Actually, Razork may be able to escape. Kaiser jumps onto Elyoya. The Aqua Prism hitting as well. The barrier popped by Unforgiven as they continue to chase forward. Unforgiven does have the flash. Elyoya does not. Razork, though, has the frozen domain to get himself away. Hylissang low as well. Flash boomerang prediction. Unforgiven finds his man.
And that's just beautiful for Unforgiven. Maybe a bit too hype in my part, but that's beautiful. You don't see a lot of Civ mechanics like that from a champion that's usually so stable. It's a great counter response from the Mad Lions bot lane.
But it's a reverse of what we saw in game 1, where Elyoya just has Razork's number. We could see Razork was trying to, well, take advantage of the fact that the second red respawn timer, he wanted to try and take advantage of it, but then he ends up getting punished. Fnatic's bot lane also getting punished as a result. This is one of the big problems. Fnatic's whole game plan was to invest on the bot side of the map. They wanted to try and do what they did to Misfits, shut down Unforgiven and Kaiser, not give them room to breathe, but Razork has kind of been dragged around the map. That early split map ended up not working for Fnatic at all.
And just one thing for certain in this series so far, it just feels so heavily jungle dominated in terms of where this game is really going. First game, Razork was the one we all talked about, but here in the second one, you have to talk about Elyoya. 100% kill participation, and a lot of those kills have been on Wonder in the top lane.
Yeah, and even in the regular season, Elyoya was one of the best junglers, if not the best jungler in the league, of course.
I would say the best.
Got the All-Pro vote. So often he was in the enemy's faces. You can see very high forward percentage, very high jungle proximity. He was very much around his team trying to make things happen. And in the first game, we saw him neutered. We saw him castrated by Razork, who just totally shut him out of the game. Whereas in this game, we see Elyoya the one who's taking that impetus, taking that first step.
And I like what we're seeing from him on the Vi. I'm a big Vi hater. I think that as a champion, she really doesn't do a lot. Especially when often you just see junglers sitting there farming with her. But the way in which Elyoya is using her, permanently ganking, her ability to actually set up these ganks, it's very effective. Charm lands onto Razork.
Final chapter coming out as well. I don't think they knew that Unforgiven and Kaiser were going to be here. Razork tries to get away, but Niski takes him down for the second time this game.
And great rotations coming through from Unforgiven and Kaiser. They know that Razork does not have flash from the earlier invade on their red buff. And just like that, they chain up the CC. Humanoid in a response.
Niski still has flash here. I think Humanoid respects that.
But look at this. Game 1, it was Razork and Wonder involved in every single one of Fnatic's early game kills. And it's the same thing this time round, but not in the way that Fnatic would like. 0-3 for Wonder, 0-2 for Razork. They have been completely shut down in this early game. Upset goes in for another trade.
On the hunt coming out, Unforgiven with a spell shield, tanking up as much as he can, but it's just not enough. Upset wins out the 2v2 alongside Hylissang. Kaiser coming across as well. Humanoid coming down as well. Now Kaiser on the Yuumi can use those zoomies to speed herself up, and I regret that I said that sentence as Humanoid looks for the chase. Chains not available. There we go. Still hits onto Kaiser. Kaiser though with a bit of shielding. Crowning projectile for the slow onto Razork. The pillar coming down as well. Kaiser still trying to escape, and he manages to get out alive.
Too tanky.
He's just too tanky, man.
Tanky. Humanoid does everything that he can. But now Unforgiven is back out on the map. Really good play from Fnatic's bot lane. They finally draw some blood for themselves, as Upset's able to punish the lack of summoner spells on Unforgiven's side.
What's really crucial here is that you can just stabilize in the bot lane, put Elyoya in the mid lane, you have that Rift Herald, and you can just blow up the first turret immediately up there. And I think going from the pathing that we're currently seeing, that's probably exactly what's going to happen.
A 3,000 gold lead for Mad Lions, kind of mimicking what Fnatic had in game 1. It was on for a perfect game until Upset obviously got that kill down towards the bottom side, but...
New fastest game?
I mean, no.
No, because the Herald's just been used.
Yeah, but it was
Maybe
second
the,
Herald.
it was second Herald. We'll see if Mad can get revenge. But I think this will also silence a lot of the doubters around Mad. Obviously, after their loss to Rogue, there was a lot of skepticism around their performance. But this is the Mad Lions that we saw in the regular season, the early game dominance. Often it would be Kaiser teaming up with Elyoya and Niski, and they would be attacking the side lanes, but Elyoya kind of took the game into his own hands and has done a great job in this early game. 3-0-2, been involved in 5 of the 6 kills. And now Fnatic is just trying to slow the game down, but when we think about scaling, while I do think Fnatic do have advantages in the side lane with a LeBlanc and a Gwen, when it comes to the straight front-to-back team fight, you have to give the edge to Unforgiven on this Sivir with a Yuumi on his back.
Especially because the game is never really going to get to the point where Wunder has gotten ahead and he's going to get that advantage before Armored. It's going to take a while before he really gets that towards the late game. And by that time, well, if the game continues to go like that, Mad Lions would have already closed it out, especially if you take a look at the objective stacking. Now, what has just been cleared?
No flash on Upset. He has to respect this. This will give Unforgiven the freedom to walk up to the lane and look at Niski on your minimap. You can see him flanking around. The pings have come down from Fnatic. The advantage of securing this mid tower means that you can push that wave much deeper. With the Everfrost completed, Niski can very easily clear these waves. Razork going to secure the top crab. Information gained by Armut. Let's see what Mad now move towards next. No Dragon spawning for 3.5 minutes. No Rift Herald for 3. So no big objectives on the map. Both teams really looking for plates, or maybe a few kills here and there.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you really can look for is potentially camp respawn timers to invade on, especially when the mid lane is already cleared up with no tower and Niski. Seems like inevitably we'll get the push as well. You can see how he pushes up. Elyoya in the back as well, if it decides to go.
I don't think you jump on Humanoid.
They're waiting for him to use his W. If he used it there, then there was a window. You can see how easy it is for Niski to get the push. He just throws his Q down. He doesn't even care about trading with Humanoid, because the thing about LeBlanc, her wave clear sucks. So she has to invest a lot to be able to clear these towers. Razork now in danger.
Has to flash away. The chase is on with the cease and desist, and already Razork is down. Final chapter coming out. Elyoya on the back line, though, taken out in response. Dies to the subjugate. Niski being chased away. Humanoid coming in. The chains land across the wall. Niski's going to get rooted by that, but the rest of Fnatic not in a position to follow up.
Just feels like we haven't seen a chain miss just yet.
Oh, he catches him. Flashes forward with the Q3, and Armored gets the solo kill.
Yeah, just pays it back there. You remember game 1 with Wunder being the one pushing Armored away from the turret, and I believe Armored had some bad blood there. Finally finding that first spot for himself.
It's one of those things where after game 1, Wunder just smiles and writes top diff, and then you know that Armored comes back with the clap back, smile, top diff. Like, it's
a little harder than Mythic
exactly, you know what I mean?
Normal smiley as well.
It's the nature of top lane. It can be so heavily influenced by the jungle role, and both Razork and Elyoya have done a great job in games 1 and 2. Nad now find themselves with a 5k gold lead as we look back at this play.
Yeah, so they get the intel from the sweeper, but it's just a little bit late, so they don't get to set up for it as much as they would have liked. Lost chapter get an insane amount of value, but I do believe Offset has to cleanse the dash forward, yes, to just get the counter response and get the kill. Actually, the ultimate, I believe.
Subjugate kills him,
yeah. There you have it.
It's frustrating for Upset as well, because that shutdown would have been huge on the Lucian. Gets you a little bit of damage back in your pockets. You can you can see he's still short of his mythic item, whereas Kraken Slayer already complete for Unforgiven. EU Masters does continue tomorrow, by the way, guys. The trailer we... Wow, that was... Yeah. You know, you'd be excited about that, man.
Any other heralds?
I'm not going to yuck your
excited
yum.
for tomorrow?
You want to be hype about that? That's cool, you know?
I mean, let's not forget, a lot of these players came from the ERLs.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Medius.
Yeah, no, I mean, Elyoya, he was a superstar in Spain. I mean, he had an incredible track record where he got, what, MVP in Spain, rookie of the split in LEC. Yeah. Like, a lot of our best talent does come there. If you're looking for the new up-and-coming talent, that's definitely the place to go. I know you talk a lot about Dusty, and you think they're quite good, but I can't tell if you think that they're as good as everyone else is.
It's the one good NLC team we have.
No, we have X7. They're undefeated, guys.
True. That is true. 5,000 gold lead now, though, for Mad at the 15-minute mark. Don't think we're going to see a new fastest game of the split, but Mad Lions still very much in control of this one.
They've got this Herald.
Okay, Ben.
Let's see what they can do with it, you know. If Fnatic can do it, let's see if Mad can do them one better. Razork has his eyes on the red buff, not going to be available for him. Yeah, now has his eyes on Armut. We'll spot him out.
Yeah, he can just dash away with that unboard dash. Mid lane tower does fall. Repelled, picked up by, well, will be picked up by Elyoya as the bounties come across for Fnatic.
It could just be easy as well here for Mad Lions to continue because they have on the information on the Fnatic on bot side. So with the mid lane pushed in, you can just rotate Unforgiven and Kai'Sa up towards the top side. Or at least just
the
hover so
bounties
you can clear
have
it in.
just come up, by the way.
Yeah.
Which means that Upset will now get this bonus gold.
That's swung the game. It's changed it entirely. It's tower for tower. Still a 5,000 gold lead for Mad Lions. And I will say, after game one, I think there was, you said it, Betty, a few doubters about Mad Lions, a few people wondering whether or not they could actually really challenge Fnatic. And for Mad Lions, I think this year has kind of been a bounce back against the doubters. Because you have to remember, like, they won 2 titles last year. Only 12 months ago, they were winning their second LEC title. Obviously, in spring, things kind of fell apart, but with the introduction of Nisqy, they rose to the top tied for, well, not quite tied first, but almost tied first with G2 in the regular season. And now, after losing to Rogue, I think some people saw another collapse on the horizon.
I mean, for sure. I mean, one of the big difference makers was the loss of Humanoid. He was considered the best mid last year, especially after Caps was struggling a little bit. And it's one of those things where after Humanoid left the roster, there were many questions around, could this roster still function? Are they still as good without him? And I mean, we all know that Humanoid is an incredibly talented laner, especially when you think about how good Fnatic was at the end of the regular season last split. Many touted them as to be favorites to win the whole thing, of course falling short in the end, but it's an interesting story for both sides. And I think that Mad Lions, while they are the expected favorites in this game, and it looks like that it's really their game to lose, we're definitely in for an interesting series as both of these teams are fighting for that final spot in Mel.
But that was one of the few issues as well. Majority of the games from Mad Lions have been that game to lose. And it's been one of the reasons why it's also been put down here inevitably. Now just waiting and pushing in, shoving waves. It just feels like with the priority they had on Drake, that's going to be the win condition for Yoya.
Flash forward in front of Razor means it's a counter flash from Elioya. Subjugate taking Needlework going in as well. Not quite, they get it with the Ignite and the Subjugate. I thought that was not going to be enough. Now Tidal Wave coming in for the chase as well.
Kai'Sa's caught off.
Dumped up to Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa able to get escape though. Hadn't been CC'd recently enough to stop that remount.
And that's where you open tap and you just spam that heal on Yuumi there coming through. It goes down to the Subjugate instead from Elioya. And a great punish there from Fnatic. Even greater flash as well to set up the cancel on Elioya initially.
I was a bit skeptical with the flash from Razork. It felt like a bit of a wasted investment, but they end up making it work. Of course, Mad will secure a tower on the other side of the map, but these are some of these small mistakes that we have seen from Mad during the regular season. You can't afford to give them to a team like Fnatic. You know they'll be quick to pounce, and you know they'll use those opportunities to regain control over the game. This is just a good ward from Razork. You can see with a great placement of the pillar and a flash in front to deny the Q over the wall. Alioya's going to flash over, the Ignite gets dropped, and then Wonder
second needles hit.
Is able to land the needles, but you can see the Subjugate still ticking away. The heal doesn't quite come through. And Fnatic just have enough damage to be able to secure the kill. Fnatic are then looking for more when the ultimate comes down, but a good sidestep from Kai'Sa doesn't get knocked up, means that he can jump to safety.
And picks like that are a way for Fnatic to get back into the game. Obviously, they are still very much in the hole, 5,000 gold behind, but if they can constantly find Elioya like that, now that Elioya as well is a little bit less threatening because he doesn't have a flash, he's going to step forward. Rift Herald goes down, but Fnatic all here to defend it. Unlikely to see a replay of game one. They will be able to get the first tower with the first charge.
20 seconds, Medic.
It's not going to happen, Betty.
10 more seconds, here we go.
Okay, here we go. You can play by play it, man. If you want to be this excited about it, here we go.
Humanoid looking to get back to base. The Herald will connect. Medic, I don't think they're going to make it.
Oh, I was so hopeful. I was so sure they could do it, Medic.
Mad, though, in a very convincing position still. 6,000 gold is the lead. 2 minutes until the next Infernal, 20 seconds until the Baron. You imagine that the Drake will be the next big objective that both of these teams fight for. But when we look across the itemization, you can see that it is, well, maybe not.
You can see that you shouldn't hit the action in Malmo. That's a great sponsor call. I've never thought of doing that. Like, as you know it's going to come up, you just say, hey guys, look at the bottom of the screen. You know? Oh, my mistake.
He just completed an item. It's Malmo.
I did want to talk about the items, which we will get back to in just a second.
Anyway,
2 items, there we go. 2 major items completed pretty much for all the big carries on the side of Mad Lions, which means that they're primed, poised, ready to fight. And that Mad will continue to deny vision as they push into the top side. With a minute left, you expect him to take this buff. Look to reset.
Nisqy Spirit Rush away. Charm hits as well. There's the other boss. Do you go in for this?
No, you don't.
Well, they agree with you, Medius, because they decide to back away.
Just a bit of punch for punch there coming forward. Smite will come through from Elioya before the Drake will spawn, and I believe so will Nisqy's ultimate as well. So not too much is lost in that exchange. Hopefully for Razork, his flash will be up before the next exchange. Outside of that factor, pretty much every summoner spell is up, except for those junglers.
And unfortunately for Razork, his flash on a slightly longer cooldown than Eliora's, because Eliora has those lucidity boots, meaning the summoner spell haste comes in. You can see on the side of your screen, it's going to be up just a little bit sooner than the Trundles. Tower's going to fall here in the top lane as Mad Lions continue to eke away their advantage. You can see 7,000 gold ahead, and with 30 seconds on the Drake, you have to expect they'll start setting up for that third dragon of the game.
Yeah, so Armor just back in, can pick up the wave that's been pushed in on top side. He does have that teleport. The same goes for Nisqy, but I don't know if they want to use them immediately, so they might be a little late to the objective. But if you take it, the rotations currently coming through from Fnatic, they want to facilitate Wonder on the top side, make sure that he can take the turret safely and pick up an objective bounty.
Oh, we'll run into Razork. I think that Razork wins those, so Armor can dash in, dash back out. Show us the cha-cha slide.
Yeah, but because you know Razork's on the top side of the map, this dragon pretty much free for Mad Lions. Fnatic have foregone it. They say we want pressure up towards this top side. Maybe we could have got a tier 2, but Nisqy here to defend as well means that is much less likely. Nisqy unable to chase the double blast cones, but Mad Lions will take the dragon and lose nothing on the top side for it.
And it just feels like Mad is in this position where they know they don't want to throw it away, right? We've seen it so many times where they just started to get over-aggressive, but this time around, they take everything very methodical. Methodical, well, there you have it. Starting up with the top side, moving down towards the bot side, right? Objective stacking going for them as well with both Rift Hells and all the Drakes so far, so they just play it by the book as much as you can.
So if you're Fnatic, how do you rip up that book? How do you take it? You give them the instructions in the wrong order somehow. How do you find a way back into this game? Maybe with something like this, the TP comes in, they're looking for Armor. Armor does still have the flash. Humanoid there, Nisqy can chase forward with the Spear Rush. Armor's going to flash away, and now Fnatic on the retreat. Hit Wonder and hit Asang, and as well as Upset down towards the bottom side, but the TP really doesn't get too much out of this Armor. Remember, no flash on him, and looked for a little bit more, but couldn't find anything out of it.
Now the bait is if you start off the Baron. And that's what we don't want to see, yes. We just push off it immediately and you start pushing up the wave, making sure you have a favorable map state instead. So they should just be happy that they at least got the TP as well from the flank there coming through from Humanoid, and they can play a bit safer with the map state now with a TP advantage.
Yeah, you can see that it was Fnatic that tried to force a play, and the idea is good. It's very much as you said, Medic. Fnatic is just trying their best to get something back. Finding a pick is a great way to stall, and by stalling you get given more opportunities. But unfortunately, the TP play didn't work out. They saw Nisqy was collapsing, and while Fnatic did have the numbers advantage, the second that Humanoid was forced to flash away, there's no real way that they could commit because Unforgiven had shown up to the party. So now Mad move into the top side jungle. They found Razork once again.
Flashes away from the charm, but that is the jungler's flash down. That means he wouldn't be able to get into the Baron pit if needed for a steal, unless he had a blast cone or something. Mad Lions controlling this top side of the jungle. Unforgiven is working his way down towards the bottom side, though. It looks like they're going to try and match Wonder on this push. Could have caught him, but obviously he backs away as soon as he sees them on that ward.
So Mad maintain control. Waves are being caught by Fnatic. You can see the top wave pushing in for Mad. Bot wave also pushing in, which means that Mad move towards mid, as is expected. And you can see these two kind of hovers around the side of them. A very typical approach when trying to push in this lane is to kind of have control around this side, and then this side, and then you kind of push in through that, and then you have this three-pronged attack.
It's a nice little tent.
Yeah, I couldn't find the arrow, so instead I just had lines. Where's my arrow?
The reason why we're put in this position as well is just due to the fact that Mad Lions, they know, well, we pick up the Infernal Drake for ourselves, we have the Soul, and we should pretty much win the game from there. Then we can start taking care of the Baron. So all they do right now is just, they push in waves, they wait for a response, and they just counteract the response and just disengage it completely. So that's the reason why right now we're in this slow state of gameplay where all Fnatic can do is try and find and pick up a mistake coming through from Mad Lions, but inevitably it will probably all come down to the next Drake fight we'll be having.
I mean, the easy way for Mad to win is get Infinity Edge on Sivir, and they're like, yeah, we'll just wait. 2.5 minutes, Soul will be up, you'll have Infinity Edge, we'll fight, we'll win the game, easy dub, see you next game. I think that's Mad's philosophy right now, and Fnatic is just kind of looking for that single opportunity where they can bounce back into this one. Mad, though, posturing towards the top side of the map. They are reclaiming some of that vision that they had lost earlier. Nisqy going to push in that top wave. And Wonder once again forced to catch the bot wave. This is a window where they could tickle the Baron if they so fancy.
Just get out the feather duster and
get out the feather duster, clean off the dust. Oh, they found Razork.
Looking to tickle Razork a little bit in the mid lane. Remember, no flash on that Trundle, but the subject does come down. Culling used as well. Tidal wave. Cease and desist onto the back line. Mad Lions trying to collapse onto this. Wonder not with the team right now. Razork able to get away, but the charm hits onto him. However, the turnaround, Fnatic on the side. The shutdown going down onto Armor. Razork able to survive the whole thing. Mad Lions now on the retreat. And this is a bad timing for Mad Lions. 40 seconds on Armor. He will have the TP to come back. Unforgiven chased away as well. Fnatic might just use this time to gain control of the mid lane, but they could also look towards that Baron.
It's just such an unnecessary force
It's random.
for Mad. We were literally just talking about the game plan. Get Infinity Edge, wait for Drake, fight them then. Instead, they're diving way too deep onto a team that's so hard to follow up on. And it all starts with Armut initiating onto Razork. He does land the chains here, but they're committed to getting this kill. Meanwhile, he's just healing it all back up with the Subjugate. And this is a great ultimate from Hylissang that completely separates the rest of Mad from this dive. Aljoya's doing what he can, and the damage is good, but again, like Humanoid and Hylissang are just providing space. The charm lands, I think they can go in, and Nisqy then immediately flashes out, which is a bit of a bait for Armor because he doesn't have flash. It's a messy fight, and it's something that Mad need to avoid doing if they want to secure this win.
Yeah, and I mean, the only silver lining for Mad Lions is the fact that Armut was the one who fell down. If Aljoya dies when he's diving that far forward with no one who can follow up, that could have just been the Baron now.
Nisqy, no Banshees there, no way away. One last auto shut down for Upset. More gold in Upset's pockets. Dragon up in 20 seconds. Fnatic starting to wrest back some control of this game.
It's another big pick here, and while Nisqy did have the ultimate, he face checks into the brush. He thinks he has control, but Fnatic very cleverly getting over the wall there. I believe they used the blast cone, may have just been the dash from Upset. In any case, it is Fnatic that will buy themselves more time, and this is what we were talking about. The only way Mad lose this game is by making silly mistakes. This could be another one.
You say Baron, Nisqy does have teleport, but he's only up in 10 seconds, and I just don't think there's no way you actually get this.
They pull out the tidal wave, fast out ultimation used as well into the pit.
Hang on, the Visions haven't lost once again.
Yeah, but there's the support around as well.
Hilly hasn't given up just yet. He knows that Mad is sneaky.
I love the way he puts the ward down, and everyone from Fnatic immediately beelines towards it. Like they're going the other way.
As well
they now try and rejoin. Teleport to the mid lane, as you say, by Nisqy. Mad Lions trying to pull this Baron. Upset with the culling off towards the side. Razork, 2 seconds on his flash, is back up now. Mad Lions look for the cease and desist onto Wonder, but that's not the target you want. Elioya in the midst of the Mortal's already lost the GA. Humanoid looking at that flank position. Armut trying to get onto Razork as well, but Wonder's putting the damage down with the needle work. Elioya forced away. Armut forced back into the pit. Humanoid trying to do what he can from the side, and Fnatic are able to distract Mad long enough for them not to take the Baron.
Once again, such an awkward fight, and Humanoid still looking potentially. Armut is around the area.
You can catch anyone here. TP coming in as well by Wonders. They want to keep this one going. Armut has the flashback up. Humanoid chipped away by that Eclipse.
Are they just going to start at the Baron now instead?
They
I think it's just vision. I think it's just vision.
Has TP'd into the mid lane. But again, Mad, they're starting to feel the pressure here. Small cracks in the armor are starting to form as Mads, they're getting it a little too overzealous with these fights. And Fnatic, they're playing it well. You can see this gold lead starting to taper off. But again, it's one of those situations where the win condition is pretty clear for Mad. You just have to enable Unforgiven, give him his itemization, and wait. Look, the Infinity Edge is now completed. You have an AD carry that deals a lot of damage. You just have to give him the space to do it, and the best way to do that is around a neutral objective like the Dragon or the Baron. And I think that Mad just have to relax, sit back, wait for the next Dragon to spawn, and find a favorable fight, get a few more levels under your belt, and recognize that you're making this game far more complicated than you need to.
Exactly. In turn, you've given Upset space instead. Now he's sitting on that 3.5 item on the Lucian, and the threat with the Nami in the back in the late game. Quite often Lucian is thought of this, oh, he has to pop up in the early game. It's not really the case any longer. He's still a very reliable AD carry in the late game too. So I think for sure, Fnatic, they found avenues back into this game by punishing Mad on their overextensions.
Let's not forget that there is like no armor on the side of Mad. You look at this frontline Aatrox, magic resist, magic resist, magic resist.
Yeah.
Yep. You look at the Pi, GA gives you a bit of armor, but aside from that, she's just got health. It's very squishy for Upset. And Lucian's biggest weakness in the late game and why he quote-unquote falls off is because of his short range. But when in the hands of Upset and when you have the Nami by your side, it's not something that you are as concerned about. So Fnatic definitely still in this game. They've been able to claw back from what was a 8k gold deficit to now only 4k. Mad, they're continuing to fight over this vision, but look at the damage once again from Upset.
It is part of the strength of Aatrox with a Yuumi on his shoulders. You can do a lot. You can see him healing back up. Tidal Wave's going to connect. That's just for the disengage from Fnatic and Mad Lions, who've gained control of the top side jungle. Armut looking for a little bit more. Charge going to hit onto Razork. He does still have the flash, but he's got nowhere to go. He's rooted for the entirety of his lifespan. Next up is Wonder. No way for him to get up, and Mad Lions pick off 2. Another charm! Oh my god, Nisqy, that was beautiful. Upset and Hylissang retreating, trying to get back to their fountain, trying to get back to some semblance of hope, but Hylissang will not escape. Upset the last man standing.
That's 40-second death timers on Humanoid and Wonder. I wonder what they want to do with this. They have a mid lane pushing in. They have Baron up for the cards if they want to do that. And they don't want to risk the end. As you say, Vedius, Baron has to be the play here.
It's the safer option, and of course it does put you at risk of going for another fight, but I think just secure the Baron, set up for the dragon spawning in a minute's time. Don't get too over-eager, especially with Upset still alive. But what a great fight for the Mad Lions. Finally, they're able to find that payoff. They're able to find that pick onto Razork, and they convert it into something even bigger.
So, they are going to burst it down in time, but Razork did have that flash. He did have Smite. If he could make it in time, that's not going to be the case. And it all came out. A fight for vision, a fight for control around this Drake area, or Baron area, rather.
And it's going to come off the back of this charm from Nisqy. He lands 2 clutch charms in this fight. The first one you're going to see on your screen right now. Any second.
Here we go.
It's going to come in a bit.
Here it comes. The charm over the wall from the Fog of War. Catches him out, follows it up with the Everfrost, instant kill. You can see Vi locking down the LeBlanc as well, separating Wonder. And then watch this charm from Nisqy. We're going to get the slow-mo. Boom.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Predict. He's able to land it onto Humanoid, and then they get that final kill onto Hylissang. Just great setup from the Mad Lions. Really great play from Nisqy in that final fight.
Credit to Armor as well. He landed his Q, the Darking Blade, that got CC onto Razork, then the charm hit after that. Razork maybe would have been able to walk out of range of the charm if he wasn't already knocked up by that CC. But great stuff all around by Mad Lions. After a shaky mid-game, they finally got control back of this game, and with only 10 seconds on the Infernal Soul, it looks like that's what they're playing for.
Exactly, just look at the map state currently. Fnatic, they want none of this. They're trying to push in on the top side instead, but Mad Lions have just responded to that adaptation, sending Armut up there instead. And he does have that teleport, so it's not going to be an issue. Mad Lions, they won the fight, they get the Baron, and now they'll finally, after long-awaited time, pick up that Infernal Soul.
Still at 2 minutes on the Baron for them. Infernal Soul, obviously a huge buff to this team. Sivir with the ricochets can do a lot of work with it, as well as the RE. I mean, everyone on the team has good damage, and Infernal Soul only supplements that for you. Mad Lions now pushing on 2 lanes. You can see Nisqy down towards the bottom side of your screen. Unforgiven as well in the mid lane. That should be the inhibitor tower falling here, as Mad Lions now to ring around the Rosies, go down towards that bottom side and look for their second inhibitor tower of the push. TP coming in by Armut, as he wants to make sure that this turret does fall, and it will. Fnatic very much on the back foot. Humanoid trying to put some damage down, but only breaks the Banshees on Nisqy. First inhibitor down of the game, first inhibitor of the series for Mad Lions, and followed up quite shortly by the second as Mad Lions look to close this one out.
And just like that, Humanoid did pick up the Rabbiton's death cap, but I don't think that's going to be enough when you're playing up against these Baron up minions. The siege continues, and the tidal wave starts it out for Fnatic, but it doesn't amount to much as the minion waves comes in towards these Nexus towers.
Charms are so lethal this lane to the game.
Armut stepping forward, lands the Infernal Chains. First Nexus tower does fall. Double cannon minions still pushing in. Not even the supers yet for Mad Lions. 30 seconds left on the Baron. They're looking to continue this push, continue their advance towards their first win of playoffs. Oh,
The
sorry, no,
damage from
they
Unforgiven
won against
here.
Rogue, obviously. But yeah, they will be able to take that second Nexus tower. Mad Lions looking to even out this series. Subjugate going down onto Armut, but he still has the GA. Nisqy on the back line shut down, but Mad Lions can just focus down the Nexus, and they will take their first win of the series.
A couple moments where it was looking a little shaky for Mad. It felt like they were trying to force plays that they didn't need to force. Perhaps they go a little hot-headed, but ultimately they will tie up the series with Fnatic. Definitely showcasing that they're not down and out. Game 1 was a bit of a rough one, but Mad Lions definitely looking to go toe-to-toe with Fnatic.
Yeah, and I mean, despite how the late game went, I think we can all agree that it's dictated by the early game who really gets to be in this position.
For the junglers, man. Junglers
Exactly,
decide
it is
everything.
just the jungle div this time around, and despite Razork being the one who found the invade, who looked to be the one pushing himself ahead, I think Ilyoya found a really intelligent adaptation that was very simple, which was literally cam top again and again and again, and I'm just not going to go for a reset. That really just piloted the lead forward in the early game for Mad Lions.
Put them in such a strong position. Now Fnatic are the ones on the back foot trying to have to work out how they can deal with this idea, whether we'll see just 4 players top the entirety of the game, everyone just standing there against each other. But for now, we're going to send it over to our analysts for more on that match.
Thank you very much. We were promised a fist fight before this series, and it feels like it's mostly concentrated itself in the early to mid game. Not those full-on 5v5 brawls, just that often treats. Is that going against your expectation for the series?
I mean, both yes and no. I think the junglers both had really insane performances, right? It was Razork game 1, now Ilyoya in game 2, so a lot of it just came down to the early game, right? Like when one team has a big advantage, it's kind of up to them to close it out, so it's just the opposing team just trying to slow it down with the team fights more than the even 5v5 footing.
I think specifically with the champions that Armut and Wonder have chosen to play, the Renekton, the Aatrox that can snowball into that mid to late, of course, for Aatrox as well. Hitting the top lane seems to be the easy way out, right? And talking about hitting that top lane, it got hit, I think, way too many times.
Yeah, I mean, similarly to game one, but now it was the other way around, even though Mad were still on the blue side. Treat's definitely saying we have to not only stop the bleeding top, in fact, we will just make Wonder bleed.
Yeah, and I think they just... I just recognized really early the hole in the armor of Fnatic, right? I think Wunder has no flash in top lane. They have 2 gap closing champions, so it's a very obvious target for them, and I think they just executed really well.
And also, of course, Razok tried to cheese a little bit of a level 1 gank down the bot lane, which resulted in a very delayed start in his jungle, which allowed Elioya to get the opportunity to get creative and aggressive on the map. And that's exactly what he did, and as demonstrated on your screens again, 4 times in a row, and it worked. Armut absolutely snowballed out of his mind on this Aatrox. He was an absolute beast. Add Yuumi on top of the equation, he can't die.
And how did that then work in conjunction of the rest of the draft for Mad? We saw a completely different pick, of course, for Nisqy in the mid lane, as well as now the Sivir in bot.
I feel like when everything's done and dusted, people will resort back to good old Ahri, because it has pretty good pressure in the mid lane, it has really nice roams, it has really nice team fighting, and it pairs up so well with that Vi, because Vi can very easily get isolated in the backline when she ults, but having the Ahri to dive with you, isolate a target and kill them off is so important, and it did work for them in a bunch of these skirmishes.
Yeah, and Mad Lions also just have way more range than the last game, right? So when you have this advantage, you don't just have to go full in and the full force. You can pick people off, right? With Nisqy as the charm, they can look for some Vi Qs here and there. Sivir has a lot of movement speed to back up the engage, so I think Mad Lions just had more options, and even though they fumbled in a few fights, it still felt like they were in control over the game.
I would like to take a look at a couple of those picks that Fnatic made, or the moments that Mad Lions overstepped, just because it's kind of a story that we are following for the Mad Lions. It's something, Georgia, you also did a telestrator up at the top of the day, but when they do get the advantage, they still tend to do this, right? And naturally, you don't want to do this in a game versus Fnatic, ideally.
Yeah, and it happens whilst Mad Lions are on a rotation where they get caught, usually from one skirmish going wrong. Right there, you saw it. It was Elioya getting caught. Right here, Armut, we said how strong he is on this Aatrox. 3 levels up onto Trundle, but his team cannot fall, and when he goes back, Elioya goes in. And I want you to look at Humanoid this entire fight, because he is zoning away the entirety of Mad, not allowing them to advance forward to follow up with the Vi and the Aatrox.
Yeah, and Mad Lions, I think, are just very trigger happy when they see a good opportunity, right? Like, they're very solid as a 5-man core, and then sometimes I think they kind of get baited into fights being good when they're obviously not. So I think when they just kind of take a breath when they're ahead and just chill a bit, like Vedya said on the cast as well, I think that's when they play their best game.
I feel like they did this in this game, but in this next replay we're going to look at, you both held your breath a little bit, because you said, okay, Matt, I see what you're doing. You're trying to brute force the issue to close the game before Fnatic can scale more. Luckily, it worked out off the back of some, I want to say, great charms from Nisqy, right? Luckily, Treats.
Yeah, he had some really good charms, and I think Armut with his Q as well, he set up the charm here on Razork. He didn't really see it coming. It was kind of from Fog of War here, and then obviously the next charm on a Humanoid just kind of sealed the deal, and then they were thinking of ending, but they were like, okay, let's just take a little breather here, guys. We can just get the Baron, get the soul, and then end that way. So this was just one of those fights where Mad Lions actually played their spacing really well and hit the crucial skill shots.
Were they in danger here of getting run over if you see this a bit of scaling on the side of Fnatic, but also the fact that their items are coming online and like that LeBlanc is going to start hitting extremely hard?
Exactly. I think that LeBlanc was the very scariest part right there, because Mad Lions were walking into the jungle where they didn't have complete control with vision. So making sure that you know where the LeBlanc is very important. When they saw Humanoid mid lane on the wave, they were like, fine, we can force the issue. We can go through the choke point and pick whoever gets charmed. And I think Nisqy has to be a highlight from this series as well, because his charms were so instrumental to these teamfight wins.
Yeah, but Mad Lions, I feel like they believe themselves to have the scaling advantage in this game, which I think I agree with. Like Sivir, Yuumi.
I mean, there's a Yuumi.
Sivir, Yuumi late game, like we all know what they can do, right? So I don't think they were too stressed at closing this game. They probably said, we just screwed up a few times, guys. Let's just chill and let's just end it clean from here.
Yeah, I've seen LeBlanc's turn a game around, especially in the late game, though. So always be a little bit wary. Now we're at 1-1, and I feel like for the most part, regardless of Fnatic getting those picks, we saw convincing either sides from Mad or Fnatic. I hope we're going into a more egalitarian game 3 now, where both have figured out their priority. Oops, well, they're not in the lobby yet. So we're going to talk a little bit more about it. Treats, Fnatic on the blue side now for the first time in this series. Where will their priorities lie? More of the same?
I do think that they will still ban the aggressive AD carries. I think that maybe they're looking at the Yumi ban. I think that that's something they could look into to kind of stabilize the late game and have a bit more of an even footing, because I do think that when you have the Lucian Nami into the Yumi, you kind of run into the same problem over and over, right? The Yumi in late game is just a beast.
Well, we saw in the XL series actually that Yumi got banned out and then we never saw her again. Do you think this is the best way for the series to go forward?
I think it depends because so far Mad have been replying with 2 AD carry bans themselves, the 2 scaling champions, right? But now Fnatic being on blue side, you can maybe pick the Kalista if Draven is banned. You can maybe play that aggressive game that Upset has showed, especially in the Misfit series as well, and he managed to snowball that bot lane out of control. My question right here is that Max wish actually is coming true. He's like, I wish I would have seen Fnatic on blue side. Well, now you get to see it.
Now I get to see it.
Yeah, and as well, I think for Mad Lions, I think something they have to be a bit scared of is that if Fnatic on blue side now ban the Draven themselves, they're kind of baiting Mad Lions. Do you want to ban the Kalista? We could pick Kalista, guys. Are you going to ban it, yes or no? I think that's something that will be also very interesting to see if Mad Lions are actually scared of the upset Kalista or if they're not. I think that's something they have to think about.
What does your gut say, Treats, in terms of between these two teams and who's pulling ahead?
Oof, I feel like it's still kind of even. I think that sides matter a lot and the draft matters a lot, and I think that the latest draft definitely was more towards the style that we like to see Mad Lions on. They have a bit more engaged options, a bit more front to back and stuff like that. So I think it's a lot about draft, but also about players, right? I think Niski had a really good game, Elioya had a super good game, so let's see if it sticks.
Armored Redemption arc as well.
There we go, 2-time TCL champion. But talking about draft and the importance of it, we'll be covering it after the break right here on the desk, so don't you go anywhere.
Lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull.
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Over again, winning his matchup, taking control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff, really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
¿Qué pasa, bebé?
Hola. Wait, ¿podemos hablar en español?
Sí.
Vaya bomba. This is the real business. These 1v1s.
No, I'm a jungler. I don't expect for no ones.
Okay, I go.
You ask me?
Ref?
Ref?
No cure for fools.
Lost.
Oh!
No, that as well.
Oh, I'm so boosted.
Oh my god!
Oh!
Okay. Oh, it was close, Okay.
I'm not sure which of both did worst, actually. That was crazy. Crazy gameplay right there.
No tiene sentido, ¿no? Pegarnos antes de los minions.
A ver, no. Muy troll.
Oh!
No! No! Oh! Okay, vale, nada, he choqueado.
You expect me to just call it quits? Not likely. Coming for the title at the top, you won't stop me. Think that I missed my shot, but no, I'll be damned if I give you a chance to take us down again. I've got what it takes to get you in the end. I'm mad, I'm upset, I'm inspired, I won't quit. You can call yourself king, but I won't submit. I'm never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning. This is our time. We have drawn the battle line, listen to our war cry. We fight for those who left behind. We live for those who were denied. We know your fate is set in stone. We've come to take the throne. We kneel to no more kings tonight. We bleed but won't give up the fight. We scream that we will take you that way. Here for the crown. Don't take your eyes off us, cause you're in for a treat. You sow the seeds that we've come to reap. And believe me, defeat is in your future. I don't need a crystal ball to see the way that you could lose us, all the ways that you could fall. You call us fanatics, but you're the one who's obsessed. Claim to conquer it all, but you just write checks. Another player in your sights, but you don't understand. You'll never have shit on a self-made man. We are never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning. This is our time. We have drawn the battle line. Listen to our war cry. We fight for those who left behind. We live for those who were denied. We know your fate is set in stone. We've come to take the throne. We kneel to no more kings tonight. We bleed but won't give up the fight. We scream that we will take you that way. Here for the crown. We fight for those who left behind. We live for those who were denied. We know your fate is set in stone. We've come to take the throne. We kneel to no more kings tonight. We bleed but won't give up the fight. We scream that we will take you that way.
Welcome back, everybody. Damn, those breaks are just like 5 seconds too long, so the song can't like echo into
And then it gets stuck in your brain.
Yeah. I liked it though. It was a nice little stage setting for the match that we're currently into. Mad versus Fnatic going into the third game. We'll be covering the picks and bans on the desk as we have seen strengths and weaknesses. I'm going to put it that way from both teams in terms of how they each won their respective games. Just rehash it for me then, Trouble, in terms of with Fnatic now being on blue for the first time this series, what we are expecting to see.
Okay, something that you don't personally like, and you've said it before, the Azir is probably going to be a big focal point, right? That might get banned away. Humanoid has showed how much he does favor it, especially on blue side. Doesn't think there's many counters to it. It helps a lot with the front-to-back team fights that Fnatic really like to play. I think one of the most important things here when we're chatting a little bit with Tritz about picks and bans is what is Mad gonna choose to ban on red side this time?
Let's find out. Happy we get a game 3 and a game 4 and maybe a game 5 because oof, it's been stompy around here these fields the last couple of days. Treats, no surprise yet, the Draven off the field.
Yeah, I was thinking that Draven ban for Fnatic and then probably Azir ban for Mad Lions is the locked-in bans. And with Azir ban for Mad Lions, I expect them to both ban the Sivir and the Zeri. And then Fnatic, I wouldn't want them to ban Kalista because I want them to say like, we will pick Kalista if it's open, be really stern about it, because I don't think that Malance has a super good answer into Kalista with the Draven being gone.
I think that Talia ban being a second ban and not third ban gives the indication that if there isn't a Kalista ban, you definitely want to B1 it. And Talia is one of these champions that Kalista absolutely despises playing into due to the rocks and dashing about. So I think this last ban will be the indicator of whether Fnatic are willing to B1 Kalista or not. Now here comes the question, right? If the Azir is not banned from the set of Mad Lions, then you run into this question, do you B1 the Azir or do you B1 the Kalista? What do you favor the most? Because for all we know, Nisqy could take away the Azir as well and make Kalista's life a hell.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. So the Kalista is open and they banned Lucian. So now Mad Lions is in kind of a pickle here, right? They have Azir to think about, they have Kalista to think about. There's both Sivir and Trundle up as well. So there's a lot of OP champions open here. And I think if I'm Mad Lions, I would just ban the Kalista and get rid of it. But if they have prepared something specifically for Upset's Kalista, that can also come out here. So I have to wait and see for the last ban here for Mad Lions.
A pickle or a trap?
Well, now it's open, so I would like to see Fnatic just pick up the Kalista here and be playing full for bot lane and just be really alpha about it, because I do think this is the best and that's what they will do as well. So I really like this from Fnatic.
Might be a good reason to pick away the Renata as well, because Renata, Kalista, we've seen LPL, we've seen the level 1s, they look absolutely disgusting. So potentially taking away the pairing from the Kalista right here and locking in something like maybe even a Sejuani would be a good call.
Yeah, I think Aphelios Renata is a very classic answer into the Kalista as well. It kind of neutralizes the Kalista lane a bit, not fully, but it kind of makes it a bit harder for Kalista to get advantages. And then also, I think that's for the jungle, I'm not sure. Maybe they're looking for something like a Jarvan, maybe. I think it's kind of tricky to call the jungle pool this early. I think that it should just be an Aphelios, and then Fnatic gets a counter pick on their support. Okay, there it is. Aphelios Renata, I think that's a very standard answer. I'm honestly not sure what I would pick here if I was Hylissang. I think there's a lot of different options. I mean, Hylissang is very good on the engaged supports, right? So maybe he goes for something super aggressive like Pyke, or maybe something like Nautilus. And the Sejuani obviously has been a really big power pick in a lot of the other series.
Yes, oh, that looks absolutely great. Imagine a hostile takeover into an Aphelios that's going to be decimating his own team, right? I'm loving this because there's a bunch of champions that you could actually play with the Kalista. You can go into Braum, you can go into Leona, you can go into Nautilus. You cannot ban all of them out. And there's also a top lane champion pool that needs to be trimmed in the second set of bans. So I'm really loving what Fnatic are doing here, because both the top lanes have bled. One in game 1 and one in game 2. So I think right here you cannot actually afford to start trimming Hylissang's pool. You need to go towards top side.
I think both of these drafts make a lot of sense. The Wukong as well into the Kalista is a very strong tool, because Kalista really hates playing into knockups, right? It's hard for her to move when she's knocked up, obviously, like all AD carries. And I think obviously the Azir is still on the table, so I'm expecting a ban out from Fnatic on that end. And as the Pyke, like I called as well, gets banned by Mad Lions. I think if I'm Mad Lions, I just want to remove these X-Factor Hylissang champs right now. I think just get rid of them, put them on like a Nautilus, and then just play the game from there.
Get rid of the Rakan traits?
It's kind of hard because Rakan is not super good in this game, so I wouldn't really ban it, but it is a Hylissang special after all.
Okay, treats in like 5 seconds or less. I saw Aphelios yesterday as well. Of course, still very good ADC, but fallen down the ranks a little because of the prio on some of the other champs. So what's the strength level there?
I think he has a lot of kill pressure on the Kalista, especially because of his Gravitum gun. I think when he has that, the jungle always has an easy access in, and with the handshake from Renata as well, it kind of sets up a lot of CC on the Kalista, which it's hard for her to play against. So instead of like the Sivir, which only has push and not so much kill pressure, I think Aphelios can kind of do both there.
I'm just sitting here wondering what Nisqy would like to play into that Sylas, because usually when you have Aphelios and these sorts, like you do like playing the likes of a Swain, a Lissandra, creating a lot of control around your AD carry, right? But you don't want to give these ultimates away to a Sylas, like a Swain, Lissandra, Ahri ultimate makes the champion so mobile and so durable that he will be extremely problematic when he enters these team fights.
I think Mad Lions now should just pick up the Ahri and then save their top lane pick for last. The Sejuani could be flexed in theory, right? So I think that they want to hold the top here for Armut for R5, and they should just pick up Ahri here. I think you could go something like Lissandra, but it's very bad to give the Sylas. They go for the Renekton. I mean, it's a strong laner, right? I wouldn't say it's the best pickup here, but I think that he's kind of sweating if Wunder has the Crocodile again, so it makes a bit of sense.
Yep.
To me, it doesn't make much sense here what's happening because you've already showed mid from the sort of Fnatic, so you know you can counterpick that from the sort of Mad Lions with Nisqy. So it would be cool to get the counterpick towards the top side of the map. I mean, you get the counterpick anyway because it's an on into Renekton, and Renekton does really well into this lane. But right here, from what you guys have seen, they're running full Freljord. We have Sylas, Sejuani, and Braum, but this is really good. You can stop the hostile takeover. So many melees are running into you. You've got Wukong and you've got Renekton, passive from the Ornn with Kalista, Autodax, and Sylas is going to proc instantly.
I would like to see... I was actually just going to mention the Cassiopeia as well. I was going to say that they should have a ranged damage dealer here, I think, because there's just so many beefy boys on Fnatic side. So I think this Cassio is actually a really good pickup. I was thinking either that or Swain would be very good picks as well, but giving Sylas the Swain ult is not that good. So I really like the adaptation here from Mad Lions. I don't think the Renekton is perfect for the comp, but it makes sense because of Wunder's Game 1 performance. But I think both comps are very clear identities here.
And also it's really fun how Nisqy pivots from Taliyah that makes Kalista's life a hell to Cassiopeia, who has a pretty similar spell with the Miasma. You put it down so you cannot hop and skip around the map. This is something that Nisqy picked into Humanoid back in summer 2021 finals into his Rise and his Sylas, and one of the two games was a win. I just can't remember if it was the Sylas or the Rise.
Which one it was, we'll have to check the tape, but of course a very well-known and legendary pick for Nisqy as well. We're seeing some different looks coming out, prioritizing the Kalista, saying we will play towards that bot lane. Let's see what you got, and hopefully we see our closest game out of the 3 so far. We still have a little bit of time, so I'd like to see your post-draft predictions.
You want to start, Trouble?
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
We have 1 minute, so...
I mean, in general, I feel like both drafts, as I said, has kind of clear identities. Fnatic want to play around bot. They have Ornn on top, obviously, so they're kind of looking to snowball through bot and then just have a straight front to back with Sylas being like the X-Factor champ. And then on the Mad Lion side, I think they're looking to scale it up a bit.
I told you, you only have 15 seconds. You can quickly say your prediction.
I really like seeing Kalista onto Upset, and I think Fnatic are going to take it through the bot side of the map.
I mean, and that Ornn horn. Let's see how many times it goes off. Let's get into it. Game 3 between Fnatic and Mad.
And on to Summoners Rift we dive for Game 3 of the series. This is us, hi, hello, the other two. Fnatic fans in the audience, apparently. Shooketh.
We'll get
so
that
shocked by it, yeah. Just...
Now, before we progress, Medic, there's a thing that you have to do.
Do you want me to tell you Nisqy's Cassio stats?
No, I want you to do the thing.
Yeah, but I'm waiting for these graphics to play before I see.
You're so much smarter than me. You're just so...
I'm just used to having to press the buttons.
And I have
Do you want to
idea
just
what you're
keep talking about
about
it until the graph? So
Well,
as these run...
As these run, it's important to note that we have many veterans in our league.
That we
but
do.
one veteran stands out amongst the others, and his name is Hylissang. This is his 500th LEC game. Congratulations to Hylissang. He's one of the longest standing veteran players of the LEC. If you've ever watched our show, you will be familiar with this man. He will flash on cooldown. And with Hex Flash being unavailable, you know this man's been nerfed. But the delayed invade comes in from Fnatic. Mad expected it with the Braum Kalista early game. That's a scary level 1 that you do not want to play against, especially when paired up with the Sejuani. TB gonna come in from Wunder.
But they don't know that, and that's crucial. So even though that, you know, that Wunder was down there, initially they don't actually know that Wunder does not have that teleport currently. I think we've seen this so many times with the Kalista as well, because you can just
Oh, so Hylissang Kaiser flashes away, but the Ignite is ticking in the spears. Armin is back, the heal coming out, he's dead! Oh, Hylissang, you absolute darling, what a beautiful play
but
by
it's
him.
not just that, look at the junglers too, they're still brawling.
Mazuk has the flash, Arctic Assault, possibly. I didn't see if he took Flail of the Northern Winds and his Icebreaker, or whether he had that Q. He didn't have his Q, so he wouldn't have been able to escape if he tried to dodge away like that. But with his bot lane coming up to help him, it means he can just walk away. And because of this, he actually has both of his quadrants of the jungle left to take as well, so he'll have a 3-buff start.
I will say, I just find it so funny that I joked earlier about Hylissang will flash off cooldown, and then he gets into lane and he flashes almost immediately. It's what we know and love Hylissang for. A staple here in Europe. Sets up his AD carry for success. They will draw first blood. And Fnatic already off to a great start. You both just highlighted the jungle advantage that Razok has already accrued. Moves immediately towards his blue buff and will grab that for himself as well. So we saw it in game 1, denying Elyoya some of those early camps. We saw it again in game 2, but this time Elyoya was able to punish him, whereas here in game 3, Elyoya will fall short. Let's see if he can convert it into anything else. Armut does have the push in the top lane, with the push in mid as well from Nisqy. I can't imagine they'll go for a dive, but let's see what he chooses to do with this information.
This feels like one of those games where the junglers won't have the same pressure as they had in the first game. The gank setup is there for Razork in the early game if you would like to go for it, but really for both of them. So when you hit that level 6, it really comes online. Talking about a potential dive, it's not going to happen, but 3 minutes into the game, we have a Proxy and Renekton in the top lane.
And Armut knows he can do this. He expects Razork to be down towards that bottom side of the map. I don't know if they actually caught him on any vision, but that's where you would go if you're a jungler in this situation. You go blue to blue and then down towards your red side. He proxies the wave, now he can back. He's got 8 seconds before that minion wave pushes in, so he has the time to do it. And Wonder shouldn't lose too much from this either. Yes, he loses some time and some tempo in the lane. Can't push this out quickly because he's Ornn, but he should be able to get all of these if he last hits appropriately. He does exactly that.
But what I'm really looking for Fnatic here is to punish down in the bot side instead. While Unforgiven still have that cleanse and flash for himself, Kai'Sa currently summonerless, and yes, with Fnatic having Razork now down towards that bot side with the lane bouncing for Mad Lions into the bot lane of Fnatic and Razork on a pink board. This is not fun to play.
Yeah, it's the wave is in a very awkward spot too, because you can see based on the number of minions. Oh, good flash.
Razork flashing in, looking for the CC on Kai'Sa. They get it, they lock him down with a stun, and the final spear will be enough. Kai'Sa falls for the second time this game. Razork takes it.
And you talked about it, Goldberg. We looked at the wave state. We saw the jungle presence there. They wanted to punish the flashless Kai'Sa, but now Nisqy on the hunt.
Flash forward by Nisqy, looking for the final twin backs. The Noxious Blast. Ticking. It's not enough.
At early levels, that Q only at level 1 barely does any damage. All of the damage comes from the Twing Bang, but Nisqy very close to securing first blood there. And now's the great opportunity to bring up Nisqy's Cassiopeia stats.
Yeah, they're not as exciting as you think they are. 25 games, 56% win rate all time.
56%?
That's positive.
It is positive.
But it's the thing is, this champion is what I remember him for from the Splice series, from those that
1v4 outplay that he did down towards the bottom side.
It's definitely one of his go-to champions. We haven't seen it from him for a while. We haven't really seen it anywhere in the world. But into the Sylas matchup, you can understand why it is so favorable. Of course, very mana dependent. We've got to keep our eyes on the junglers once again to make their way towards the bot lane. Let's see Fnatic look for another fight.
Unforgiven still has flash, so does Elyoya. Kai'Sa obviously doesn't have his own. There's the Gravitum for the root down as they look for the damage onto Razork, but he's able to walk away. Elyoya does the same, and Mad Lions escape the gank, but do burn a flash.
God, how obnoxious is that Sejuani-Braum combo, both having that stacking passive that can lock you down, and Fnatic are looking to leverage it. Another gank towards the bot side of the map. Kai'Sa yet to have his flash, but they do get Unforgivens, so Fnatic is feeling pretty good.
And it's one of those things where Fnatic right now, they could shove in the wave. They could try and get aggressive in the enemy jungle, but that's not what they're looking to do, because they know Unforgiven is one of the main damage dealers in the late game for Mad Lions. So if you can shut him down in the early game, just continue to take away the gold and experience that he's currently trying to get down in that bot side, that's going to be huge moving forward to the mid game. And you can even see it on the levels right now. Upset currently level 5, Unforgiven still level 4. And if you take a look at the purple bar, he just reached level 4. This is an entire level ahead on Upset, and Unforgiven's not close to it.
And a lot of that comes down to the wave states, and as much as shutting down Unforgiven is important for Fnatic, putting Upset in a position to prosper and to thrive is equally so for them. You can see damage per minute in playoffs, almost 1,000. Like, that's before this series. That's actually incredible. The fact he's doing 36% of his team's damage as well, very often involved in the early game, and we see that here once again for Fnatic. Guys having a storm over playoffs so far, and Mad Lions will have to try and keep him under wraps in this game, because at the moment, he's in a very strong position.
Of course, Upset going to have another opportunity to represent Europe on the international stage, and with this form, he is looking good. Humanoid now making his way down, will be spotted on the control ward, but it looks like Mad can't stop it.
Got that Petrifying Gaze stolen away. TP coming in, Handshake's going to pull Humanoid back, doesn't have the flash. Remember here, Petrifying Gaze dodged by Unforgiven, and Humanoid now is in for a world of hurt. Armut there in time, and Armut takes the kill.
And that's great, because even on the top side as well, Wunder's going to push it in, but look at the map positioning currently from Elyoya. He can just push up that wall, that farm instead and collect on it, so they're not actually losing anything. And in the mid lane, that's the big picture, with Nisqy pushing in an entire and a half wave, picking up the turret for themselves. Razork coming around to pick it up himself.
It really felt like Humanoid after seeing the TP, he was trying to back away, but he'd already burnt his dash forward, was seen on a control ward, obviously, as he walked in here, and then he had no escape, because he hasn't got, like, a flash or anything at this position.
But the timing is also just perfect with the teleport, right?
Yep.
He waits Willet until Humanoid finally dashes forward.
What I think was really good there was, so Unforgiven roots Hylissang, and then Kaiser roots Humanoid.
Yeah.
So they use their CC separately, which means that they actually buy a lot of time, and then the two attacking angles from Fnatic get completely mitigated, because there's no way Upset's can attack that tower, right?
Yeah.
He's one of your core damage dealers. You need him to be safe to dish that damage out. And they were able to, well, they couldn't quite make it happen. So well played by Mad, they're able to dissuade the dive, and now Fnatic first onto the Herald. But the pings are coming down. You can see Kaiser is in the mid lane, but the bot lane from Fnatic is already making their way up.
And that's the big one, right? The response coming through quickly, and the turn on towards Armored now.
Armored does use that dominance, trying to get the damage down onto Razork. CC'd up for an age, but the rest of Mad Lions on their way. Niski with the Twin Fangs, Fate's cool. Gonna pull back. Hylissang keeps him alive. TP. Being
Really
used
well
to the
played.
mid lane there by Wonder.
Yeah, well played by Armut there. He really buys a lot of time. No flash, and he's still able to get away with his life. Just good use of the E in order to create space, gets good damage down, and then he forces Fnatic back. Niski coming so close to getting a number of kills here, ends up falling just short, but he's doing very well in the farm department. And even though Fnatic find themselves with an early gold lead, Mad are in a position to claw that back.
Niski no flash. Miasma coming down, Call of the Forge got dodge back, dodge forwards. They look for the brittle.
He's
now
pushing them back.
Pushing back. Dominus coming out, Petrifying Gaze wide though there by Niski, and now he's caught in the midst of Humanoid. Niski though with a bailout. Humanoid just falls after it. No bailout there for Niski. Cassiopeia cannot come back to life. Wonder trading against Elioya should just be able to force him away here. And Elioya backs away underneath the tower.
And that could have been huge in terms of map tempo as well. If Niski does not die there, well, then the bot state is just favoring Mad Lions. Elioya could come down, pick up the first Drake for them as well. But Mad Lions get pushed back by Fnagan in the mid lane, by a decent engage coming through. And you can see what Niski wants to do. The grounding effect on stops him from using the second part of the ultimate. Unfortunately, he's not able to get to that point. And then I think it's really crucial, the fact that the ultimate is dodged out. Upset.
Turning onto Unforgiven here. The Severum healing, though, with that Moonlight Vigil. Upset doesn't quite have enough, and the CC with the concussive blows not landing onto Unforgiven.
Close exchange there, but I want to go back to that ultimate from Niski. It was so close. You could see the idea when you sometimes in an FPS game when you have two targets, you can't decide who to shoot. Yep. That was one of those situations where you just couldn't quite decide who he wanted to hit on that. And Niski ends up falling short. But Mad, they're clawing this gold lead back. Of course, the reliable point for Fnatic right now is this bot side of the map. 20 CS is the lead for Upset. Level 6 now for Hylissang. Of course, Kaiser and Unforgiven matching that. There is a world where they can look for an all-in, but they ideally want that Ignite to be back off cooldown. No flash available for Unforgiven. Sejuani going to go back to base. And looks like Upset's going to do the same. So, gold maintained favor of Fnatic for the time being. The Herald about halfway on cooldown. We can see Elioya hovering around the mid lane, waiting for Humanoid to get a little bit aggressive.
And you have the Rift Herald as well, right? So you could try and funnel more gold into
Yeah,
Niski, who's already 20 CS up.
Yep.
And I think with Armored having that top lane priority, it's super easy for him to hover down. We saw Wonder do the exact same thing in game 1 when he was playing the Renekton, and this is just a mimic of it.
So Humanoid has flash. He can steal away the Petrifying Gaze as well, which is exactly what he's going to do. And it looks like Mad Lions, Petrifying Gaze used to clear out the wave there by Humanoid. Looks like Mad Lions will be willing just to let this charge in. They got the first plate, and now they get 2 more. Niski with about 240 gold off that total exchange.
1k gold lead for Niski. He's going to go back to base. Wonder if he'll buy boots.
You did not just say that and laugh at yourself.
Choosing to skip the boots.
It is odd. I never see Cassius buy boots.
Never see
Even in pro play.
It's very strange, isn't it? Very, very strange.
I also never see Senna's CS. It's really strange.
So weird. I wonder how many people will get that and they'll just be like, these stupid casters.
That's what I'm feeling.
Dragon going to be started off by Razork. Going to be secured. That will be the first Drake of the game going in favor of Fnatic. Of course, given that Niski had to go back to base, doesn't have the TP at his disposal. And Upset and Hylissang returning from base themselves, getting that early push out. Elioya, though, has his eyes in the bot lane, decides that's not a fight I want to take for the time being.
He'll be fine. He's got the clone. What I'm really looking for is the shifting once again coming through from Armored on the top side, because that mid lane turret, it is low. It's the one point where I believe that Mad Lions can actually attack on the top side, where Fnatic, you know, they're going to continue with that pressure on the bot side. It's really just who can get the most out of it, though, because you will still have the late game scaling in Unforgiven. Of course, he's very much behind right now, but having that Aphelios into the Kalista is not necessarily something you're sad about.
For sure. I think the scaling in this game is very interesting.
Why? Because there's a Casio?
Not only that reason.
I only got it now.
But it's funny that you mentioned that, because when you think about late game, Casio, one of the best late game DPS champions in the game.
True.
She can... I'm not going to say that she can solo Baron, but she can definitely duo Baron. If you put her alongside someone along the Renekton, the Wukong, she will melt that objective. She does kind of need the blue buff,
yeah, that's the thing.
But that threat is very real. And then you add an Aphelios on top of it as well. Mad is the type of team that will sneak that Baron right from underneath you. And Fnatic have to be aware of that. I think their front to back is very solid. You've got 3 big tanks in the form of Braum, Ornn, and Sejuani. But do you have the damage needed? Flash from Upset.
Bait's cool. They're just looking to dive Unforgiven under the tower, and they're doing exactly that.
Very clean.
Incredibly clean. Razork, though, caught out with the Cyclone here. Handshake's going to pull him back as well as he flashes and dashes down towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, flashes down towards the safety is, and it's just set up so cleanly there. They knew that Renata was in the mid lane. They had the intel from Humanoid. And yes, Mad Lions, they will pick up a turret for themselves, but I think it's a great punish by Upset and Hylissang, immediately seeing the window and seizing it for themselves.
This game is becoming very much about Upset versus Nisqy at this rate. Upset is looking very strong. You can see the gold lead sitting on him, about 1.7k, but exactly the same in favor of Nisqy. For every advantage Upset has gained, Nisqy's done the same thing in mid lane. And he is slowly starting to become this monster of the mid lane.
Blue buff just been picked up here. Humanoid and Nisqy on opposite sides of the lane, but they're just going to be exchanging farm. Humanoid can move up towards that top side, or rather Nisqy can to just set up a play if they want to go for that outer turret, but looks like all of them, 4-man, just going to go for those reset timers, see if they can pick anything up. TP coming through, though.
Kaiser caught out with the Glacial Fissure. Flash in by Hylissang as they look at the concussive blows, and Kaiser has nowhere to go. Humanoid with his first kill of the game. Armut was able to dodge away from the call of the Forge God, but the chase can continue here. Armut does have Flash. Fnatic might back away, but Hylissang doesn't usually like to tend towards that sort of strategy as they put a ward down behind this tier 1. And eventually will retreat.
The timing is perfect for Fnatic as well, because the Herald has just respawned and Razork is immediately on it. Wunder going to go back to base to replenish his mana, but he does have the TP. Kalista still hovering around the bot side of the map, but there's that TP invested by Wunder. Now this does give a window for Mad to be able to contest this objective.
Exactly.
They are going to back off immediately, and this should hand this one over to the Mad Lions. Humanoid doesn't have the mana to really contest this, unless Razork can get a cheeky steal, which he is looking for. Upset is there.
No Fate's cool, no Glacial Fissure, only the Glacial Prism coming in. Razork, though, immediately just dashes in. Ruthless Predator suns him up, and Razork, that was a little bit overeager, my friend. Nisqy takes the kill, Alluria takes the Rift home.
And this actually gives Mad Lions so many possibilities to play around with. He can use this on the bot side once you have that mid lane priority, because remember, mid lane turret no longer there. That gives Nisqy so much freedom, and it gives you so much time to create a man advantage. You want to use it on Forgiven to get him back into the game? Sure, go for it. You want to use it on the top side where the Renekton already has the priority? Sure, go for it. But it's just the fact that Mad Lions gets to be the team that dictates where this one is going.
It's a very convenient situation for Mad right now, because you can see Unforgiven completely isolated in the bot lane. No real threat onto him, especially with Wunder's ultimate still on cooldown. And Alioya is just hovering. They don't need to commit the Herald here, just as you're saying. For now, they're just covering for Nisqy, and they're giving him the freedom to farm up and secure this objective completely uncontested. He's going to secure all the local gold as well. That'll be 300 into his back pocket. And now again, you can see we talked about how it was going to be Nisqy versus Upset. Yep. 2k gold advantage for Nisqy, 2k gold advantage for Upset.
And seeing Nisqy in this position just shows how important it was for Mad Lions to get him ahead in the early game, because they got demolished bot lane. Like, bot lane was not even a lane for Unforgiven and Kaiser for the majority of the first 15 minutes of the game. And if Nisqy wasn't 2,000 gold ahead and couldn't pressure in these situations, it would become so much harder for Mad to ever find an avenue to gain an advantage on the map. But because Nisqy played his lane phase really well, was winning the 1v1 versus Humanoid, and then had assistance from the rest of his team, Mad Lions are in a position where they can actually strike back.
And look at the timing of all of this. They allowed Nisqy to get the top tower. He then resets. They move into mid, get the push there, and now they have the Herald for bot. They can threat the dive and then set up for the Dragon right after.
No TP available for Fnatic. Wunder trying to do what he can against Armut. Call of the Forge God coming out as well. He'll try and clear out the way, but he's rooted up with the handshake from Kaiser. Tower falls, Cyclone goes down, and Wunder calling on a Forge God. You feel he's praying to anyone that can listen, but there's no one up there to hear him. He will fall. Rift Herald will get another charge.
Yeah, Wunder has shown many miracles on the tower before. This time around, he was not going to be the one. With Rift Herald being there now, it goes as Vedius was saying. They can move back, start up the Drake if they want to, but a lot of people have already pressed that reset button, and they're going to potentially have to wait for their teammates. But look at the vision control right now, currently from Mad Lions. They have so much control around this Drake if they want to see it, but there is one pink ward currently in the favor of Fnatic. You can see Mad Lions, they spot it just now.
And I think what's great here from Mad Lions as well as their lane assignments, they actually send Nisqy from top down towards the Drake. They keep Armut up top lane, but it looks like Fnatic is actually looking to contest. No, it's Armut with the engage.
Glacial Prism used, but Armut's now going to be caught out. Face call short by Hiller, saying no flash for him to get over that wall either. Armut able to escape. It was a bait mate. The TP came in, and Mad Lions retreat with the Dragon.
I rate it 8 out of 8. Of course, it is a big TP investment still from the Mad Lions, but it will result in their first Dragon of the game. And Fnatic very quickly find themselves on the back foot here. That gold lead that they had accrued, about 1k in the early game, slowly slipping away from them as Mad are getting more and more control over the map.
Yeah, a lot of it feels like Mad Lions have been the one committing to the plays time and time again, or at least setting them up, where it feels awkward for Fnatic, a little bit at least, to create plays through Upset. They haven't been able to throw him around the map and then dictate plays through that, because even when they do it, well, Mad Lions, they put themselves in a position where it's easier for them to capitalize on tempo just because they had the Rift Hell to play for. They could continue with the dives. So many times Mad Lions has gotten the play in their favor.
And then around the Dragon, you can see Fnatic saying, we have a 2-item AD carry. Ginsu's Immortal Shield build complete. Let's go for a fight. But Mad Lions are still able to pull them around the map. Armut with a good TP flank into escape from him. Obviously, Hiller-sang, you know, could have caught with the Fate's Call, but you can never really predict those things. So Mad Lions have played the last 10 minutes or so immaculately, and because of that, Fnatic have been on the back foot. Humanoid's still trying to farm up, 2k gold behind. Obviously, he is on Silas. He already has a Leandry's complete. If he can get to 2-3 items, he can still be a menace in this game, but it's going to be such a hard hill to climb. Almost Sisyphusian? That's not a word. That's probably a word. Like Sisyphus, trying to climb up a mountain. He's Greek thing. It's from Hades. You know, I played a lot of Hades. Right? It's where I learned all of my history.
Sauce, trust me, bro. I played Hades.
Sisyphusian sounds right to me.
Right.
Anyway, what sounds right to Mad Lions is a little bit of an invade as they see Razork taking away his blue. Hiller-sang here as well. The control ward goes down, and Mad get control of the mid lane. 4 members strong here with one up towards the top side. Armut's going to try and push in that way. Mad just walking around the map, no real objectives for them to take right now. Baron up in 20 seconds, but they won't really want to do that one immediately unless they can find a pocket of vision for that Cassio and perhaps a Wukong to get into that pit.
Well, what's interesting is still the fact that they trim out so much of the enemy jungle, right? It's one of those things where you take away from your opponent, you gain something for yourself. The gardening, yes. Yeah. You asked who was it? Well, it's Mad Lions. They're the one keeping track and keeping the jungle clean, especially on the Fnatic side right now. Humanoid meeting Nisqy, but they're just going to push in the wave.
The moment, Mad Lions very happy just to continually pressure in with these waves, get the push prio in the mid lane, move people down towards the bottom side. Petrifying Gaze stolen away by Humanoid just to clear out the wave more than anything. It does hit Nisqy. You can see the Leandry's taking a little bit, but that's not going to do too much with the rest of Mad Lions just around the corner in that bush. Kaiser comes back to join them. Next wave, quite a way away, about 15 seconds or so before it gets down towards this bottom side. Mid lane, though, Fnatic realized that wave's a while away. We can look for something, but Armut is able to walk away from the Forge God himself. And Wonder unable to find a connection with that knockup.
But
Wave now, though, in a good position down towards the bottom side. All of Fnatic have moved up, and because of that, Mad Lions can gain control of the bot lane and of the surrounding area.
You can see it now as well. Armut coming down as well, trying to join them. He's not going to do too much for the siege, but he creates the even advantage of men there. If a fight were to break out, that's not going to be the case this time around. Mad Lions, they're going to back off just a little bit when Fnatic have a response to the pressure coming through.
Mad Lions forced to disengage. Armut immediately going to move back to mid, pushing that wave.
Razork could look for something here.
Good ultimate.
Oh, Kaiser steps in front of Unforgiven. That's the support we like to see. Call of the Portugal coming out as well. Unforgiven still has the flash and the kinds of Elioy is the one caught up towards the top side. Cyclone coming out. Unforgiven looking for the damage down towards the bottom side. Humanoid trying to get some in himself as Armut now joins the fray. He's going to be met by Wonder and Humanoid. He just dashes away. Dominus stolen, but nothing really out of it for either team.
I can't believe Elioya doesn't go down there. It seemed like he was going to go down for sure when he missed the blast cone initially, but he finds a great knock-up, and afterwards Blast Wonder as well as Humanoid staying alive, and they trade even. Well, by not trading at all, no one goes down in the fight.
Well, it ends up just being flashes. So 2 flashes on Mad, 2 flashes on Fnatic, but ultimately everyone walks away with their life.
I'll say credit to Kaiser. Has the Merc Dreads, stepped in front of Glacial Prison, ate it for his AD carry. Maybe it was just going to miss Unforgiven, but you never know in that sort of situation.
I like how you saw that as Kaiser stepping in the way, and I saw that as Unforgiven dodging and then hitting Kaiser.
No, Kaiser definitely stepped back.
You looked at it from the perspective of the support did the right thing, whereas I looked at it from the perspective of the AD carry left his support to die. In any case, no one did end up falling short there. 30 seconds until the next dragon will be the next objective, and look at Nisqy's items. 3 fully completed, with the Banshees on top to make it harder for Humanoid to steal away his ultimate. The 3rd yet to come through from Upset. but the second yet to come through from Unforgiven. So again, as we already mentioned, it's really going to be the Nisqy versus Upset show, as Upset really is where all the damage is coming from Fnatic right now.
Yeah, look at the control currently though. Humanoid is on the bot side right now where there's no vision for Matt Lyons. So if he were to find a steal once again on Nisqy's ultimate, actually he can't. There's a Banshee on it right now. So if they can pop that, they can get the
Well, you've got Call of the Forge God, right? You can always just pop it with that from long range. No flash on Nisqy. There's the Banshees down. Humanoid clearing out this control ward down towards the bottom side. There's the Call of the Forge God. Razzle going in with the Glacial Prism as well, but a great hostile takeover. Then stolen away. Humanoid down towards the bottom side, fighting against 4 members of Mad. Unforgiven in the midst of it all as Armor has to flash away, but he will fall. Elioya looking for Humanoid. Razzle still chasing into Nisqy. Nisqy has to cleanse. The Petrifying Gaze not enough. The cleanse not enough. And Upset starts to shred through them. That's 2. Elioya falls. Fnatic force a fight in the river, and they clean up Mad Lions.
A beautiful team fight from Fnatic there, and just like bowling pins, they fall down to Wunder's ultimate that really sets this all up. Big fight for Fnatic that has been struggling to leave a mark in this game in terms of finding the play themselves, but this time around they find it.
You can see the engage from Mad is just awkward. Who actually starts the fight? You're very reliant on Elioya, whereas Fnatic can start the fight however they want. Razork dives onto the backline, Humanoid comes in from the flank, and such a beautiful ultimate there from Humanoid as well, stealing it away from Kaiser and landing it onto 4.
Yeah, Ahmed as well, flashing when he had the bailout on him, when he was flashing away, so that was a little bit awkward at the same time too. Now Baron has just been started off, death timers are completed, and Matt Lyons are around, but no jungle Ash. You're saying, let's see how this goes.
Infernum? No, Wunder takes it. That's the Baron over to Fnatic. 24 minutes in, they have the Baron. They got their second dragon in the game as well, and they have a 3,000 gold lead.
And just like that, Fnatic have claimed control. Fnatic demonstrating their team fighting prowess, and I think that's the beauty of their composition. It's straightforward, it's easy. Your front line just runs at the enemy. There's nothing else that you need to do. The second that they're grouped up, you just walk towards them and then you press your buttons. And the only real engage tools that Mad have are there is the Wukong. Yeah, they ideally need to just get through the front line of Fnatic, but when you funnel yourself into a choke point like we just saw, it becomes so easy for Fnatic to just play the fight how they want, and Upset is left completely untouched and free to do whatever he so pleases.
Yeah, Mad Lions, they have a really good kite back composition, so that means if they get into the perfect scenario where they start up the objective, they have all the vision until when no one's coming from behind and they're getting flanked, it could be super easy for them to kite back. Problem is, well, Unforgiven is not as reliable as you want him to be in this composition. Upset has the Fate's Call to really push people forward too, and Wunder, of course, with that great engagement, Humanoid stealing the rest, does make matters very difficult for Mad Lions to pilot it in these enclosed counters we get in the late game.
And all of the gold lead for Fnatic basically sits onto Upset right now. We talked about how it was going to be the Upset versus Nisqy show. Well, Upset is the star right now, and his damage is ridiculous. You can see how much further ahead he is compared to the rest of the competition, the rest of the map. And he really has been one of the shining stars for Fnatic. We showed his stats earlier, and he definitely has come alive here in playoffs.
Now, playing on 2 lanes still, actually 3. Wunder down towards the bot side. This Baron's definitely not going to be the one that ends the game, but it's going to be the one that at least lets Fnatic get back into it with the map pressure and trying to stack up for their own Drakes as well, leading forward to more beneficial team fights. Now, moving the members around, man advantage on the bot side. Now, what does Fnatic do on the rest of the map? No lanes in a position to really capitalize, so Mad Lions, they hold on to this siege on the map.
Upset looking to make his way to Malmö once again, or make his way to a finals weekend once again. Obviously one of the players on this Fnatic lineup that has never won a title alongside Razork. Looking to correct that as soon as he can. Mad Lions now trying to defend their 2-2 down towards the bottom side, but unable to do so. As is a 2 towers going over to Fnatic. That gold lead extends to about 6,000. Fnatic still have the Baron for 40 seconds. They're looking for that tier 2 in the mid lane, as Razork should be the one to take that down. The cannon minion helping him out just a little bit. The Baron buff minion's obviously doing the same. Elioya looking for something here, but can't find it. Just going to clear out the wave. That cannon minion targeting Elioya means the tower will not fall, and Fnatic might have used the last of their Baron buff.
Dragon spawns in about 2 minutes' time. Baron goes wear off in a few seconds, but good damage done from Fnatic. They should be able to secure one more tower. And they're looking for an engage onto Elioya.
Yeah,
Ultimate lands.
Coming out. Elioya does have the flash, will use it. Call of the Fortune coming out as well. Lands the knock-up. Upset looking for a bit more damage, but can't quite find it. Hostile takeover only hits onto one. Armor now chasing onto Wunder, who uses that Bellows Breath for the unstoppable. Dodges away from the stun. Mad Lions lose their tower, but are able to hold on to their lives.
Exactly. In the end, the tower still goes over to Fnatic, and you can see the gold lead they've been able to recruit for themselves here. 1 minute on the Drake now that Vedius was talking about. And surely with the amount of setup that Fnatic has currently, they should be the team that picks up the third one, as you can see. They have already good vision control. Of course, that will be trimmed out when Mad Lions get back on the map. But the problem is for Mad Lions that they're going to be spending a lot of time of just accruing control of their own jungle, so they won't have too much time getting control of the actual play, which would be the dragon that Fnatic will be back for.
And the problem for Mad is they're not only sitting at item deficits, they're also sitting at ornament deficits. You see a 2-item deficit in terms of AD carries. Upset has the Immortal Shield Bow, I guess. Is that what we're calling it?
The more immortal shield bow.
Yeah, the more immortal shield bow. You got double Frozen Fists. Iceborne Gauntlets? What do you want to call those?
Are they just not called Frozen Fists?
Maybe they are.
Ice, baby. I don't know. Still do.
There is two
ice cubes up towards the top jungle.
Fnatic.
You heard of 2 chains?
They are back out on the map. With the dragon spawning in 20 seconds, I wonder if Mad will just choose to concede this. No Void Staff yet. Oh, there is. Completed for Niski. No third item finish yet from Forgiven, though. He is so much weaker than his AD carry counterpart. Can't blame him. With a 5k gold difference, it is to be expected. Upset also level 14 with Humanoid 16. These fights are going to be very difficult for Mad. It's basically going to be down to whether or not Niski can melt through this front line in time. And it looks like they're not even going to try. They're going to give it up. They're going to look for a pick towards the top side of the map. Pings are coming down. The Humanoid, he's going to respect it, and he's not going to overstay his welcome.
And the small amount of windows that Mad Lions ever going to be finding themselves as well also relies on summoner spells, right? Does Upset have that cleanse up? Because if Niski can find it while it's down, that's great. You take away that 5k gold lead that Fnatic has from Upset immediately, and you can start playing out that team fight. But the problem is, there's so much peel around that man. You see the Braum, you see the Sejuani, you see the front line you have. Everyone is going to be in front of this Kalista, and there's barely any backline dive unless you see like a flanking Elyoya ultimate to come through with the rest of the members of Mad Lions flashing forward. So right now, the circumstances that they're looking for are slim looking forward, but nonetheless, they are still there.
Yeah, Mad have been able to pick up a little bit of vision towards the Baron buff, but Razork now stepping forward, trying to cleanse some of that away. Has missed a ward behind them, so there is an opportunity for Mad Lions to TP in if they want. Armor could look for that flank. Glacial Prism coming out. There's the Call of the Porch God as well. That's a big ultimate used by Fnatic. Upset trying to put the damage down, but that's only the clone that he can find. It's still some wards in position for Mad Lions. That's a big ult burn though. Glacial Prism and the Call of the Forge God. Mad Lions now trying to push through this mid lane, get priority as there's 10 seconds on the Baron.
But great on Fnatic for not pushing too far forward, exactly because Upset did not have that cleanse. So that was one of the few windows where if they overstep, Mad Lions could have capitalized. But question is, will Mad Lions just force their hand instead?
You've got white, red guns on Unforgiven. You've got Niski as well, who can absolutely melt through this. Already down to 11,000 HP. Where are the rest of Fnatic? They reset, they recalled now. They're looking to try and join the fight. Hostile takeover going in. Elyoya able to dodge to the side of it. The Zerg on the back line is a lot of damage. The Baron down to 4,000. Fnatic being able to keep it aggroed. Elyoya doesn't really have a way into the pick because he's got no flash, he's got no health, and he's got really nothing here at all. Hostile takeover coming out. I was able to dodge to the side of it. Petrifying Gaze only going to hit onto one. They're going to try and take down Razork. He flashes, but he dies to the poison. Cyanide in his veins. Niski looking for it. Petrifying Gaze in by Humanoid though, and that's one. Niski trying to do what he can, but he just can't do enough. Unforgiven low as well, and Fnatic and Humanoid find everything they want out of the fight. The triple kill going over to Upset in the end. The double TP to the mid lane. Fnatic are looking to make this 2-1.
The carries come up clutch once again for Fnatic. Humanoid and Upset with just a stellar performance in the team fight. They may have lost Razork, but the front line did not die. And as you say, Medic, Fnatic is looking to go 2-1 up in this series and looking to bring us to match point.
It was close until it wasn't. For a while, there was hope on Niski, a lot of weight on his shoulders, but Fnatic relieved him of it. Very quickly. One game away from Malmo. Fnatic make it 2-1.
And what a way to do it as well. Not through the jungle this time around, but straight up to the old reliable, the Fnatic Classic.
Yep.
Just straight up flashing in level 1 from Hylissang. You get the signature moves coming out from all of the boys there. And it was close, as you said, Medic, until it wasn't. And it's just Fnatic really just pushing home the lead they get from the early game.
Just a really impressive performance from the bot lane overall from Fnatic.
That graphic should read Mad Trail Series 1 and 2, by the way, because obviously Fnatic lead the series 2-1. They're not trailing.
Yes.
Just in case anyone thought somehow that Mad had won that game.
It still said 2-1 to Fnatic.
Yeah, it did. It's just like I was just making sure, you know. It's important to clarify these things.
This guy. Actually.
That's usually you.
No, it's normally him, actually.
Got him.
In any case, Fnatic, they find themselves with a convincing win against Mad, and Mad are going to have to go back to the drawing board. They did hand over the Kalista this time around. It's likely that Mad will find themselves back on the blue side and they'll revert to their winning ways of Game 2, but we'll have to wait and see as we continue, because Fnatic showcasing that they can definitely still teamfight, and they had a very convincing teamfight comp, and even though Humanoid was put behind early, he definitely came back with a vengeance later on into the game.
Solid.
Solid. We still have a little bit of time to fill before we go to a break. So, did you have anything that you think about for Game 4, Goldbook?
I think, once again, like, you need more tools than the Mad Lions, right? It was quite clear that when they had the team fight to go for, it was easy for them to play the game as well. And they could just put their feet as forward. Yeah, exactly. Engage. Having a team composition that only relies on moving backwards is fine. If you win the laning phase completely, you get on every objective and you choke out your opponents, but many compositions will win if you have that circumstance.
It's why I personally hate Renekton in a meta of range supports, because he just doesn't alpha the engage that many other top laners do.
Very true. We're going to hand it over to Shox to break down that game as Hilly in his 500th game won. Good job, Hilly.
Yeah, he did, and it was a lot about the bot lane, I think, from the start of the game. In fact, we're gonna immediately, as soon as possible, dive into what happened in the bot lane. The Fnatic Kalista is just something to take into account. I think we were wondering if it was going to come out in these playoffs, and whenever it has done so, it's been devastating.
I mean, the guy had an account named after a Kalista OTP. He's an absolute menace on the champion as well. And we said it, on blue side, you have the luxury to ban Draven, which hard counters Kalista, and then pick the Kalista for yourself. And they actually put down a show. The level 1 kill onto the Kalista, into another tower dive later on to snowball her out of control. And then also the champions that surrounded her, that gave her all the space needed with the Sejuani, the Sylas. It was so well done.
Yeah, there was a lot of just beefy front lines in front of the Kalista, right? So when Kalista is head, it's not like she's getting outscaled per se, because she has the Sylas in front of her, the Ornn, and it's just very easy for her to play the team fight. So I think Upset and Hilly had a super good early game, and then it just kind of snowballed from there, right? And on the side of Mad Lions, I think with the Renekton, they really need to get ahead on top side, but he's just farming against an Ornn, and he's not going to be more useful than Ornn in a team fight.
No, at some points, though, Treats, you also have your Mad predictions. So you were giving them chances, I believe, in this mid-game Mad, right? So how did they claw back after that early game, or what were the indicators you thought that they still had a chance in this game?
I mean, they had so much backline damage from the Cassiopeia and from the Aphelios, so I thought in my mind that if they could stall it late enough, that the Cassio and the Aphelios could just take over the team fights with the Renata boosting them up, but it didn't really happen that way, and it was kind of hard for him to find access in the fights. Like, Wukong wasn't super ahead either, so it was kind of just a standoff, and they just didn't have any tools, so they just got kind of ran over by Fnatic, to be honest.
Yeah, you were saying, I think Cassio could take over this game completely, but it's not the way that worked out.
Nope.
Credit, of course, to Upset. I think this entire playoffs, he's been on one. Incredible. And I also honestly say that in the clutch moments, this whole team of Fnatic seems a lot more on the same page than I would have given them credit for like a couple of weeks ago.
Can we please also give praises to Humanoid? Because I completely agree with your point. Wonder stepped up in the first game. Upset is now stepping up onto the Kalista. Humanoid has had a fantastic performance on the Sylas as well. He had better than Renata ultimates than the Renata itself. He had better Cassiopeia ultimates than the Cassiopeia itself. And I think that shows that in the heat of the moment, he steps back up, the back-to-back 2021
Maybe
champion.
I got a little bit of a speech because Humanoid roamed bot, you know, at the beginning of the game, and it didn't really work out. So Upset was like, dude, clean it up. We can't be having that. Let's take a look at let's get a look at a couple of fights, because we got some spicy ones. First one, at Drake, blowing the game wide open for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think here, just Niski didn't have a flash, right, and they noticed, so they just pulled the Ornhorn instantly, and here comes a beautiful Renata ult from Humanoid. Stolen. I think this fight is just very hard for Mad to win without Niski having flash. I think it's so important for him to have flash in team fights against this style of comp, because Upset doesn't have a lot of threat from him on him because of the Wukong being slightly behind, so if Mad Lions cannot really win the front to back instantly, they can't win it at all. And without flash, it's very hard for them to kite back.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I feel like the Wukong and the Renekton were picked to kind of like safeguard the Aphelios, right? Together with the Cassiopeia. And the second that you pick the fight apart, you saw that Unforgiven was over the wall for the entirety of this fight, and he could not DPS.
No, we've seen great Aphelios performances out of Unforgiven in the past, but this may be not the ideal setting for it. As we take a look at this final fight, I've noticed that in the series, these teams are not taking any risks when they are ahead. They just want to push for the win.
Yeah, and I think Humanoid here with the beautiful ult once again. I think in general, just Mad Lions, it was just hard for them to teamfight, right? Like, they just didn't have the same amount of tools as Fnatic did. Fnatic were just tankier, they had more damage, they had more just in general skip in the fight, like they could jump around, they could silence E around the fight, they had so much mobility, and it was just hard for Mad Lions to lock them in.
And that looked so lost for Fnatic until Humanoid does this thing. He goes back in, he steals the Cassiopeia ult, and he picks them apart. And the fact that he kept stunning and creating so much space meant that this Kalista that got so many early game kills, that got so many items in her inventory, could just free farm the entirety of Mad Lions.
And I mean, this is a narrative dream, of course, when it comes to Humanoid being up against the Mad Lions. And the big discussion about what did he use to bring there in the beginning of the year. A lot of the Fnatic members talked about he's bringing more outside of the game as well, macro perspective, just things that he has learned and the way he sees the game. But the guy is a clutcher when it matters in these LEC playoffs, right?
Yeah, his early game was not the cleanest in this one. I think he was put behind like quite a lot, and Upset kind of had to get him back in the game, right, with a lot of damage himself. And then when the late game team fight comes, he comes online anyways. Doesn't matter if he's behind.
And it's just the way Fnatic is dangerous, I guess, when they play like this, because if one of the players doesn't have the best game, they will band together and try and make it work, at least in this game. But I don't want to call this series yet, because we've seen good things from both sides. We're going to take a look back at this draft specifically. Mad Lions chose the blue side going into the next one. You have a Fnatic prediction, but it was 3-2 though, so... and you have a 3-2 Mad one, so let's see.
We need game 5.
Yeah.
For the better of everyone, this has to be a 5-game banger series.
Okay.
This is what it has to be, because they've been going toe-to-toe. And honestly, Mac, at the start of the day, he said, oh, I really wish I could see Fnatic on blue side. Well, I don't think that continues to be the case, because we mentioned the Kalista that was first picked, and it was the Renata had to be taken away because it's one of the strongest 2v2s in the bot lane, the Kalista Renata. But then I think Fnatic have completely outdrafted here. It feels like the front to back is insane.
What is the adaptation coming in for back against the wall game for Mad on blue side?
I think that the drafts will be pretty similar to the early drafts, right? The game 1 and game 2 drafts. I think that Mad Lions will just ban the scalers, force Fnatic to ban the early game champs, and we'll kind of have a similar style there in the early game. And I think that in general, I would really like Armut still to be on a tank. I feel like they really missed this key beefy boy in the front line just to make the fights a bit easier for them.
Someone with a horn?
I mean, the horn man is really OP. Sejuani also works, right? I think Fnatic had both this game, and they had Crocodile to respond, so I don't think that's a fair fight.
Okay, fair enough for Mad. Now, while both of these teams have locked their spot at Worlds already, you can do the same. Registration for pre-sale tickets for Worlds 2022 is open now. Tickets for the most stages are available starting September 6th for MasterCard holders, September 7th for verified fans, and September 8th for the general public. And you can check out lolesports.com to learn more dates, details, and also, sorry, how you can register for being a verified fan. But you are a verified fan in my heart, just not for the tickets, so go do that. So now, can Mad bring it back? Bring us the first silver scrapes of the weekend? We hope so. We will be right back.
Kia, movement that inspires.
And welcome back to the LEC as we see Fnatic versus Mad Lions face off for a final spot in Malmö next week. A match against Rogue, perhaps a rematch for Mad Lions if they manage to win. But currently, Fnatic 2-1 up, looking to make another finals weekend.
Looking good.
Mad return to the blue side. We'll see how the draft adaptations will shift as we imagine that Fnatic will not get their hands on the Kalista once again. Will we continue to see that priority on the Yuumi? How will things shape up? Will Elyoya be able to have the same performance that he was able to have here in Game 2? Overall, Fnatic looking good, but I think that Mad have done a good job of going toe-to-toe with them at the very least. It's just that Fnatic found themselves with a one-game advantage. A lot is going to be determined in the draft. I kind of hate Renekton. I don't want to see it anymore.
Well, they did have success in the first game coming out today.
Yeah, but, you know...
And you know, it won once, and now you have to forget all the times it lost and only think about the positive.
In the best of 3, it's currently 1-1, right?
Listen, I will allow a Renekton if Kaiser plays Rakan. Seems like a fair deal, right?
I mean, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine by me. Into a Poppy is kind of hell. Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, there's circumstances, right?
Yeah, but it's, you know, Kaiser, Rakan. You know what I mean?
No.
Kaiser Yuumi, Kaiser Rakan.
Okay, now
you know
with that picture, it really does paint it. Yeah, I do feel it. But I think going into it as well, with Mad Lions finally back on the blue side, you can get a draft that's more reminiscent of what we saw in Game 2. And I think as well, if you get Elyoya into a position where he gets more agency in the early game to kind of brute force what he does so well with intelligent early game pathing, that might put Mad Lions in a better position as well than what they had earlier. I think specifically with that Kalista, you can't afford that your AD carry falls so far behind to it, to the point where when the game ended, 6K gold lead for upset. But of course, we are moving forward into our next game. Fourth one coming up. Let's get to it.
And into the draft we go. Last time these two teams met was in playoffs, at least, was back in 2021 when Fnatic were able to take down Mad Lions and eventually... Oh, no, wait. They lost to Mad Lions in the finals, yeah. It was 3-1, if I recall correctly.
Correct.
Fnatic trying to reverse that scoreline this time, make it 3-1 for them. Zeri and Draven taken away. Already, we've seen Sivir bans as well from Mad. This time the Poppy removed because they don't want that Poppy into Trundle that we saw in Game 1.
So the one adaptation they made here is that they've no longer banned the Seer in that first rotation. I think they have that intel since that last game. The Seer was only banned in the second ban phase. Nope, they're not going to swap it up. They're just going to swap around the order. So same bans as they had in that Game 2 where they left Sivir open. Taliyah comes through. So yeah, same start as we had earlier. And I wonder if we'll just see the Yuumi first pick coming through. Yep, we will.
So it's Lucian plus Jungle here, probably Trundle. That's what we saw in Game 2. Razork obviously on the Trundle, having a very strong playoffs. Has only lost one game, and that was earlier in this series.
Oh, what a shock.
Okay, usually, when you say something, right, and you predict something that's really obvious, you know what I say, Vetty? I say good prediction, Vetty.
Yeah,
really
good prediction.
I
made this prediction earlier.
Yeah, but
so
I just made it now.
Good prediction.
Okay, I stole your thoughts.
Sivir. It looks like they were just going to run it back exactly the way in which Mad Lions were able to win.
I think they're going to ban Renekton and on in the second ban phase.
Oh, maybe. We'll have to see how things change up. What Fnatic? I mean, they're going to have to look back at Game 2 and recognize what went wrong, and it was probably that Wonder died a lot. The question is, how will they mitigate that from happening? Because they could just choose to put him on the Gwen once again if they want to. He may just choose not to run Ignite this time around and instead go for the Ghost to give himself a little bit more protection.
Or the Fiora this time around, Vetty, but it seems like junglers are going to be the name of the game. Remember, in that Game 2, it was a buy coming through from Elyoya. Not that I think that pick mattered too much. It was more about his positioning in the early game that really sealed the deal. And once again, Mad Lions, they banned Renekton and they banned Aunt here, trying to take away some of those engages. But the question is, now that they know that Fnatic was kind of looking to respond to the Aatrox in lane, do they still feel like the Aunt should be a ban? I think so. It's a good engage, and it's something that really tears away when you're trying to play a front-to-back team fight. But let's see what Fnatic rounds up there.
They could ban Vi. I think Vi could be a good ban here.
I mean, it did work well for Mad Lions, even though it perhaps wasn't the focal point. The fact that they constantly look for those ganks up towards the top side is going to be a ban. But great prediction there, Vetty.
You did
really
it.
Nicely done.
Good job.
Yeah.
What can I say?
I'm sometimes good at my job.
All the time good at
The question is, will we see the Ornn ban that you're expecting, Goldberg? Or will they change things up?
They're talking.
They're discussing it. It's hard to tell, because this is one of those ones where both make sense. They could just choose to remove the Ornn, but they're going to take the Silas away instead. So, Fnatic, ball's in your court. Will you now lock in the Ornn for yourself into the Aatrox, or will you instead go for, well, a Wonder Special in the Shyvana? Wouldn't be too surprising to see him with that champion.
Or
Are they really running back the draft?
I'm going to take the Gwen. This time we ward top lane.
It's that one small adaptation.
This time they're going to just ward top lane. That seems to be the game plan.
Where do Mad Lions go in terms of jungle?
If it would be, well, it would be Vi, but that can't happen.
Yeah.
So, that's a great question. Amount of junglers. Wukong is gone. Vi is gone.
Trundle is gone.
Sejuani, you could play. I don't love Sejuani into Trundle.
It's far-fetched. Sinso, while I do not think it's the best option, could be one of them when you have that Yuumi on top of you and you can kind of split the short range apart.
Yeah.
You have an Illusion, and specifically Trundle and Win coming forward. They're going to pick up a Niski special. One of the, what would you say? Catalyst, not Catalyst. Kryptonite. There you have it. Against the Fnatic.
Was obviously what cost Fnatic their playoffs run back in spring. Or is one of the reasons they thought it cost them. Lee Sin for Elioya! Okay. We see a lot of Lee Sin in other regions. Haven't seen that much of it here in the LEC. Very powerful when you get in the right position. And Elioya made a name for himself on it when he joined the league last year.
I don't know how I feel.
Let's dive into that.
I feel excited, Eddie.
I mean, yeah, you can be excited about Elioya's Lee Sin, for sure. It's more about the context of the comp. I'm not sure how I feel about it just yet. I think that mid-jungle is obviously very good. Twisted Fate into Lee Sin. Very easy setup. A very easy lane for you to attack and then translate to side lanes. You would expect Humanoid to be running the cleanse in this matchup, which also makes it a little bit easier for Niski. But
yeah,
I do think Lee Sin, while it can do well into Trundle, it's like one of the better matchups because you do have like the ward jump to navigate around the pillar, you have the kick to disengage and like create space between you and him. It's a very mobile comp. Gwen, you also then have Lucian. Like, I feel like it can be very difficult to actually play the Lee Sin in this draft.
And I think some of the issues they had before is that the engage is kind of limited from Mad Lions. Of course, it's there with the insect kicks and Yuumi finding the lost chapter moving forward, but that also relies on you really getting ahead and not falling apart. The same can be said a little bit about the Fnatic comp too, but they have the Lucian Nami at least to press forward to kind of just find the poke through before the fight really starts.
We'll see if either team are able to find engages on their own terms. We'll see as well if the early game is as explosive as it was in Game 1 and Game 2, even in Game 3. There was a lot of action all around the map. Large gold leads in different lanes being gained. For Fnatic, it is this match to take themselves to Sweden next week to match up against Rogue and then perhaps have one of our most storied matchups in the finals. G2 Fnatic, one we've seen so often. For Mad, they need to win this to keep their hopes of playoffs alive. Let's get into it. So Fnatic have done a lot of level 1 shenanigans through the course of this series here.
So they have.
They're not going to do anything.
Well, you said that because this is actually the game where they late invaded bot side. They had a sweeper ready, and they moved in around that tri-bush right before it started.
Just a control ward.
You can be back 4 and board. You can place a ward, pick up a sweeper.
I mean, it's true. You definitely could do that. Doesn't look like that's what they're going to do right now, Goldball. But I like the idea.
Kind of calling him out there a little bit, you know?
All I was doing is giving him the clarification that.
Wait for it. There he goes.
It ain't happening.
He's thinking about it.
If he goes up there, he'd be like a fish out of water, you know?
Yeah, he would, because he stepped out of the river. Yeah, that's funny when you explain the joke, right?
Yeah, and they're much more comedic. But yeah, no level 1 shenanigans from either side. Sweeper is available for Kaiser on this Yuumi, so you can make sure that there's no vision placed near the red buff if he so desires. Actually looks like he's going to let Elioya start on this red by himself. Vedi.
Ask me about the summoner spells.
Okay, Vedi, what about these summoner spells?
There's no cleanse on Humanoid.
That's true.
Do you know what that says to Elioya? It's ganking season, baby.
Mid lane is prime suspect. Well, now we've lost the summon spells. Thanks for
Oh,
that.
I think we know there's no cleanse
Okay,
on
there's
him.
no
after this
cleanse,
one.
there's no cleanse. The other thing is there's no ignite on Wonder.
True.
He
Do you want me
is
to?
running-
Here, I can show you that.
Perfect, yeah, so there's no ignite on Wonder as well. So he is deciding to go for something a little bit safer, because let's not forget that basically, I'm not going to say it was his fault, because it really wasn't. It was just jungle camped my lane. What do you want me to do? So I can't really blame him. He's decided to be a little bit more passive in this lane. It gives him a little bit more, like, it gives him weaker dueling press. Now, I have missed what happened to Armit's flash.
He used it.
I can see that.
I love you so much,
I did. Don't clap that. So okay, what I meant was, when did he use it? Because I did miss that. But I might not have time to explore that, as Razork is hovering the bottom side of the map.
Heal used by Hylissang. Exhaust goes down onto Upset. Now, Razork hasn't been spotted. That control ward that he placed at level 1 here means that he can get behind Kaiser and Unforgiven the wave. Not in the best of states for them either. Here we go. Razork stepping forward. Pillar available. Unforgiven flashes immediately.
Already 3 summoner spells down in the bot lane. Kaiser traded his 2 for Hylissang's 1 in the heal when that came forward. Of course, they could keep the stacking of the wave going, but I think they have no sight of where Yoya currently is on the map, so they don't really know if they can press forward for dive. He can easily go for a reset and try and come down and hover. So for now, Fnatic's just going to keep the slow push going and see if they can deny any vision, or rather any minions for Unforgiven.
Things are coming up towards top lane. I'm not sure if Elyoya was able to skirt around that ward.
It's a dive angle.
But Humanoid is making his
here we
way
are.
towards the bot. Oh!
He did just use it.
He did just use it.
Right.
But here we are, Unforgiven now getting dived by Razork.
TP coming out immediately from Niski. The dive is on, but the barrier available for Unforgiven. It survives as long as he can, but so clean, as you say, from Fnatic. They might go for a redive here. I think Kaiser is unable to remount. No, he's managed to get into Niski. Hylissang looking for a little bit. No one taking the tower right now. Razork can step forward. Niski with the stun card. They're waiting, they're waiting. Razork didn't tank when he took the stun card. That's 3. Razork will die in the end. And Elyoya is here. Dives onto Hylissang, but can't do too much. That was so well played by Razork not to tank the tower as he took the stun card.
Fnatic with a very clean dive in the early game. It's exactly what they were able to do against Misfits, and you just punish this Yuumi lane. There's very little that she can do to stop these dives from happening, and it came off the back of Razork with the early path towards bot, Upset and Hylissang forcing all those summoner spells out, the Pillar getting Unforgiven's flash. Basically, Mad had no tools to stop Fnatic from getting this dive.
And it's the same formula we've seen them have so much success with so far. And I really love the jockling coming through as well, because quite often you'll see a team mess it up. You'll see them panic just a little bit when the teleport starts coming through. Not Fnatic this time around, and I love how they just weighed out Niski with a stun card here, because easily one could have stunned out or started taking aggro, then he would have been stunned. That's not the case. Niski does have flash.
And Elyoya here as well. They're looking for stun card onto Humanoid. Humanoid can flash away. Elyoya trading with Razork, who does have that lethal tempo. Elyoya, though, stacking up the Conqueror as quickly as he can, is able to help his mid laner escape what could have been a sticky situation.
Okay, so Fnatic off to a phenomenal start once again. We've often seen them get these early game leads, and the vast majority of the time they run away with it. Of course, they 3-0'd Misfits, and now they're in a position to go 3-1 against the Mad Lions. Secure a spot in top 3 here in the LEC. Now they're threatening the dive onto Humanoid. No summoner spells available. Razork, while shadowing him, will get a little bit of health back, so he's in a better position to fight.
And as much as if you've listened to the LEC for a few years, you might think they always talk about Fnatic. Why do they always talk about the fact that Fnatic can get back into these situations? Well, they made the most finals of any team ever in the LEC. 12 finals out of 20 playoffs. They've only won less titles than G2. And so when we talk about the inevitability of Fnatic making it into an LEC finals weekend, when we talk about the inevitability of Fnatic versus G2, it's not done in jest. This team, this organization somehow always finds their form when they need it. And although they have been usurped and surpassed by G2 in recent years, I'm sure there's a lot of Fnatic fans out there hoping for a return to the glory days.
Yeah, for sure. And also just the way they're doing it, right? It's very reminiscent of that early game playstyle they were successful with, didn't find the title with in earlier seasons, unfortunately, but it feels like a ramp up for Fnatic at least, because the regular season, there was a lot of questions to the team. They barely made playoffs this time around. Then in playoffs, they barely beat Excel. But then when they went up against Misfits, that's really where it started being much more cookie-cutter clean. And now going into this series as well, they're sitting at match point against Mad Lions. In a series, a lot of people expect it to be really close, but in this fourth game, They have the early game, they have the early lead, and it's coming from the bot lane once again with Upset sitting currently on a 1k gold lead.
At the moment, Upset in a very strong position, about 15 CS up towards that bottom lane as well. Already got that Noon Quiver complete. Unforgiven, I believe, started Longsword 3 pots, and now he's got the Cull and the Longsword, so he's just trying to play the scaling game, as I'm sure the rest of Mad Lions are trying to do. Elioya, though, almost on his way to 5, about 6, about halfway through level 5, so he'll be looking for a gank pretty soon, you have to feel. Razork, though, has been very active on the map in this early game, and is walking his way towards the mid lane. Won't find anything, he's just going to go back up towards his top side and clear that out, as Hylissang and Upset continue to harass this Mad Lions bottom lane.
Keeping my eyes on what options both of these teams have. Keeping my eyes on the wave states as well, seeing where Nisqy could look to use that ultimate. Where is he going to throw it first? There's options towards top side. You can see a wave slowly starting to stack up. The Herald spawning in about 30 seconds time. Who's going to get that early push off? Who will go for the first base? Humanoid now moving up towards top. The ping already coming down onto the Twisted Fate. They've made the call. Can Nisqy respond?
Wonder looking for the needle work here. Armor trying to trade in with those Infernal Chains. Razork walking just past the wave here. Still only level 5. Destiny was popped by Nisqy. Razork knew that he couldn't take that trade any further if there was an extra man, a supplementary play. As Armor looks for the flash forward. World Ender coming out as well.
Oh, clutch!
Oh, Razork! Oh, what a play by Razork! His evolution as a player from week 8 to now has been surpassed by no one in this playoff.
And just how many times must he have to do that? We saw it when he bailed out Upset against the Excel series. This time around, though, it's up in the top lane for Wonder. And while it's not as crucial as it was earlier, it keeps happening and it keeps being Razork really just being a bandage for some of the players here.
And you just hark back to, you know, spring when people were talking about him as the weak link. Even the start of summer, people looked at him and said, he's not of the caliber we expect from a Fnatic jungler. And the amount that he has leveled up and the amount that he puts this team on his back in the early game through playoffs has been phenomenal.
And you have to throw some criticism towards Armor here because he had information on where Razork was. And the play was incredible. The pillar was perfectly placed. A dive in the bot lane.
Upset cleansing away here. Unforgiven, though, healed up with the zoom. He's Hylissang very low. Razork here in time has the subjugate, puts it down, takes the tower, and that is another one over to Upset. Make it 2 as he slays the cat afterwards.
They just continue on the bot side, and remember, Nisqy used his ultimate on the top exchange earlier. It didn't really amount to much, and now with that on cooldown, they know they can just commit to the plays down in the bot side again. Elioya finally around, but way too late to shadow his bot lane, and despite him having the Rift Herald, it seems difficult for him to utilize it down on the bot side.
Just Razork on this champion looks so comfortable. Once again, he's been involved in every single kill that Fnatic have been able to secure. And you can see the main benefactors have been the bot lane. 4-0-1 for Upset, of all people, before we get to 10 minutes in the game. This man is incredibly strong and is set up for success. He is going to be the carry for Fnatic. Fnatic are looking to 3-1 Mad Lions.
Look at that, he's already 600 gold ahead of anyone else in the game. Humanoid sitting up at the top of that leaderboard as well, but Razork only shortly behind him. Fnatic in such a strong position here. Hylissang building up towards that Imperial Mandate as well as an option on this Nami. Upset almost got his first mythic item, or his only mythic item in the game. I will say he often goes for this Dirk early, and I feel it really just gives him a little bit more of a power spike. The extra damage you get out of it. He doesn't usually evolve it into any, upgrade it into anything. Usually just sells it out when he's looking at his 3rd or 4th item as Elioya comes down towards this bottom lane. But once again, the ward in the bush, we saw this a couple of games ago from Fnatic, makes it so hard for the Mad Lions jungler to find a gank.
Yeah, the crucial thing is no sweeper either, even though he's playing Sin 2. There's a Rift Herald currently in the inventory stopping that. Armored, no flash from earlier.
Yeah, Razork might look for this, the pillar of a possibility, but Armor is able just to walk away with Nisqy on his way up. Destiny coming out, Wonder's going to have to try and use the outplay button as he puts down the Hallowed Mist and escapes from that gap.
And that's one of the reasons why Gwen feels so happy whenever she sees a Twisted Fate picked into her. It's so difficult to set it up on her. You can try and chase Razork down, but Humanoid will be around in the mid lane, and now it's his turn to see if he can get any plates. Elioya is around the vicinity if he wants to cover. Razork still spotted here.
Razork can just fight this, though. There's no reason not to.
Nisqy has flash, locks the gold card, gets one stun off. Razork's still on the chase, though. Red Smite's going to go down, and this is not good for Nisqy. Subjugate is ticking.
Might just die.
Red Smite, Subjugate, is it enough? Not quite, as Nisqy walks away wounded.
I was wondering why Nisqy was still challenging Razork there, because it was very clear that Razork, if he was given the opportunity, if you pushed his buttons too hard,
He was just going to turn around and get that kill, forces the flash out from Niski, and now that's going to be a plate lost in favor of Humanoid, and Fnatic is going to continue to extend their gold lead.
And I really love that they finally solved the play on the top side as well, because currently the junglers, they're just like, they are opposites of each other. Every time Razork will be on the top side of the map, Elyoya will be on the bottom side instead. So if this continues the way that it does, it will just be inevitably Fnatic being in a good position to move down, pick up the Drake for themselves while Rift Tower is not up. But as it goes right now, Razork still hovered topside just to make sure. I think Wonder was in a decent position because he knows that Elyoya's camps are currently up, so they have no reason to suspect they should currently be bot lane.
Rift Herald on his way to timing out here on Elyoya. He has gone back to the Krugs. My expectation is he'll try and put it down towards this bottom lane, but at the moment, Upset and Hylissang very happy just to catch the wave as it pushes into him, and Elyoya has really struggled to have an impact on this early game. This Lee Sin hasn't really been able to find any ganks. You can see 0-0-0. He's been farming well, but it's really not what you want from the Blind Monk.
He's limited in terms of his options, and now the Rift Herald will be dropped a little bit late, but it should be thrown down in the mid lane.
Yep.
Secure Niski a few more plates. Will they actually be able to lock this one up? You can see Razork on his way.
I'm pretty sure he's going to get a charge in. They will try and stop it. Razork trying to come in from the side as well. No flash on Niski. They're just going to let the Rift Herald charge forward. Stun card locked. Niski trying to get away, but you just can't escape. The Rift Herald was a bait for Fnatic, and they find the pick.
Yeah, they just wanted to get forward, get some plating for Niski at least, but he's way too far forward with no intel on Razork, and now can just move in on the red buff while Elyoya is trying to reset. Don't think he can do much. He doesn't have to smite either. Bot lane's moving, but let's see how this pans out.
Kick back as they look for Razork, who flashes away from the final chapter, and it's going to get booted up by in the end, but he just goes back for a little bit more. Wants the red buff tasty as he chomps it down. Razork secures the red, and Mad Lions invest everything and get nothing.
And just look at the map right now. Bot lane's pushing in, mid lane's pushing in. Razork just took the red buff too. You can just move immediately over to the Drake if you want to. You can try and secure the turret for yourself. But you need an intel around to see if Elyoya is around that. You're just going to shadow it.
And even if Mad Lions lose this game, of course, they are still going to Worlds into the play-in stage where they might meet some of our CB LoL brethren who are familiar with the 7-1 scoreline that they are currently falling to. Razork trying to get the fight down towards this bottom side. The tidal wave going in. Unforgiven able to spell shielded up. Razork exhausted, but he's still very healthy as Elyoya joins the fray. Unforgiven, Razork just turns it back into him. The Destiny coming out, and that might be a little bit too deep from Razork. He will get shut down. Niski takes him outside, dodging to the side as well. The Cullen coming out, but Elyoya tanking that for days as he gets his first kill of the game.
A big overstep there from Fnatic, but they're not going to be too upset about it. Look at that, mid lane tower secured. I believe that just after the 14-minute mark, so the plates were still secured there for Fnatic. 4K is the gold lead for them. And while it definitely was too deep from Razork, he actually would have gotten that kill if Unforgiven didn't have the barrier. Upset likely going to be playing Spoiler as he interrupts, dives in. Isn't quite able to get the kill though, the spell shield mitigating that last bit of damage. Not that I think it would have been enough, but regardless, Upset playing in form right now as we look back at this play from Fnatic.
Yeah, so it looked good initially. If you can just force Unforgiven away from here, you set up the turret cleanly, and I think this is the overextension. This play is still fine, like forcing Unforgiven this far back, decent. This is where it goes way too far from the side of Razork. If you go in here again, yeah, you're just looking for too much and not respecting the fact that Niski will be around in the mid lane with that Twisted Fate ultimate.
He actually would have gotten that kill if it weren't for the barrier. That's how much damage. Yeah, he was doing a lot there. But still, Fnatic overall walk away the victors. A little bit of gold went into the back pocket of Mad, but they are very quickly losing control of this game.
Late Drake is being picked up here. I think one of the latest one I've seen, 15 minutes. So that means at least from the side of Mad Lions, if it comes down to like Drake stacking up win condition, it is going to be a really, really long game. And of course, that scaling aspect still lies in the Sivir in the late game. And that's really what Mad Lion's holding on for right now.
It's whether or not you can get to that position. Fnatic, though, on a tear right now. And I just want to remind you guys that last summer, they were in a very similar position. They finished the regular season around the middle of the table. Then they won their first best of 5, won their second best of 5. And you guys are right around here right now. The versus G2, replace that for a versus Mad Lions. Fnatic looking to make the run all the way through the lower bracket. And if they knock out the Mad Lions, they can't lose to them in the finals. So that is a good sign for them.
That certainly is a nice timeline for Fnatic. But it's incredible that they've been able to do this year on year. It was last year that they actually knocked G2 out of that run for Worlds as well. The reckless roster. And it was definitely internationally a rough year for Europe. We'll see if things can change around this year as the competition only continues to get stronger. But right now, the competition in front of them is tough enough. Mad Lions on the back foot. 3K is the gold deficit. Yet to secure a tower, yet to secure a neutral objective. Razork, though, already has his eyes on the Herald.
And I really like the way they've set this one up. Humanoid pushed in the entire bot lane to the point when Nisqy had to come in with a response, yet he still has that teleport. But it gives Humanoid time to move up towards the Herald, uncontested, and then while he now sees there's no one actually contesting it, he's just going to move down to the bot side instead and then pick up the wave that Nisqy has now garnered towards him. So it's just a way where you really lose nothing on the map and you gain everything for yourself. I really like the approach of Fnatic here.
It's the second time as well we see Humanoid go for Morello Nomicon second on the Victor. We saw it in the first time that they played against the Yuumi, and now we see it again here. It's probably not the best for your individual damage, but does just give you so much grievous wounds across the entire team against the Yuumi. Makes a lot of sense for him, and against the Aatrox as well. There's so much healing on the side of Mad that it does work out well for Humanoid and for Fnatic.
Now, not necessarily a desperation play on the top side, but definitely a more cheesy one, trying to see if they can punish Wonder. He is hard to lock down. He can be immune. He got the ghost this time around, and he's just not falling for the bait.
He's playing hyper defensively, yet to die this game. Elyoya was incredibly aggressive in game 2, and Wonder has learned his lesson since then. But what a glow up from Fnatic, considering how difficult their regular season was to find such a commanding performance, and so much of that credit needs to be given to Razork. Of course, Upset and Humanoid have been playing very well throughout playoffs with the entire Fnatic roster, but Razork has really been a standout. And we often highlight kill participation as a big highlight for Razork in particular, just because of how involved he is with the kills. And right now he's going to involve himself in some more.
Tidal Wave coming in from the backside. The stun's going to land onto Nisqy, and he's already down. Upset looking for Unforgiven as well, and he wins that 1v1. A 2-level advantage to the Gale Force forward is enough. Elyoya trying to do what he can. Kaiser dodging in and out. Armor forced away. The Rift-Held charge can come in, but perhaps Fnatic are looking to beat their own record from earlier in the day. Armor healed up just a little bit. Rift-Held charges in once again. This will be the inhibitor tower down. The inhibitor next on the menu. It looks like Fnatic are going to back away. They won't take the inhibitor yet. Only 18 minutes on the clock. Rift-Held charges in. Actually looks like Mad Lions might look to give this one up. No minion wave here means that Rift-Held's not going to be stopped. Will Armor cull it, or will they just let the Sivir eat these super minions?
That's exactly what's happening right here. They're saying it's still very much early in the game. Even though the Rift inhibitor goes down now, we will have super minions coming through. Baron won't be up, and because of that, you won't benefit of the pressure you usually get of the super minions. So what they're going to say is that this is going to give it extra gold. This is going to be something we can funnel into a potential Sivir.
Let's have a look back at this play. The Herald gets dropped and the flank comes in from the top side, or above the tower rather. Really good ultimate from Hylissang to kind of force Mad Lions underneath the tower. The stun lands from Humanoid to set up for the culling from Upset, and then Upset just finds the 1v1 kill against Unforgiven. A massive level advantage means that he just tears through the opposition, and Fnatic find themselves a clean fight, once again looking dominant against the Mad Lions.
And of course, Shelly does get that last charge. They're just going to back off afterwards and still see if there's loads of other plays to be had on the map. For example, they still haven't taken care of a single outer turret on the top side yet. So for Fnatic, they get the extra pressure to play around with the bot side, and at least that will allow them to take control of the top side. And as we get out of the replay, you can already see that's where the action is going to be.
Yeah, Armor and Elyoya alongside Kaiser trying to do what they can to defend this. The rest of Mad Lions on their way as well. Destiny available. Sonic Wave wide there from Elyoya. Hasn't really found that insect kick that you'd like out of a Lee Sin. Really wants to try and isolate the Lucian if he can. 5-0-2 now for Upset, a 700 gold bounty. If you can funnel that into a Sivir, put yourself in a much better position here as Mad Lions. But right now they are just retreating, just foregoing their towers as Fnatic raise them to the ground. Culling coming out. Nisqy flashes away, pops the stopwatch, but in the gravity field with a tidal wave on his way, that Tsunami finds his mark. Razork trading its 4 up towards the top side. Wonder trying to come in from the side as well as Razork will go down. Elyoya takes him. The chase is on, and Hylissang as the Sonic Wave is flashed away from Upset, though still has a lot of damage hit, and Wonder has the flank position. Needlework going in, only lands onto one. He only has one item so far, and Wonder actually may have overstayed his welcome a little bit as Mad Lions try and collapse. The Infernal Chains lands. Wonder not pulled back, dodges the Sonic Wave as well somehow. Darking Blade from Armators. Upset now the one to advance, to step forward for Fnatic, with the healing and the shielding from the Yuumi. It's just too much for Fnatic to deal with. Elyoya on the longest flank doesn't have the kick, doesn't have that Dragon's Rage. Still lands, tries to land the Sonic Wave. Kaiser going in, the shutdown going down as the Victor's taken out of the fight. Wonder next on the menu as the Sonic Wave hits once again. The TP coming in as Nisqy tries to join this fray. Upset trying to get away as well, and he is dominating. Another Sonic Wave from Elyoya, but instead they'll just take out Hylissang. Elyoya dives underneath the tower. They're looking for Upset as well with the Destiny coming in, and Upset will fall. The shutdown to Nisqy, and what a fight this is for Mad Lions. Wonder survives, he takes down one, but Mad Lions found exactly what they needed.
And just while that, they finally pick up the team fight. But look at the base, that's the big one. Had Humanoid not gone down, they could have just TP'd in, and they will get at least one of these Nexus turrets, I believe. Yeah, there it falls. So despite it looking great for Mad Lions, the fact that that bottom lane inhibitor had been taken really just puts a thorn in their side.
It's the best case scenario for Mad Lions, but they're still losing something off the back of it, and it's a play that they kind of have to make. Fnatic punish Nisqy for overstepping solo in the top lane. Humanoid has monstrous damage, but Razok is split from his team. He thinks he can win this fight, but he doesn't have the sustain, and he ends up dropping. The kill goes over to Elyoya, and then the fight really kicks off.
Yeah, and it just continues here. You can see Armored still has to reset on the ultimate. That's really what it sparks. And I think, for Wunder, this is the overcommitment here. I think if you can keep Mad Lions up here and just threaten the fight, not really go for it, then really the pressure you have through the bot lanes become way more important.
And then look at the positioning here from Upset. He does get hit by 1Q, but he's really just playing on the edge, making sure that he can continue to dish out damage wherever possible.
Moving up forward with it. They finally connect with the Q afterwards from Armored, really solidifying a kill on towards Humanoid, and it's looking great. But Mad Lions, all they're doing here, they're just stalling. They're waiting for Nisqy to come through with that teleport, and that's why they're playing it so much delayed in terms of what they could go forward with.
They know that the ultimate also comes through from Nisqy there to make sure that they can get this tower dive. Props to Wunder still being able to get the kill onto Unforgiven there. But the tower did go down in the bot lane. Armor will clear that one out. Fnatic now have a beeline towards the mid lane tower.
Second Dragon of the game as well to Fnatic. Hex gates have opened on the map. 7th tower for them if they take this mid lane down, which they will do in short fashion. Fnatic in a strong position. 3 items on Humanoid, 3 items on Upset compared to only 2 on their counterparts. Makes it very difficult for Mad Lions to find a good fight, and you have to feel Fnatic don't overstep again. It is very much theirs to lose. A matchup with Rogue beckons for them, and perhaps their 13th final ever. Fnatic, though, now going to start up the Baron. Armor has the TP. There's a few wards around for Mad Lions. They might just look for the mid lane towers. That Baron not going down too quickly.
No, but it just looks like they want to turn. You can see the positioning of Wunder as well. And Mad Lions, they kind of just called the bluff. They have a second blue trinket coming through. Elyoya with a Yuumi on top. I think he's fine.
Nisqy puts the Everfrost down. Gold card comes in, lands a stun in the Hallowed Mist. Sonic Wave onto Humanoid as well. You have to look to see where Elyoya can get up to the backline, but immediately Mad Lions are split off the 2 fronts. Blast Cone away, Elyoya can dash across the wall as well. But there's a tower here. They might just have to tank it up. Mad Lions are going to do exactly that as Razok and Humanoid coming in from the side. Upset, almost got the damage down. They turn it back around onto Humanoid. Armor has a Kaiser on his shoulders, and Humanoid is down as Unforgiven takes the kill. Razok next on the menu, and once again Fnatic overstep, Fnatic overstay, and Mad Lions pounce.
They're looking to continue the dive. The stun lands onto Upset, and he will drop.
The cleanse is just not enough. 4 more kills to Mad Lions. And say what you damn want about this team. They are not going quietly into the night.
Yeah, Mad Lions, they remain in this game, and all those supers are pushing down their bot lane inhibitor. They still have time to send members back. Problem is, what more can you get on the map? 20-second death timers. Baron is up and available. Will you start it? Armored still around with a Yuumi on top of him.
Props to the Mad Lions. So many things going their way. And Elyoya yet to die in this game. The fact that they are able to navigate their way around that fight, Armor coming in clutch with the Aatrox at the end, and this could very well be the Baron. Razok now here, flash, smite, here we go.
He's done it before.
No vision, there's the control ward.
Razok has the kick.
Elyoya has the kick. Razok's on the try, he might like the kick as he could blast cone in here. They're looking for it. Razok flashes in. It's secured by Elyoya. Humanoid now. Hex getting behind them as Razok should be the first to fall in this fight. He's somehow surviving with the subjugate with the tidal wave. And Humanoid's on the back line. The Chaos Storm! A storm, a tempest for Mad Lions. They're locked in the pit. And Humanoid has locked them in there with him. Elyoya trying to trade onto Humanoid. Trying to do what he can, but he just can't do enough. The X-Gate won't save him. Only Nisqy survives as Fnatic rout them in the river.
Mad Lions, they get the Baron, but it's only on 1 member, and what a team fight coming out from Fnatic, while Razok does not get the steal. He remains alive for so long, you can see it. He just moves back towards the Baron pit here and waits for the rest of the team to deal out the damage.
I can't believe how long Razok lives here as well. The subjugate as well, coming out the last second. Oh my god, he just barely survives, but then Unforgiving doing so much damage on the backline, getting that kill onto Upset as well. And then Humanoid, there's nothing Elyoya can do. He's trying to lifesteal, but he just doesn't have the energy. There's nothing that he can do. He has no wards left to jump away either. The fact that Nisqy gets away with the Baron is at least something for the Mad Lions, but let's take stock of what has happened. Because Mad have gotten a number of shutdowns. Mad have gotten a lot of experience into their back pocket. And Mad Lions, if nothing else, have denied the Baron away from Fnatic, making it harder for them to siege and end this game. Sure, the Dragon is up in a minute's time. When we get an opportunity to look at the itemization, we'll see if Mad feels strong enough. Not quite yet, but within this minute, the question becomes, can Unforgiven get the Infinity Edge needed? and he is very, very close.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, this goes down to how late Fnatic really started up their Drake stacking again. Remember, the first one was picked up 15 minutes into the game. Yes, you can push in the mid lane and try and garner control around it, try to take up the fight. But fact remains that Mad Lions don't have to fight this objective. It's not going to be the one breaking the fight. But as you say, Betty, they don't care. They move in the mid lane. They have the Baron buff of Niski to take control. And now they're taking control of the enemy jungle.
So some things to take into consideration is the bot wave is being pushed in. Wonder and Humanoid rather do both have the TP. And there's one ward in the mid lane. Our observers are hovering over it right now. This one right here is so crucial when it comes to the flanks. The TP comes in from Humanoid. Not going to be available. Wonder now making his way forward. As Fnatic are going to clear out this way.
Let's have a look at where we are in terms of some of the spells as well. Humanoid Razork, no flash on him. Unforgiven, no flashes on the side of Mad Lions. They do have a Mikhail's on Kaiser, so if Unforgiven is locked up, if that spell shield somehow falls off, he does still have a get out of jail free card, but Hextech Drake started up. Now, you don't want to be the one tanking this one. Does damage across your entire team. Elioy looking for the long flank, but he has been spotted on that ward in the Tribush. Armor stepping forward onto Wonder as well. Razork and the rest of Fnatic backing away. Wonder and Armor trading here. Wonder down to half HP, level advantage for the Mad Lions top laner. Elioy, they know he's there. They know he's in the vicinity at least, and he is spotted out. He now dives into the pit with the Sonic Wave. Looks like Wonder's going to back and then TP back if he needs, but already they've caught out Razork. Final chapter coming out. Subjugate the heals though. Armor very low already. He's pulled the World Ender as Upset looks for the backline exhausted. Unforgiven, Upset just takes him out. Niski next on the menu for Upset, and he will not be denied his spot in Malmo. Upset finds 2, he's looking for 3. Elioy slowed. The TP in behind them as well as Humanoid looks to cut them off. It's Wonder, in fact. Armor forced up to the top side. Wonder's going to chase Elioy down towards the bottom side. Armor trying to do what he can with the Darking Blade, but he just doesn't have the healing. He doesn't have enough. Kaiser locked up. Fnatic clean him up. Only Elioy stands.
The Quadra is delayed, but it is a Quadra nonetheless. Upset in the final moments once again. Comes up massive. He has the Nexus in his eyes, and he is looking to secure Fnatic top 3 in the LEC.
20 playoffs and 12 finals. Fnatic don't want to stop there. They're looking for number 30.
And they ramp up for it. Rogue waiting for them. Fnatic, the plot armor continues, as it has been foretold. And what a game. It just seems like it's a team that keeps elevating themselves as well. We saw a lot of dominant bot playstyle coming through in the Misfits series. We see it again in this one. But also Humanoid stepping up immensely, washing away the reputation he got from this regular season, and now shining, stepping up in playoffs. Humanoid have returned.
Fnatic looking to emulate their lower bracket run from last year. They find themselves in top 3 once again. They will be going up against Rogue once again. Last year it was a 3-0 for Fnatic when facing up against Rogue. And Fnatic are looking good. Upset appears to be in form. Humanoid in form. And they will take down last year's champions. Fnatic will secure a top 3 spot here in the LEC Summer 2022.
And for Mad Lions, they just have to look forward to Worlds. They will be going as our 4th seed, making their way through play-ins. Has bitten them in the past, obviously.
A lot of pressure on their shoulders as well.
Most definitely.
A lot of skepticism around their ability to perform. And there will be question marks around what they can do at the World Championship this year.
Especially since one major region has to be eliminated in playoffs. One team, at least, from a major region has to lose out because we have 5 teams from major regions going to lose. So.
And that's really crazy to think about. Usually it's one of those where it's play-ins, we know exactly what's going to happen, but you don't. And with Mad Lions down there now, as they can take a final bow.
Take a bow for our crowd. A comeback in summer after being 7th place in spring. A justified round of applause for them, and we will of course see more of them this year when we go to North America for the World Championship. For now though, just time to reminisce, to ruminate on how they could have done things differently and how they can change things up coming into the World Championship. But for next week though, when we go to Malmo, we have a smorgasbord of deliciousness for us all, as we'll see Rogue and G2 face off in day 1, and then the winner of that versus Fnatic. Your key player of the series though for this at LEC on Twitter is where you can vote. Razork, Humanoid and Upset are your options. I know who I would give it to. I'm going to get on my phone after this and vote for them. I'm not going to tell you guys though. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to become too meta for us to just say like, vote this. And I'm looking specifically at you, Betty, when it comes to this. So
vote Razork. It's really not hard. It's really easy.
God's sake.
You can take Humanoid and I'll take Upset, so we balance out the deaths.
Wait, who did I take?
Humanoid.
Humanoid.
The Petrifying Gaze was great.
Yeah, the Petrifying Gaze was great. And then the Victor as well.
Oh yeah, Upset was really good as well.
He was
the mouse is highlighting Razork right now. That's how
they can't see that, man. They can't see that.
I mean, what an incredible series, of course, from Fnatic. They're making the lower bracket run once again, and it just seems to be their climb to the top of the mountain, one could say.
Damn. One could definitely say that.
He got it now.
You got it in. The end of it. I
was really hoping we would toss after that.
The problem is, I can't,
there
I can't
it is.
hand it over to until we're ready for it. But we'll see from Humanoid whether he has been climbing his own Everest or whether that mountain is more like a valley in the series versus Mad Lions. Law, take it away.
What a beautiful metaphor, Medic. Thank you so much. Marek, thank you for joining me. Also, congrats on taking down Mad Lions today. I saw you were hugging Mac and the rest of the Mad Lions coaching staff at the end of the game. Can you tell me how important this game was to you and what it meant?
Yeah, I mean, winning a best of 5 against my old team, that feels pretty good, I guess. But I'm also sad. I'm also sad for them that they can't be in Malmo with me. So, yeah, but overall, it feels nice.
There has to be a winner, and hopefully you'll see them at Worlds if they get out of playing. Talking about you, internet, the casters, and everyone keeps on thinking that you had an amazing performance today, which I agree on. Maybe Berlin agrees on that too. Yeah. But how would you rate your performance today?
I think I played fine. I played a lot of Victor, which is like, yeah, you're just kind of farming, so it's kind of boring to play. Okay. But yeah, I think I didn't int it, so it's fine.
All right. I want to challenge you on something. Not to be disrespectful, of course, but I seem to see a difference between Humanoid in the regular season and Humanoid in playoffs. How do you explain this change?
Well, I usually play the game a bit more towards playoffs than at the start. Because, yeah, the season is really long, and I'm not going to play 10 games of League every single day for 3 months straight. So, yeah.
All right. How is the motivation going to Worlds now?
Yeah, the motivation is going great, actually.
Perfect.
Because it's, yeah, there's going to be fans finally for the first time in a long time. Wow. So I'm pretty excited, yeah.
Amazing to hear. Now, talking more about the series itself, we saw the banter on Twitter before you guys played this best of 5, and Shakara's tweeted during the series that the in-game chat and the banter in the in-game chat was something special today. So can you tell me some specifics about what happened?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of chatting going around. Usually, yeah, I mean, it was just some friendly banter, you know, nothing right. Toxic. But yeah, everyone was just chatting around.
All right, perfect. Now, talking about Fnatic and the way you've been ramping up through playoffs, I remember G2 in spring and how they went from the loser bracket to winning the finals in the end. So tell me about this experience so far and what kind of experience you gained through your playoff run.
I think for us, it's probably better that we finished 6th, so we can play way more best of 5s. Because I think, the experience on stage is pretty important, and yeah, I think G2 played like 1 or 2 best of 5s, and we played, I don't even know how many, but we played more than them, so yeah, we will have the edge.
You mentioned G2. I was talking to Dylan Falco yesterday, who told me he really wants to meet you guys in the finals. How do you respond to that?
I mean, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna stomp them.
Strong words. You have Rogue first.
Oh yeah, there's also Rogue.
And also Rogue before that. You had so many fans in the audience today, Marek. Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, thank you guys for the support. It was great.
And thank you for this interview. I'll see you next week in Malmö, and we're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back for the post-game lobby in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And some Kit Kat for you, and some Kit Kat for Elder, and some... No Kit Kat for Barrett.
Control of this lane. Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Hello everyone, welcome to the LEC post-game lobby, the last one from Berlin this summer. I'm joined by Wonder and by Razor, who both played out of their minds and now find themselves in Malmö. Razor, you were just talking about how crazy it is that you were one game away, actually like literally maybe a barrel away from being completely knocked out, and now you're here. Why is it that you seemingly have played so well out of nowhere?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think also the third game that we were playing against Excel, we were like 7K gold behind. The mood wasn't bad, but we all were like, oh, maybe we go on vacations really fast. And I don't know. I think like we started all playing really good. And I don't know. I guess we all believe in ourselves. We trust each other more. And I think our early game is actually really, really good.
It is really good. I wonder, what do you think it is?
I mean, there's like a lot of factors, I guess. I think, especially, I mean, when I looked at the playoffs, the first, because they played Friday and Saturday before we played on Sunday, it seemed like it was really winnable with how like every team was playing. I don't think any team is playing like super well or like is in form. I think G2 had like a really good series last time around, like yesterday, but against Misfits, they didn't look that strong either. So, yeah, I mean, I think we are just, I wouldn't say we are peaking at the right time, but we are playing well enough individually, and we are also doing things better as a team. And we have some things. We have try to copy a little bit more from other teams that work well. For example, like you could see like the bot things we're doing with Kalista and all this stuff. It's working really well for us, and yeah, then we are just driving that momentum forward.
It was a little bit seemingly in some games a top diffy. There was a lot of focus on top lane also, right, from both sides. Had you anticipated that coming in, that it was going to be that way?
I was told by my analysts that they look to gank top a lot. I think in the first game, it was yeah, I mean, it was from our side, right?
Jungle diff, actually, yeah.
But I would say, however, in game 2, I was like the shy cosplaying a lot. Like I think pretty much every game I'm very confident in how I play recently, and yeah, I believe that I'm better than everyone I play against. So even if I get spam ganked, I still try to look for ways to stay ahead or stay even, at least, at the very least. I think in the last game we just played, I tried a little bit of an adaptation because they were going top a lot, so I went Ghost instead of Ignite and just tried to get carried when we were doing all the bot plays. But yeah, I mean, in general, I feel like I played decently this game, or like the series.
I mean, I would say so for sure. But yeah, jungle diff as well at times. I know it was like a big matchup also because both Spanish junglers know each other well, etc. And unfortunately for Matt, Elyoya wasn't really able to put his mark on the series, right? How did you keep him from doing Elyoya things?
Well, we had a lot of level 1 plans. We actually tried to caught them off guard, and I think we actually did pretty good. I mean, I think Elyoya actually played fine. Like, I actually think his second game was really good. And in the first game, I just camped up level 3 gank. And the other games is just gank bot, gank bot, gank bot. And it worked out for us. And yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with how we played, even though the fourth game we started to have a little bit of fun and it got a little bit messy. I got a bit stressed.
Yeah.
But overall, it was really decent for me.
I want to ask you about that because, yeah, Matt was getting some good pick-offs, some good teamfight wins as well. You say you were getting stressed because I saw the scenario, oh God, silver scrapes, and then who knows, right? So who calmed you down?
I mean, honestly, I was really strong and my team was like, don't fight, we are killing TF. And I was like, no, I'm killing them 1v3. And then some chaos started to happen. We started to get in pickup, and then they started to chase us. And I was feeling a little bit bad because, like, oh my God, maybe I just threw the game. But I think Upset played fantastic. I think Humanoid with his iconic Victor, he did really good. And
iconic.
Yeah, I think we just took the win.
Yeah, you just took the win.
Made it interesting for the viewers.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, game 5 is also nice, but I think you're happy that you closed it out. So Matt is eliminated, but we are going to talk to them for a second because we will be seeing them at Worlds. So we're going to hear from Kaiser quickly with Lore.
Thank you, Shux. Kaiser, the boys were talking about this series. You can clap. Okay. Thank you, Berlin. And thanks, Kaiser, for joining me for this interview. The Fnatic boys were just talking about this series, how it went, and especially the bot lane focus for you guys. You were just telling me that it's something that could have been anticipated, but how was it on your end? The fact that every time you open your eyes, you have a Razork ready to gank you, and yeah, how did you adapt to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of expected, right? We kind of knew what Fnatic wanted to do, like with the Lucian army, right? They picked Kalista once. You kind of have to play around bot lane, right? But I think we just played bad around it. Like we used a lot of wards level 1, for example, to like delay the invade, for example, and then didn't have them on the ganks, right? And we just blew our summoners, and then they just dive us really freely. So I think they played it really well. And for example, we tried a lot of ganks as well, and I think they were really good at respecting those as well. So yeah, props to them.
When it comes to Fnatic and matching their styles, especially in draft, because you played 4 games, what was the difficulty for you guys to adapt and find the solution against Fnatic?
I think we were kind of happy with our drafts today. I think we kind of, maybe we didn't have like our most comfortable drafts, right? I think they did a good job of like kind of playing or like forcing the drafts in a way that we are not comfortable with. But I think given the state of the meta, I think we're still happy with the drafts. I think both drafts could have been played by either side, right? And I think we just didn't really execute them correctly, right? And we just let them have too many early game advantages. I think if we got to mid game, got to late game, I think we would have won those games pretty easily. But yeah, I think they just played really well in the early game and didn't let us have that.
Lots of takeaways from this series for sure, but maybe also from your playoffs experience so far. It hasn't been going the expected way, I want to say, for the Mad Lions. How do you reflect on what went wrong and what you couldn't adapt on, maybe?
I mean, I think we did fine, I would say, in the Rogue series. I think we could have won that for sure. If we just played little bit cleaner, right? Game 4 against Rogue, for example, we should have been able to snowball, right? And if we had just a better team there, we don't even have to play against Fnatic until Malmo, right? And these little things kind of, just put us behind, right? And against Fnatic today, I think maybe we're not focused enough. I mean, maybe we're just like the worst team, right? Of course, we were the worst team, but I think we should have been able to play better today. And I mean, it's sad that we didn't, right? And we just have to focus up again and prepare for Worlds and have a better showing there.
Right, that's about bouncing back, as you said, and being ready for Worlds. And you're going to have some time to prep, maybe also to rest. You may not have talked about this with Mac and the rest of the coaching staff, but what are the next weeks going to be like for Mad Lions in terms of planning, schedule, and how to get ready for Worlds?
I think we'll for sure take a break. I mean, the season was pretty long, right? And of course, you have to have some breaks before the World starts again. And since we are playing play-ins, we have to start earlier, right? So we will most likely just have a few weeks break, or like maybe 1 or 2, and then start scrimming again, preparing for our play-ins, and then we'll be ready.
And this will be your 3rd World Championship. We had a hard time counting before the interview, but what is this one going to be about for you? What do you want to? What kind of statement do you want to make at Worlds this year, personally?
I mean, I think our earlier Worlds runs were like pretty shaky, right, with Mad Lions. So I just want to show that we are still like that EU as a whole like is a really good region, and that we can like be proud of ourselves, you know, on an international stage, right? That we can be like the maybe 1st or 2nd region. Of course, it's going to be really hard. I think LPL is looking really strong again. So yeah, I think I just want to have like good showings against LPL and LCK, and yeah, that's it.
We believe in you. Thank you, Kaiser. Dankeschön for the
Thank
interview.
you.
I'll see you in Mexico, actually. And thank you, Berlin, for the support. Shocks, back to you in PGL.
Thank you. Leaked. Laura's going to Mexico. No, awesome to hear from Kaiser. Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because obviously they kind of auto-seeded into Worlds almost because of the 4 seeds. I wonder, do you think the Mad Lions have... Okay, let me ask it differently. Why do you think they lost their edge compared to how they played in the regular season? And do you think that they have a chance to do well at Worlds?
I mean, I think as a team, they played really well throughout the entire split. I think they really figured out something that worked for them. Mainly, I guess, looking at what LPL does, especially with their champs. They were like early on the Talia and like on diving, bot, doing even like the Kalista thing that we did. I think Mad was like one of the first teams that like to abuse bot like that and just go for like a lot of dives early, even on top. But I'd say once they got a little bit more figured out and the meta got a little bit more figured out, I'd say as a whole, Mad is, I mean, they have good players, but I think compared to the top teams and maybe some of the top players, they're lacking in some department. I'd say they are still good enough to, of course, win, and they are not an easy team to play against by any means. But I'd say when the metas are like figured out and everyone is kind of on the same page about what is being played, I wouldn't see them as the best team. And maybe they could surprise me, but in this case they didn't. So
yeah. I mean, you can be realistic. I think that's what everyone is about the Mad Lions. So maybe they will surprise us. Someone who has surprised us a lot is Razork. Again, Kia player of the series, but it was a little bit closer. 46% of the votes this time. What's going on? You're just cleaning up, Razork.
I mean, honestly, I'm not sure if I deserve this one. I actually think everyone played really good in my team. Probably Wunder, the less one that deserves it. Like he died.
The Renekton throwing
he was like
game
1
away.
HP all the time. Oh guys, I need help. But my bot lane played really good. I think Humanoid had insane game with Sylas, at least in team fights.
Yeah.
In game he was crying
In
a little
lane.
bit. Yeah. But I don't think I deserve this one. But I don't think I played too bad either. I think my 2nd game was actually really bad. My 4th game, early game, was fine. But then I started trolling. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess you are playing Trundle. I was playing Trundle. I can't really play bad mechanically, no? It's like auto reset, put a pillar and jump. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess
You
thank
had
you
one
for.
good pillar. You had one good pillar, but
No,
then you
I
also
had more.
you had a couple of bad pillars as well.
Yeah, I
though.
mean the second game pillar on Yumi. Oh my God, Jesus, what was that?
We didn't see that. We still voted you for player of the series. Yeah, of course, the whole team played really, really well. There was a specific interesting dynamic, which was the top lane. For the backstory, basically, Armut and Wonder on Twitter, and then apparently also in the in-game chat, and then this happened.
Oh, it's the Wonder special.
Oh!
They didn't need to type to miss flash.
It's so lost. It's so lost.
So apparently he was trying to type at that time. Do you remember? Did he say something?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, what did I say? Actually, I said so much the series.
What is PG like? What's allowed for broadcast?
I mean, no, everything was allowed. I mean, I was just shit talking him. I mean, first and foremost, like when I played Gwen into Aatrox the second game, I asked him if he was happy with how he played the matchup because I was still destroying him, even though the jungle was just coming top. And he said, "Yeah, I think I played good." I was like, "Okay, nice. Let's just keep playing that way then." And no, I mean, I wrote a lot of dumb stuff to him, and he liked writing back, as you can see. I mean, he liked using his flash as well. Yeah, I mean that's a rookie mistake, of course. Like if you're a rookie trash talker, you always use the summoner. You gotta be more careful.
But apparently you get along pretty well. Like you play poker.
No,
and stuff.
I mean of course he's like a really funny guy actually. Like from talking to him, not behind the scenes, but talking to him like in real life. He's a really funny guy, and there was a lot of good banter from it.
Cool. Sad we couldn't see that all. Maybe we'll see screenshots later. Let's take a look at the bracket then. You're going to Malmö, which is really awesome for Fnatic, Rogue, and G2 to be playing there on stage. Razor, you're playing Rogue first and then maybe G2. So let's start with Rogue. What do you think?
I think Rogue, they are bot-centric team, and I think it's gonna be a fist fight around bot, not gonna lie. I don't know what else to say about them. I think they are a good team, but I think we will actually win against Rogue, and then the final will be against G2. And yeah, I don't know about that one. It will be a coin flip.
A coin flip. Wonder, let's start with Rogue then. How do you feel you're gonna do in the top lane?
I mean, I think top lane is gonna be pretty easy. I don't think.
Sorry.
I don't think Odamde is that good of a player. I mean, I think he was really good last split. But I think this split, I don't know what happened. Like, I feel like every time I play against him, he's I don't know. I mean, on Renekton, he looks strong, I guess, when I see him play in the series, but it feels like it's just kind of free, like lane-wise at least. And then I mean, as Ivan said, like they play really good around their bot lane. Kind of similar to us, but I think they have some different champions that they play, and we have some different champions that we play. So yeah, I mean, it will just come down to mostly what happens around bot. I think Malrang used to be really insane, ganking everywhere, ganking humanoid a lot, dying level 3 every game.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think that's gonna happen this time around. But if it happens, of course, then good job to them. But otherwise, I think it's just gonna be bot lane, around bot lane, and yeah, I mean, of course, he can. And in top lane, you can always like survive, and I think that's what he's gonna try to do the entire series.
I think Malrang built his reputation on just killing humanoids. Is that what you said?
Maybe, maybe. I don't know. I think a lot of junglers do it.
Oh, he can't defend himself. Hey, but it is interesting though. For Malrang, you know, Razor, we were talking about him so much, and he always did this crazy stuff. Was it in picks? Was it in even like runes or pathing or waiting in a bush like forever? Why do you think he doesn't seem to have that big of an influence anymore?
Honestly, I think in regular season he was like abusing this a lot, and I feel like teams were not respecting as much. But I feel now we all know how he plays, and I guess it's easier to counter him. You just need to drop wards, respect, and you know that he's gonna bleed because he's not gonna farm that much. But I guess we are actually doing the same right now. Like,
yeah,
I'm not farming at all. I'm just sprinting bot, sprinting mid, sprinting top. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's the reason why Malrank is not really shining too much right now compared to the regular split.
You're both a bit slaves to your lanes, it seems like. Well, that's the way it should be, right, Wonder? Ideally.
I mean,
maybe
I've played with Jankos for a while, you know, and when he was playing Nidalee and Grace, you don't want to see that. So like, just put in set Sejuani. When you go to Worlds, he like starts believing, okay, this is like the Kindred meta, the Grace meta. or Kiana. Then we meet like Canyon or Tian, and you just realize it's like, if this is the meta, it's so lost. Like the jungle gap is just too big.
No.
So yeah, if it's like Volibear meta, set like basically the dog jungler, then I think that's where the EU junglers, they really fit in on
This
this
is
in
so
this meta.
funny how we weren't.
No. I'm just saying that you're really good at playing this, so you should keep playing it.
But it's so funny that we were talking about Malrang and Razork, and you just go and talk of shit about Jankos. Just
Oh, we didn't talk about Jankos? Oh, well, that's my bad.
it's all good, but let's talk about him now. There is a chance that you play G2. Obviously, that would be kind of insane for you, I guess, up against your ex-team. How much would you look forward to a match like that versus G2 in front of that crowd?
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic, right? I think last time we played in like the Scandinavian area, it was Fnatic who won against us in 2018. So maybe I'm on the right side this time around. But no, I think they for sure look the strongest from watching their game yesterday. But I don't think they're as like dominant. I mean, last split we also beat them, and then they came back and looked like really strong because they figured like a lot of stuff out. Like Ahri mid was like really good for them. But I think this time around they don't look as dominant. I think their top side is for sure stronger than Rogues, as we could also see when they played against them, and stronger than Mad Lions as well. So they for sure have like a harder top side to play against. But I also think that bot lane is not as strong as Rogues. So that was like kind of how I viewed the series Rogue against G2, that if there was any way Rogue was going to win, it was going to be through bot lane. I'm not saying it's the same for us, but I think we for sure have a really big edge bot lane compared to them. And I think, personally, I'm really good at playing against whatever random stuff that Broken Blade wants to throw at me. I'm pretty comfortable, so I would be happy to play against them, especially in the final on stage or like with a big crowd.
Yeah, that sounds really fun. They didn't go down to the lower bracket. You actually went down to the lower bracket. I mean, you started there. You ran the whole thing, actually. So maybe that's giving you an edge. Who knows? We'll see if that happens. But with the end of this week, we're also going to take a look at your options for the MasterCard Play of the Week. You can vote tomorrow on Twitter at MasterCardNexus to vote for your favorite plays. We're going to take a look at them. The first one is Upset Sivir versus Excel. Flashing in. You remember this? I bet you do.
Yeah, I remember this.
Oh, it's Misfits actually, not Excel, sorry.
I think like I'm a little bit underrated here. I hit like 3 boomerangs on the Sari, getting my hyper and like an auto attack with the Sheen. So this is actually what makes the play happen. Otherwise it would never be chunked. So it's MasterCard, my play of the week with featuring.
So to be sure, if you vote for this one at MasterCardNexus on Twitter, specify that it was actually Wonder who deserved it.
Yeah.
The second one, you can pick that one, or you can pick this one, which is a G2 Wombo combo from yesterday. So we'll see. Yesterday versus Rogue, it was fast. I wonder. Oh yeah.
Oh, this was Targama's pop-off, no?
Yeah. He was smurfing.
Yeah, but Rakan was clean.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, maybe. It's nice because it's a Wombo combo, so maybe people will vote for that instead.
Oh yeah. Wait, whose play was this? This was just like G2.
This was yesterday.
Yeah,
G2's play.
Yeah, it was not like... So you would be like Fnatic, but we just said Upset because Upset did all the work.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
He's an AD carry. Sivir hits like 5 champs at the same time. So.
Why do you think he gets so many pentakills?
Yeah, of course.
It's just automatic. No, thank you guys very much. I'm not going to keep you much longer. I'm super excited to see you guys in Malmo. Of course, let's take another selfie. And then the next one will be on stage there, maybe.
Oh yeah, winning selfie on
winning
stage?
selfie on stage.
Yeah.
Don't know if it will be you.
We stand, right?
Yeah, but you're really tall, so let's see how that.
I will stand like this.
That's what I always do. Okay. Oh yeah, excellent. Awesome. Thank you guys. Over in the LCS, we've got EG and Liquid, and they're fighting for the final world spot. EG or Liquid? World. Don't know?
I don't care.
Don't care?
EG.
EG?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. We'll see what happens. It's been really exciting over there in the LCS. But we, of course, next week will be heading over to Sweden, to Malmo next Saturday and Sunday. No show on Friday, but of course, a lot of content coming your way. Hope you have a fantastic night. It's been a great summer. These two are goofballing.
Sorry.
So it's fine. You won. It's fine. Good night. Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC Summer Playoffs, live from Berlin, Germany, where Mad Lions and Fnatic fight for the final spot in Malmö tonight.
That's all on the line for Mad Lions and Fnatic here. I'm looking forward to what is likely to be a 5-game thriller today. Paranoia going forward as Mad Lions look for more. Apotheosis catches onto 3. Lucian trying to flash away as Upset is able to escape. The chase continues for Nisqy, but now he's not got a Yuumi on his shoulders, and the Keeper's verdict only finds one person guilty. Nisqy tries to turn it back around, but Upset finds the double with a double shot. They get onto Humanoid. The final chapter's going to lock him up in spot as well. One shut down over to Mad Lions, but Nisqy's going to pay for it with his life. Wonder as well just came in behind them, just walked around them, it seems. No TP burn by him. As Fnatic continue the chase forward, Apotheosis. But the Nexus will fall in 19 minutes and 35 seconds. Mad Lions already 1 game down against Fnatic. Let's see if they can bounce back here. Armit looking for a little bit more. The charm's going to hit onto Razzle. He does still have the flash, but he's got nowhere to go. He's rooted for the entirety of his lifespan. Next up is Wonder. No way for him to get up, and Mad Lions pick off 2. Another charm! Oh my god, Nisqy, that was beautiful. Mad Lions, they will take their first win of the series.
Let's get into it. Game 3 between Fnatic and Mad.
Petrifying gaze in by Humanoid though, and that's 1. Nisqy trying to do what he can, but he just can't do enough. Unforgiven low as well, and Fnatic and Humanoid find everything they want out of the fight. The triple kill. 1 game away from Malmö. Fnatic make it 2-1.
But of course, we are moving forward into our next game. Let's get to it.
Caught out Razzle, final chapter coming out. Subjugate the heals though. Armor very low already. He's pulled the world ender as Upset looks for the backline exhausted. But Unforgiven, Upset just takes him out. Nisqy next on the menu for Upset, and he will not be denied his spot in Malmö. 20 playoffs and 12 finals. Fnatic don't want to stop there. They're looking for number 13.